All right, good morning. Good morning. Monday morning, weekend after Trump being potentially assassinated. I swear to you, I really didn't even find the topic very interesting to talk about. I thought it would be more like the typical debate where there's one side that has to act like um, uh, they're not happy that this potential assassination occurred. But I think in reality, there's large groups of America that are probably mad that the shooter was not able to hit his mark. And I think that's probably where a lot of people stand here in America. And then there are other people just can't believe that this is where America is headed. But I don't think there's anyone on the Democrat side that are disappointed with the way that things are happening here in America. So it just didn't really interest me to talk about it in that sense. But what I will talk about, though, as it relates to the Trump thing, or what I found most interesting was the Secret Service agent, the lady in charge of Secret Service. That was pretty interesting when you think about it. And she was a lady that I'm going to see if I can share my screen with you. She was a lady that Biden had tapped, and she was from PepsiCo. As you can see it here. Make sure you can see that. Just to be on the safe side. Basically, Biden tapped this woman from PepsiCo. And presumably, she would have been a fairly talented person if PepsiCo hired her to be an executive. If you remember, the D.C. police chief, she left Washington, D.C. After she was police chief, and she went on to become the head of the NFL security. So typically, private companies are going to choose people that are fairly on the mark because they don't want their executives killed or harmed and things like that. So I'm dropping the link, guys. So in this instance, Biden chose someone who had private sector experience. It's good. That's what you would expect. You would hope that someone out there protecting valuable targets like this would be someone that Biden would choose. But here's the interesting thing about her, or that I found interesting. She was the second woman to head the agency after Julia Pearson, of course, an Obama appointee. Here's what's interesting from my perspective. She had served in the Secret Service for 27 years and was the first woman to be named assistant director, blah, blah, blah. In 2021, she was awarded the Presidential Rank award by Mr. Biden. And so somewhere between 2021 and today, she left the government, went to PepsiCo, and came right back to the government. That's interesting. I think I read that she was making $280,000 a year as a Secret Service director. At PepsiCo, clearly she would have been making easily six figures if she was a security executive. So it's just interesting that this person would come back to the government after having been given a very large salary, things like that. Why come back? Did she wash out of the government did she wash out of PepsiCo due to her incompetence? Or did she just realize that, hey, I'm not cut out for here, I like the government job better? Or was there something more sinister that they brought her back here to play a role? Not sure. But if you lived in DC long enough, you know that these people, many of them, they'll do anything to maintain their social graces and status in DC. They want to be able to go to the parties and things like that. And so, a high-paying job with PepsiCo probably paled in comparison to her social status and grace, being in the upper reaches of the Secret Service for 27 years. So she left PepsiCo and she came back. She didn't stay at PepsiCo long before she left. Jill and Joe said they know her firsthand commitment, blah, 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 blah. She's a distinguished law enforcement professional, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, I just think that the lines are being blurred here between what is incompetence versus, say, malevolence. And you can't really tell if these people are being incompetent. We've seen some of the videos. You see the short agents. We've all heard about the Secret Service director focusing on diversity and things like that. I won't there's no need to belabor that point. You've probably talked about it ad nauseum all weekend. You've probably seen the Secret Service agent that couldn't properly holster her gun. Again, I think it's just all bubbling up to incompetence here. And I think incompetence serves the government well because they can always lean on incompetence as to why something happened. Trump got assassinated. We were just a little incompetent today. Give us 6 months. We're going to write a review. And we'll promise you that after this review is done, this will never happen again. We saw it with COVID. They said, hey, we didn't know what we were doing. This was all just new to us. But viruses aren't new. Viruses have been around a long time. They just act like they didn't know what they were doing to achieve their means. And I think this is the case here. When you start to look at the things as it relates to Trump and this assassination attempt, you almost have to ask yourself, maybe they didn't want to kill him. They had an open shot on him, clean open shot on a building that was unsecured. They chose not to unsecure it. I'm sure that they've gone to campaign prep events where there's no way they would leave a building 100 yards away uncovered. And we could get into the ins and outs of who owns the building and things like that later. Maybe that's important. I'm not sure. But the bigger point that I want to make is that the government now can easily use incompetence for any event that they want to happen, that they don't necessarily want to be blamed. They can just say, we just didn't know. We were just outwitted on this one. We just didn't know. We didn't have enough experience, things like that. So here's something interesting, a couple of things interesting. While we're waiting on Master Kim, I'll point out a couple of things about the just some of the events that happened that I thought were interesting. I'll stop sharing this one and present. It's kind of like one of those karma things that comes back to bite you sometimes. Here is a tweet from the guy that was killed at the Trump rally. And he says they'll get over it. The Japanese did. And what he's referring to is here. Over 1 million people have fled their homes in Gaza, with many following Israeli warnings to evacuate to the south. The guy apparently was shot. He wrote, they'll get over it. The Japanese did. And I think that, that's kind of the cautioning of the discourse here in America today. This guy was very flippant toward the Palestinians. And I imagine that there will be Democrats be flippant toward this guy for the tweet that he wrote. So it's just kind of a sign of the times. I'll tell you one thing, though. And I think I mentioned this on YouTube or Twitter or somewhere. Of all the Democrat liberals and people that I know, not one has mentioned this to me. Not one text message. Not one, oh man, this is terrible for the country. Not even a gloat. And I think that privately they are gloating, but I think they just can't gloat publicly. Some of them, they do gloat publicly, and I'll show you some of those. But that's kind of the thing where I think we are in America. It's probably part of the reason why I didn't find it a very interesting topic, because we're it's just coarse debate on both sides, and I don't think there's much room to have a debate when someone's being shot at and one side is making light of it. I was leaving home this morning. I was leaving a friend's house, and she brought up the Trump issue, and she said something to the effect that she didn't think it was real. And of course, she's a liberal, she's a Democrat. She has to believe these things. She knows that it was real, but what maybe the liberal media is hyping this, telling the Democrats maybe this is not real or something like that. I talked to my mother, also another Black Democrat woman, and she said that she brought up January 6th as if Trump deserved this because of whatever happened on January 6th. And I think the thing is that many people probably don't, I guess a lot of people really believe in January 6th. I don't. I don't think that the government is that incompetent. But if you do believe that the government is that incompetent that they allowed January 6th to happen, then why hasn't it happened again? Why hasn't it happened before then? If these people are this incompetent, how did the Capitol Hill police lady get an upgrade in pay and job? If she's that incompetent, did this type of thing happen? She was so overwhelmed, whatever the case may be. These people tend to fail upwards, and I don't think that they are incompetent per se. They are hiding behind incompetence to allow these type of things to happen, like January 6th. You look at the Democrats and Republicans; they're both aligned. January 6th is a terrible, terrible thing. Not one of them, not one side of the party is critical of the other, or critical of what happened. The after action report. How did this happen? What if some terrorists had done this? What if people with guns had really been intent on causing an insurrection? The people of January 6th didn't even have guns. I don't even know if many of them even had knives or anything, no tasers. And yet both sides of the aisle, Democrats and Republicans, have seemingly, coalesced behind this. And I think you're going to kind of see some of the same things as it relates to the Secret Service. But, Trump is really in a catch-22 here. If I were Trump, I'd want my own security personally. But then how do you have your own security working with the Secret Service? If they were sloppy and lazy and incompetent to allow what happened over the weekend to happen, imagine the hardened attitudes if Trump brings in someone and kind of express that he doesn't trust the CEO, the Secret Service. I mean, they're still going to have to be involved. And I think, he's going to have to work with them the best way that he can. And hopefully they can find agents, assuming that this wasn't a setup. Hopefully they can find agents that will be willing to do their job to the best of their abilities. It's very interesting. Very, very interesting. A couple of things I want to share with you while we're waiting on Master Kim. Just a couple of things I saw over the weekend. Probably not necessarily Trump related, although here's one that's interesting. I'll share this with you. This is one of those things that when I read this, it brought me back to that Chuck Schumer statement where he talked about how the government can get you 6 different ways to Sunday. And so this is a tweet from someone, Jesse Waters or someone. It's just interesting that he says the building that the guy was doing the shooting from was owned by American Glass Research. They specialize in the manufacturing glass. They were bought out by Indicor in March. Indicor's CEO is Doug Wright, who used to work for Raytheon. And I think he worked for Ingersoll Rand. And once you start working for Raytheon, General Dynamics, particularly if you're very high up, you're almost like an extension of the government. So this guy, he also worked for Honeywell as well, Raytheon. Honeywell and Raytheon both refused to donate to anyone voting against certifying Biden on January 6th. Interesting. And Raytheon owns the building that the guy jumped on top of and decided to do the shooting. So that's interesting. Let's see if I can maximize this for you. You may be able to see this. May not be able to see it, but anyway, the shooter's location was outside the security perimeter, raising questions about both the size of the perimeter and efforts to sweep and secure the American Glass Research Building, and how the shooter was able to obtain rooftop access. I don't know if you guys have seen it or not, but there are videos of the guy up on the roof before he ever takes a shot. So again, very interesting, very interesting. You can see here the CEO, Doug Wright. If I were to keep digging, I bet you he's politically connected. And so that is kind of the way things work in DC. If you live here long enough, you start to see that nothing is ever coincidental. And I don't think these people leave things up to incompetence and chance. And they had an open shot on Trump and missed. Guess that would lead me to believe that they didn't want to hit him. Nothing else would make sense other than that. If they wanted him dead, they could have killed him very easily. But yet he's alive. So I think that tells you something. We have Master Kim up here, so I guess we'll get to business today. That's pretty much all I wanted to talk about on the Trump topic anyway. So let me see if there's anything else I want to cover before I get to Master Kim. All right, let's get to Master Kim here. Good morning, Master Kim. How's it going today?
Hey, good morning, John. Sorry about the delay, and
Oh, that's all right.
Just been listening earlier on. A very good perspective. Yeah, stunning. Obviously, it's crazy what happened. And I think it's a combination of, as you mentioned, the DEI and just people, maybe don't have that brazen attitude and don't want to lose their job, so they're double checking with the protocol. And in the meantime, the guy's trying to kill people.
Yeah, I think that, they want Trump out of here so badly that although they might not do it themselves, they may encourage someone to do it, or they could easily just let someone else do it and just look the other way. One of the two. Before I move off this topic, Master Kim, I wanted to share a couple of videos with you that people have sent me that I've seen on Twitter. And people are, bringing up the whole conspiracy thing, but here's one lady behind. I'm sure people have seen.
What the fuck? People are freaking out.
So here's this lady here.
And she's just like right there.
Let me see.
Watch this shit, dude. Watch.
Follow this lady here.
She sits down. Yep. Watch this. Puts the sign up.
Take a look at what happened.
Shots fall off.
She's completely normal. And then watch.
And then she's got her.
What the fuck? What the fuck? People are freaking out.
And she's filming.
And she's just like right there. She's not even freaking the fuck. Watch this shit, dude. Watch. Watch.
It is interesting. You see all this interesting behavior. You're not sure how someone would react after something like that. But again, you see a lot of interesting things there. What were your thoughts on the whole thing, Master Kim?
Yeah, it was so surreal, and seeing all types of reactions. Obviously, people in shock, and some people are just polarized by what's going on. Other people screaming pandemonium. So it's almost like everyone's reaction seemed to be correct. What do you do? And I think also, because another assassination attempt hasn't happened since like the 80s or whatnot. So maybe there's a severe level of complacency that these people are trained to like make sure they don't get into, and obviously with all this DI stuff, maybe there's been a disregard for that to make sure they're not complacent, because these are very rare events.
Did you see the Secret Service? Is a Secret Service agent that was like ducking while the shooting was happening? That was kind of surreal to see a Secret Service agent kind of ducking like out of fear. Anyway, just I think it's just a sign of the times here, Master Kim, that the government is just, I think in many cases, the government has its own agenda, and it may not include the people there. So anyway, we can't do much about that. So let's get into business where we do have some control over. What do you say about that, Master Kim?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So you were telling me some fascinating stories yesterday. Where do you want to start? You telling me a Bitcoin story about an $800,000 story that your cousin had made it in Bitcoin?
Yeah, yes, indeed. So my cousin Gabe, years ago, he was telling me to buy into Cardano and all this other stuff. And, this is where Bitcoin was going up and down. And I just didn't feel confident either way. My cousin's got an MBA, and he's, in a very good industry. Him and his wife are pretty good savers. So he's always been pretty frugal. But, sometimes when these Bitcoin people talk to you, they're all in. It's almost like they kind of scare you a bit because they drink the Jim Jones Kool-Aid, what? So, and they're using very technical talk too, that maybe people higher up the food chain can appreciate that. But to lay people who are, watch a Bitcoin video now and then, aren't understanding the differences between the wallets and it gets very confusing. So, is Coinbase a wallet, which I believe it is, versus an actual coin itself? And, so it gets very confusing. And I just kind of backed away a little bit. And he had made quite a bit of money. And of course, I'm old school. So I'm saying, hey, you need to cash out. and he's kind of pushing back on where the market's going. And I'm like, okay, and the market did dip, but him and his wife are going long. It got up to, I think, 1 million or 800,000, and then it dipped. I think he lost half the amount. So he's been patiently there and back and forth. And I think it's because he's pretty successful, meaning in his career that they didn't need the money. So they're not panicking, maybe. So they're like being kind of like, I guess you would like the way WASP would, trade or whatnot. They go long and, they control their emotions to a degree and not overreact. And so here we are today. He's telling me inside tips of what I need to buy in the market. And it's like, Gabriel, you need to come on this podcast. And of course, I want him to run these tips by you and Get Crack for me and some others, because it's very insightful tip, and I think he could most certainly be of value to your listeners of where the buys are going to be. So let me dig up my sticky notes. And I think it's kind of funny, that I would feel more confident if these tips kind of pass the smell test with you. So he told me to buy Salon, XRP, H-bar, Quants, Cardano, which I was aware of, and one called Ondo. And then he's telling me technical things of when to buy too. It isn't just, go online and buy it. It's buy it by this date because there is very exciting news taking place and stuff like that. So he's got some inside track information, but again, this kind of information doesn't mean anything to me if I'm not intelligent enough to appreciate it. And that's where I am right now. I'm just not smart enough to really appreciate it all. Even if I do research on any one of these, I don't understand the perspective. So therefore, that's where Get Cracked for me and yourself and others would be able to understand the perspective immediately. But yeah, I think he would be good to bring on board because he's a retail buyer. He's just like you and I. He's not an institution. He's not an investor, and he's making money. And he's proof. I got proof that there's a guy making money hand over fist, and he's got 2 kids and he's married, so he's kind of normal. With the exception, he's a pretty intense saver. And he's. So aside from that, it's not like he's like an assistant manager at Home Depot. Not that that's bad at all, but he's kind of high up the food chain, and he's a saver. He rides a electric scooter, and I told him, I go, man, you're too important to be rolling around town on an electric scooter which is net. I mean, the liquid this guy has is stunning.
And so you say, but he didn't cash out of the Bitcoin. Is that right, Mexican?
He did not. He did not. Even he said, Mike, when I moved from Colorado to there, where he had to, because his job moved him over or whatnot, and it would have been a good time to sell his house and use some money to put up to fix it, to take care of some repairs before putting on the market. He goes, Mike, I couldn't. Me and my wife decided not to cash out, just go long, and the market did recover. Obviously, even today, it's like the longer they stay in, the more experience they get, and the more that they understand the highs and lows, because it doesn't ever really go to zero and it spikes back up. So whatever those ebb and flows are, they seem to be riding in, and that's why I think he would be very good to bring in to talk about that. And he's legit too. This isn't he's not trying to sell anyone anything. The only reason he's trying to tell me to buy in all this is because he's my cousin, right? So, but even still, I'm just like, oh, geez, it sounds Chinese to me, despite that I'm Asian,
What do you think about this Get Cracked? He's up.
Hey, what up, Get Cracked? Oh, shit.
Yeah, what's up? What's going on here?
We have a cousin of Master Kim was trying to suggest to him buy into some of these coin stocks, and apparently he's up pretty big, up about 800,000 on the Bitcoin stuff.
No, he was, and then I think it's down to 400,000.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. It's volatile.
And he's telling me to buy stuff, but I'm like, no, you need to come on the panel, and we need to run this by you and a few others. He told me, now mind you, please, I don't say it in the proper context. So John, do you mind if I repeat that list again?
Sure, go right ahead. I'm going to look up some of them.
Please forgive me. The names I'm about to mention, he may have said, oh yeah, that's a good tech stock. And I may have confused some of these Bitcoin companies with some tech stocks that like I mentioned, I tried to mention some of the names that you've been dropping, and then he
Mhm.
mentioned that, and then I was like, oh, so I doodled that name down when he just was probably reaffirming the name with me. So one was Salon, right? And I
Yep.
think you've mentioned that tech
I
company.
mentioned that, yeah, several
Yep.
times, yeah.
And I think he was just reaffirming because I couldn't. He said XRP, which is I think
Ripple, yeah, Ripple, yeah.
Yep. H bar,
H bar, yeah, I heard of that one.
and then Quant, which
I didn't never heard of that one.
okay, Cardano, which I know everyone's heard of, and then Ondo or ONDO. But the one he said that is going to make the money is XRP because of some internal workings, or it's almost like an inside tip, or he's been studying it or something. He's been watching the charts or something like that. So, but with all that being said, it's like speaking Chinese. And I know your language, get cracked, is close to Chinese, but it's not Chinese. So I can't even understand what the hell he's talking about because it's too technical for me, right? And I'm not intelligent enough. So I wanted to run that by you. But I also wanted to bring him on the podcast so that you can ask. And he's he's a normal guy. He's a retail buyer for him and himself and his wife. So he's not like but he stayed long this whole time. So I want to bring him on board so you can hear all the stories and reaffirm, I guess, what you've heard from others too. But now he's sitting up, he makes good income, and typical story, the people that go long, they go long because they got it like that, right? But this guy's making money. I mean, it's actually very stunning where he's at right now. And of course, old Asian thinking, I'm telling him he needs to cash out, this is a Ponzi scheme. So I'm sharing him all that stuff. And then he breaks down all of the what's the other shit, John? We talked about not the mining, but the what's the technology behind it? Get cracked for me.
I forget what you said yesterday.
It's going to revolutionize the world. God darn it. Get cracked for me. What
revolutionize the world? Everybody keeps talking about stuff that revolutionizes the world.
Not the Bitcoin aspect, but it's associated with Bitcoin.
The mining,
not the mining, but what's the other word that's
the blockchain. The blockchain.
The blockchain, yes, the blockchain. So
right,
then
the technology.
He kicked it. He's probably listening right now. So, cousin Gabe, please, I'm not trying to embarrass you. I'm making fun of my lack of intelligence.
See, for me, I never look at any of this stuff. I just look at the chart. I look at the chart. I see what it's doing, and that's it. So, like, I know people have like Rashu, and everybody has some fundamental reason to get into these coins, and if anybody has a real good reason why they should pick one or the other, and I think the other dude who mentioned Solano, remember, John? Like, I said, which of these coins should John Galt coins be associated with? And he mentioned Solana, which is what I was thinking. And he started to explain a little bit, saying that it has less fees for transfer and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So that's under the fundamental stuff, which I did never look at, and because I don't use it, I'm not going to use it. I'm just trading. So, but if we're actually going to make a John Galt coin, which of these coins are the ones that have the technology appropriate to make a real estate investment trust type vehicle, and then later on expand it to where your renters pay or somebody else's pays? Like they had people had ideas like Resto Chesto was like, okay, yeah, your cleaners could get paid with these coins and tokens instead of dollars, right? And stuff like that. Yeah. So we have to look at the underlying fundamentals if we go that way. For me, I'm a trader, so I can't tell you about the, Monero. I think has, what's the good thing about it? It has privacy.
Oh yeah. Monero has privacy. Yeah,
that's right. So people who say like, oh, it's cyber criminals are using these things to use it. They don't care if they're in the open. You see, when they transfer over in Bitcoin and whatever. But if you're actually concerned about privacy, yeah, Monero is the one. Ripple, I believe, XRP is another interesting one because they were getting sued by the SEC for some reason. Now, maybe it had something to do with the way it's constructed, the technology that was violating things. So that's something else to look at. Yeah. But as far as I'm concerned, yeah, I just look at the chart, man. Mm-hmm.
So when you look at this chart of Solana, what do you see here? Get correct?
It's in a range. So if you zoom out, I guess, to 1 year, maybe even longer. Let's see. Yeah, you can't see much here because the reason is you have to follow the Bitcoin and Ethereum first. So yes, last night I was on the Processes show and I was arguing that even if you don't like Bitcoin or Ethereum, right? They're slow, they take too long to transfer, there's nobody using them. The thing is that you have to follow the chart of this before you can follow the charts of others, because these are the blue chips of the crypto world. They lead. The others will follow later. So Bitcoin has been in a range since around March, February, right? And so the other ones are also in a range. Now, once you see Bitcoin start breaking out higher, so I was long Bitcoin yesterday, last week, just before the Trump stuff happened. So the Trump stuff happening is like really interesting. We have 2 weeks until he has to speak at that Bitcoin conference in Nashville. So it's gonna be very interesting what he says.
So you say you were long Bitcoin yesterday?
No, I was. You can be long yesterday. I mean, or you could have been long like right during the shooting, because after that it was breaking out. But I was already long the previous week, because if you look at the weekly charts, then you see the bar, the candlesticks, and then you know which is the high and the lows. So but you can't do it in a line chart. You have to have a bar chart. So
I gotta do it advanced. Let's see if I can do it.
Yeah. This is not the way to do charting, like with the line charts and stuff, unless you just yeah.
Let's see it. I do a little technical charting. Get cracked. I had the head and shoulder.
That is just voodoo, man. That's just astrology. So
what do you want, a candle or bar?
Yeah, candle. Yeah, let's do candle first. You don't.
Is anyone familiar with what Get Cracked is talking about here?
And then
these are the bars down here, right?
Yeah, let's do the range, 3 months, and let's see what else. Interval. I think it'll change the interval if you click that, because I usually use Trading View.
Oh yeah, 3 months.
Yeah. Okay. So, and we can just zoom out a bit. Yeah, you see. So those two lower bars, you see, they make the little wicks at 55,000. So the first time it dropped, you can see the bar made a little hammer there. So that means somebody was, and there's a lot of volume coming in at that low. So that's around July, right? You go down to July, go all the way, right? You see. So those two bars. So that second one where it dipped low was like around Thursday or Friday. So I bought there because it couldn't make a newer low than the Monday's low. Okay, and that's when I went long. And then it's just too obvious. So then it jumps up, and we can go further into this sometime later when I talk in my course or something. We can do more work here, because if you just do pure reading, no, we don't need to do anything further than this kind of analysis. If you look,
so hold on, Get Cracked. So hold on, Angel. So you bought around in here, so it's 50.
No. I just watched what it was doing there, and then the second time it hit that bottom, like later on, then you see it.
So like 56,000.
Like no, go towards that wick, like couple bars down. Yeah, a couple bars. Here? Yeah, you see that green one? Yeah, so that one also made a little candlestick down. So we have to go through the basics, when looking at the candlesticks and stuff. But essentially, if you see two of those type of things happen, and you see the high volume coming in on the first bar, then it's trying to form a bottom.
All right, let me clarify, Get Cracked, for the people in the audience. The volume is down here. This is the volume.
Yes, correct. Right.
This is the volume. So the peaks, the green bars are the volume up, right, and the red volume down. Is that correct?
Right.
So just to clarify what you're saying here.
Yes, okay. And you can see it's forming a range around 55 to 70,000. And the reason why is, if you could go look back at March, February, late February to March, like go all the way to the left, you see the three big candles there, right? No, but go up to near March. Here. You see that? So when you see that, those bars are significant now, because they are the points where everybody is rushing in and create. So those are the latecomers. Those are the guys that just went mania mode.
Are these sellers here though? Would this big red line, would this be a seller's chart? This would be a seller.
No, you can't really tell from that, right? Because it could be buyers too. So I think later on we have to explain like how we should differentiate the two, you know, because I don't like to do like, oh, it's a red bar, it's a green bar, so that's all sellers, because we don't know. You don't know the order book. It
Okay.
could just be a bunch of idiots selling like 10 of their coins, and then you have a big whale come in and gobbling up million, and then you're like, was that a seller or that a buyer? The candlesticks don't tell you that, right? And I think it was you had the other guy on last night when I wasn't here. It was like IKC3 or something. IC3K.
Oh yeah. Clue channel guy. Yeah.
So he was talking about liquidity while he's day trading, and he kind of hinted at what, you know, he was, but he's if you tell him to come back, we bring up a chart, you know, and say like, okay, how do you tell liquidity? He might tell you that he doesn't look at this stuff, this chart, because this has no information about the order book. So if you get him to elaborate how he does day trading, he might tell you, oh, I buy a subscription to an order book service.
I see.
Yeah, so they have so sometimes brokers will give it to you, but people might not trust it. They want to buy an independent one that tries to gather more information from the order book, the tape. So they might have a level 1, level 2, level 3 order book.
Yeah. So you're saying so he's following like orders and trying to like.
Yes, because he said liquidity. I also talk about liquidity. So you see, there's a fundamental thing to trading: liquidity. Where is the liquidity at? That's what we're trying to guess when we look at the order book.
Get credit when you say liquidity, for the people in the audience that may not know, what is liquidity?
So this is, you have to find where people are willing to enter a market, exit a market. So there has to be a pool of people at a certain price range, certain price area, you know? So, okay, so see, Ryan's already saying like Bitcoin's a blue chip. I'm just using blue chip as an analogy because it's an analogy, because otherwise, what can I call Bitcoin and Ethereum right now? They're the top 2 in market cap. So I have to call them like, okay, this is the IBM and this is the General Electric of the crypto world. You get what I mean?
Yeah,
exactly.
I think Ryan.
So because that's the best analogy I would give to a stock person. How would you consider Bitcoin and Ethereum? That's why if you talk to young people, they don't like Ethereum or Bitcoin. They're all into these other coins.
Oh, they want the
only the boomers are starting to get into the Bitcoin and Ethereum. And why? Because they're the blue chips of the crypto world.
I see.
Yeah, because they look kind of more stable, you know, relatively stable compared. Like if I bought like Dogecoin, like come on, man, the thing is flipping up and down like 30% every day. Like you think anybody gonna consider that a blue chip?
Yeah, no boomer's gonna buy Dogecoin, that's for sure. What was I gonna say? What were you going with this? Get crack? Go ahead.
Oh, nothing. So you see those 3 candles, those large candles, that essentially tells you the mania, and that gives you an idea of where the bottom of the range would be, because usually the buyers would start coming in when it enters that region, those 3 candle regions. So you see, if we go all the way to the right, look what it did. It didn't allow it to penetrate further than maybe that second candle to the left, right?
Yeah. So you're talking about like this line right here is like, what would they call this line right here?
That would be
that
support. That's support or resistance, depending. But right now we dropped below it, so now it's resistance. And look at what it's doing. It went right to that area today.
Right back to the
So if you bought like last week at the lows and went all the way now, see, that's trading. So you can say like, okay, where would it potentially stop at? Where would it potentially stop at? So every time you're looking at the price going up or down, you just have to look at the areas of liquidity. Where would the liquidity areas be? That is where all the buyers are lined up with their orders. That's where all the sellers are at their orders. Now, if it breaks,
no, go ahead.
Yeah, so if it breaks that area, then you know it's absorbed all that liquidity, and now we have further people ready to jump in the mania mode. So then we have a second mania mode where it's probably going to zoom up 3, 4, 5 big fat candles all the way back up to the next resistance level, which is around 70, right? Which is the previous highs.
when would you sell your Bitcoin?
For trading, I would sell it right now. That's good. That's a good money. So then you just take it out right now. But if you
From
were
here to
long
here
term,
is good money.
but if
Yeah.
you were a long-term investor, you would just wait for the times when it hits closer to 55 and below. You see? So you would just buy a little bit. It drops down to 55K, buy a little bit. It could drop lower. It could drop to 48 sometime, but then you'll buy more, right? You'll size your orders. And then after you build up your position, you're ready for the real push up. For if you do a short-term trade like I did, just a week trade, just a day trade, just a 2-week or 1 month, you're just doing it for a quick flip in the range, within this range. The longer guys are waiting to get out of this range. So that's probably happening in October and November after the elections, probably.
They're waiting to cross the support here.
No, they're going across the 70, 72 area. Yeah. That's the final.
Here.
That's the
here.
That's the final. That's the final thing. The little trader guys are just bouncing between, like what you just pointed out. You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah. You know how they draw those lines, and they'll have a line to say like showing the tops of the valleys.
Yeah, yeah. We can get into those later. Yeah.
Or even like the bottoms, where it seems like this does seem to be like a little bit of the support here. It's about as low as the last couple months.
Yeah, let me try to get some liquidity example. Here's another one. This is for the stock people, okay? So if you don't like what I'm talking about in Bitcoin, you can look at the stock here. This is an example with the stock market, I mean. Okay, so I put in the back chat. You can put it on yours, click on it. It's a big image, so you can zoom in, whatever. You can, and we could discuss liquidity in a different way.
All right. And then I got to get back to Master Kim because he has a story he wants to tell me that we talked about yesterday. Let's see. All right.
So
this is going to be a difficult chart for you to explain here to the audience, but go ahead.
Oh, man. Maybe I should have got a higher resolution one. No, so this one is margin debt, okay? So when you open a brokerage account, you can be on margin, right? That's one way.
Money,
that's
borrowed money, by the way.
That's borrowed money, right? So you can tell the bank, "Hey, man, give me more money in my brokerage account, and I'll pay you a little, little fee every month." Right? Is that how it works nowadays?
Yeah. Yes, interest. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if
every month. Is it every bi-weekly? Did they change it? I don't know.
I'm not sure how it's compounded, but yeah, you do.
Yes. How is it compounded? That's what I never got into. So
probably daily.
But the thing is, you look at the S&P index up on the top, it's moving up, and then down you see the margin debt increasing, right? So that doesn't give us information here. Of course, margin would increase when your stock goes up, because when your stock goes up, you have a lot more collateral to tell the bank, give me more money. So not useful information. Now, what is useful is down at the bottom. What is the rate of change of that margin debt? Now you see, you have this red line going up and down, and it crosses between this 40 area and whatever down there, -20. So when you reach a very extreme exuberance, like people are very much buying stocks, their margin accounts must be growing like crazy because they can ask the bank for more and more of that free borrowed money, free quote unquote. Because
so they'll be here and here, right?
Yeah, and then when it crashes back down, that gives you the signal, because when the margin rate of change goes down, it goes down before the tops of the S&P 500. Quite interesting. It's a very good signal. So if you use that predicted the 2001, 2007, all the little major crashes we had.
Now, is this what was I going to ask you? Is this due to like margin calls?
No, it's because smart money knows, hey, it's time to get out, and those guys are closing out their margin. They're getting out. They don't want margin. But the dumb retail guys, what could probably happen is that Nvidia is going to like back to $500, $1,000 a share, and that's probably when the margin accounts start growing real big. But the smart money is already saying, nah, I'm not doing any more margin here. I'm getting out. I am not borrowing any more money to buy more Nvidia. And this is what you got to detect. But the problem with this data is the FINRA, the government agency that gets all this data, gives it to you every month and a month late.
Yeah, the data is very dated.
So you
Yeah.
see, the big money guys have this data on hand. They know exactly when to time it precisely. If you have that, you got a real big edge. But even with even with this delayed information, you still get an edge, because right here, the last red line going up and down was in 2021 November, right? I put this big pink arrow to the right going to 2021 November, and that was just before we had our correction going into 2022. So yeah, it's pretty good predictor. It's a pretty good predictor of liquidity. So that's what I want to tell you, because liquidity comes from that borrowed money. When the Fed is giving you money real easy, people are just going to use it to buy whatever they can, houses, stocks. This applies to any market. So if you can talk about liquidity for any market, figure out a way, a metric to determine where is the money flowing, if the money is flowing easily, or is the money starting to dry up and flow very difficult. If the viscosity of that money is just like, oh, it's really hard to just get that money flowing through the economy, that's when you pull out, because something's wrong. Some plumber has to go in there and fix the problem.
Hey, Ryan, you just jumped on. You have some thoughts about these stock charts and Bitcoin? You trying to entice Rashu to come up here?
Yeah, I'm always trying to aggravate Rashu. Well, just to respond to Stanley's comment, the blue chip is typically Dow stocks, which the Dow is the top 30 stocks. So blue chips would be typically Dow stocks, right? So the DJI stocks.
Yeah.
To respond to Stanley's comment, but it's just a term, right? But
Yeah.
I was more or less just aggravating the gentleman speaking, because I was just aggravating him about Bitcoin. So because I'm not a huge, I don't have a problem with Bitcoin, but I still can't figure out why, it doesn't produce anything, right? So that's
but that's why you see from my frame of view, I'm just looking at liquidity. Everything that's tradable has a buyer and a seller, and you just want to determine where those pools. That's Clue Channel.
You're using numerical matrices. Essentially, you're using like the buy low. You're waiting for it to hit a number, and you're like, okay, buy.
Right.
And then you're selling at a number. So you're looking at the math. You're not looking at the value. So I get it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So essentially, you're going, okay, it's down to X, or it's at X. We're projecting it to go to X, et cetera. And you're basing that on, leveraging, right? From what I'm hearing, your liquidity is based on leveraging, right? So
yeah. So yes, and the reason why I want that Clue Channel guy to come up is I want him to I'm guessing he's doing order book. So the liquidity from his point of view is where all the orders are located at. And that's when you're doing trading with the Bitcoin and things like that on a smaller time frame, you're trying to guess where the big people are parking their orders. Yeah. So, and you can't really determine it from a candlestick.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it's very new. So I know that now the rates are involved, right? Because that drives liquidity, that drives leveraging.
Right.
Right. So that's involved now. You've got some of the big players that are institutional investors involved. That's driving price. And then, but to me, it just takes one piece of bad news like FTX to just blow it up so quickly.
Well, that's why I brought up that
scary.
other chart. And that's why I brought up that other chart. The big money knows when the big news is about to drop. And you need a secondary, tertiary, quadratic, whatever. Fuck, you need to look at these sub indicators. And one of the sub indicators is looking at the margin debt. And then that's for the stock market. Now, there's probably an equivalent for looking at crypto, right? With Tether and all that.
Sure.
If you had information about how many people have Tether coins,
That's what I mean by leveraging, like margin. Buying on
Mhm.
margin is leveraging, right? So
Right.
but that is so. It's just that's
Get crack.
that's risky,
Get crack.
right?
Do you employ a lot of leverage?
No,
So you know not much margin.
I don't need to, and I keep it safe, man. So
You can blow up on leverage, man. You can lose up
Yeah.
everything, right?
Yeah,
Yep,
you get a margin
that's
call.
right. That's
Yeah.
right.
That's my
You get a
fear.
margin call at the worst time.
And that's always happens because they'll drive the price to a point where your collateral is so low, you're forced to make a margin call, and then all the big guys come in and scoop it up.
Yeah.
And the thing is, they know where you are. You don't know where they are. You're blind. They can see
that's
you.
right.
You can't see them. And that's why I brought up that margin chart, because that data is only released every month and a month late. Can you believe that? That's your taxpayer money at work there.
Yeah.
Hey, I wanted to point out what Get Crack is talking about here. Basically, Get Crack is a technical analysis or technical analysis trader. And what Ryan probably is more referring to is like a fundamental analysis. Those are two very different people. One doesn't really care about the fundamentals, the technical. The fundamental probably doesn't care about the technical because he's more concerned about the underlying company there. Is that fair to say, Get Crack?
Yeah, and guess what? Like the best people who make the most money do multiple aspects. They do some quantitative analysis, technical analysis, and fundamental. If you can do all three together and have a system, you'll beat everything, and that's really hard to do to all three anyway. You haven't brought up quantitative analysis, John. So a lot of recruiters tried to get me to go to New York because I had a PhD in engineering, because they love people with math.
You're a quant guy. You're a quant guy.
Yeah.
That's right.
So they poach people from any kind of background. It doesn't need to be a finance, and they just need someone that can do a bunch of simple solutions, partial differential equations. And if you can do that, you're in, and they'll train you.
The major investment houses now, I have a significant other that's involved in the financial world, and they all employ all aspects. So they're looking at businesses, evaluating businesses, and I'm talking stocks here, right? They're evaluating the business, and then they have a quant team, right? A team of people going, okay, analyzing this daily. And they even have people that are high level that are looking at economists, right? Looking at the banking system, looking at the Fed Reserve, so very big picture, very small picture, so and these companies have 10,000 employees, these big financial companies,
Right.
So so it's massive, but anyway, just wanted to say that it's hard for one guy to understand all this, but I think what you're doing is noble. Get cracked. It's hard, right?
It is hard. Yeah. And that's why I stick to technical analysis, because I think you don't need to have an edge on everyone. You're not going to beat Jamie Dimon, right?
Yeah.
But at the very least, you should be able to beat the masses, because there's so many masses that you can easily outperform some guy who just bought at the top and sold at the lows. There's so many of those types out there that as long as you can beat those guys, you're outperforming at least the S&P 500. I hope.
Well, it's like being a mid-level poker player, right? Like you're not going to not going to beat the big dog, but you can whoop up everybody at the local.
That's what I
tables.
just need to be. Yeah, that's what most people should just aspire to.
I'm not sure if you guys have ever heard of Jane Street, since we brought up quantitative trading. Jane Street, I think, is a quant firm. I think that's what they describe themselves as. Traders, technologists in a tiny New York office. This is where Sam Bankman-Fried learned his trade here.
And his girlfriend. Don't forget.
Yeah, that's right. This is a very high-end. This is a very boutique high-end firm. You just can't.
How much time did he get?
The rest of his life, it looked like.
No, did he?
Is that the dude that went to jail?
Yeah, it's Sam Bankman-Fried, SBF, FTX guy. And so you see here that they use traders, researchers, and software engineers working in a tight loop to build trading systems, blah, blah, blah.
So would you say traders? What did you say, traders?
Researchers and software engineers. It's a very quant firm.
That's quants,
Yeah. And so
you don't hear anything about evaluating a business, right?
Nah.
Yeah, I mean, it's all numbers, right? So
Yeah. They trade in a broad range of asset classes, blah, blah, blah. You know, it's an interesting thing is you see a tech, functional programming, machine learning, programmable hardware. This is a very small firm, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think it's only 2,600 employees across 5 global companies. But it's very, I think it's very difficult to get a job here. You have to be very skilled. And this is where the FTX scam.
Yep. So
So
he was
real-
very skilled. He had the tools and he used it.
Yeah, he's very skilled. Let me pivot over to Master Kim, because I talked to Master Kim yesterday, and he had quite a lot of things he wanted to talk about here. Master Kim, what do you want to start?
Yep. Well, hey, John. Hey, I just wanted to kind of dial in and just put in perspective what these gentlemen have been talking about. So, if I'm not mistaken, everything that they're speaking of would be for guy that's been already buying Bitcoin, trading Bitcoin, that have gotten their feet wet, but now want to make some serious money. And I think what John and I think what Ryan and yourself and Get Crack for Me have been kind of mentioning how like these institutional investors, how they, I don't want to say game the system, but I guess kind of, but it helps the perspective. So the beauty about when Get Crack does his own show, or at least this podcast, is someone will be able to go back, watch the episode, and I guess gain some perspective as they're getting their feet wet. Had been trading or buying Bitcoin for at least a year and a half, so that by then that they'll appreciate the terminology and I guess the perspective. Would you say that's a fair comment, John?
Yeah, I think what Get Crack is doing, it's a little bit involved. You can see the charts and things that he's doing, and I can follow it. But I'm a little bit behind him as I'm, and you'll hear me ask for confirmation, like the support and resistance and stuff like that. So I think if he did a show, he could better like take on these topics piece by piece, because for a lot of people it probably just overwhelms them.
Oh yeah, and everyone should want to know what smart money is thinking and doing, and that's what Get Crack for Me is doing, is saying, okay, well, smart money is doing this. However, and he's also mentioning some of the things that he looks at as well that might be a little bit different than smart money or whatnot. But that insight is just absolutely great. So, but yeah, with that being said, I wanted to, like we spoke about yesterday about like the independent gas stations. So unfortunately, the conversation is going to be dumbed down like 100 steps the other direction. And what I wanted to do is do 1 or 2 shows, one called, gas stations declassified, or beauty supplies declassified, or a lot of these urban businesses, to try to illustrate some of the barriers of entry might be more clerical and things of that nature, that it isn't people in the industry trying to close the door or keep a new entrant from competing. In fact, anyone in the industry, especially if you're a seasoned business owner, you could care less if a new pizzeria opens up across the street, that because you understand that 70% of the businesses don't make it past year 1. So
sure.
in this case, gas stations. And one thing I guess I kind of forgot to mention, John, which is a very important part, but I guess it's so common that I guess I forgot it. So obvious. If you want to do a business, you're going to need to have worked that business as an employee.
Yeah.
That is very important. If you come in from an investor or you want to buy a business, you're going to be robbed blind because the intense cash flow that some of these small businesses generate, which is very odd. My cousin Gabriel that we were speaking of, he's sitting on a lot of liquidity right now, in the bank, as well as if he were to cash out any of his whatever his portfolio of crypto is, and he's wanting to buy a gas station. And this is my cousin, and he knows that these things are very fickle. But I had to remind him, mind you, I'm half white, half Asian, so he's my white cousin. I'm like, Gabriel, how come you don't see blonde hair, blue eye, educated guys like you at these stations? Owners, not the big corporate sheets, not those guys, the Wawas. We're talking about independent gas station owners. Why aren't they there? And he thought about it for a second, and I told him because they can't. I mean, they would just get eaten alive. And it does happen occasionally. There are white guys that own a nice little gas station up in the mountains near a fishing lodge, cooking chicken. Those guys are different. They've got a grand slam moneymaker. We're not talking about those oddball sites near the lake that a guy owns because he's selling hunting licenses, and not those guys. We're talking about the average run-of-the-mill gas station. So a lot of these minorities that run these gas stations, they've started off as an employee. So by the time they want a gas station or another business, they've got severe experience. So therefore, other people that are experienced gas station owners have no problem vouching for their business character, if it's showing them new vendors, if it's loaning them money, you name it, because they know that they understand the reality of owning a gas station and whatnot. So the reason I mentioned it, that's a very strong piece because it also mirrors the beauty supply business. A lot of people want to get into the African American beauty supply business, but they've never worked at any of these stores in the hood. They need to go work at one of these stores so they understand which weaves and which and John, I don't mean to switch over to the beauty
No, that's
supplies.
fine.
I'm using
That's fine. You go right ahead. Go right ahead, Mexican.
there's a huge and please forgive me, it's been so many years, but there's a huge difference between buying the natural hair that's been untouched by chemicals and not treated versus the synthetic hair or the human hair that's been messed with or bleached. There's a huge difference in demand. One's very expensive, one's very cheap, and you have to have them both. And I saw a video not too long ago that there were a lot of people protesting saying, hey, the Koreans are trying to keep us out of this industry and whatnot. And that is just not true. What is true is very curt Asian behavior that's lacking the English niceties that us Americans are used to. We're not used to be given bad news in a very curt way. We're used to, oh, I'm sorry, your business license is expired. I'll keep your product here. Go renew it, and when you come back tomorrow, I'll have it sitting here for you. That's how Americans, we talk to each other. Asians would flat out just say, and please forgive me, I'm not trying to be hyperbolic with broken language. No, your number no good. Come back. I mean, literally, it's also limited language. So the African American person that's trying to feels like that door is closed when really there's something going on with their clerical aspect. You might have a TI, or like John said, when you're in business, you have an EIN number, but there's a separate TIN number. Please, someone correct me if I misspeak. A lot of store owners are given the wrong number when they're opening up, even at Sam's Club. You cannot go to Sam's Club and open up a commercial account without providing depending what state you're in, your federal tax ID number, which is the TIN or the FEIN. John, please correct me. And your sales tax number. In the state of Georgia, it's a separate number. People are showing up with one number or the wrong number or something goofy, and they're being turned down in broken English, and it's just crushing these people. And then the video went on to say that let's boycott these Korean stores. They're selling me high price stuff and this and that. When really this is a business problem. This isn't a boycott them problem. This is a business problem. They need to go and if they feel that they're getting bad service because of crappy English, then they need to go to, for every Coca-Cola, there's a Pepsi. They need to go to the other vendor across town. So then the video
Go to the other Korean.
Yes. So then the vendor said, hey, they also, the high value stuff that everyone wants, they're always short on supply, and they're telling me that they're out of, but they got plenty of the stuff that the people don't want. And that has more to do, again, not with racism. It has to do with, since COVID, the containers that come from China take about 8 weeks. Most of the established beauty supply businesses buy in bulk because they know the fickleness of transportation, because it comes into California. It does not come into the port of Miami or the New York Harbor. Majority of the time it comes into the port of Los Angeles. So, but by the time that it takes the containers to arrive to it is these warehouses run out of high volume stuff because they're waiting on containers. So most beauty supply people stock up and buy in bulk because they understand the fickleness. And that is the same thing in the lumber industry. It's the same industry in many of the high volume tools, steel, that the high volume stuff that everyone wants does have shorts. It's, since COVID, it's just the way it is. But the shit that people don't want, they have plenty of that. So when the store owners say that the high volume stuff, they're trying to not sell it to us because they say that they're out all the time. Yeah, because it's the high volume stuff. You need to, instead of buying small quantities, you need to stock up, because the established stores do that because they understand the ebb and flows of import export. So so I guess the video was kind of saying, hey, just boycott all the Korean store or buy online, when really it's a business problem. These beauty shop aspiring store owners just need to connect with other beauty shop owners and learn tricks and trades of the industry. So yeah, and that was my comment, at least about
Is
the
this the
beauty
video
shops.
here, Master Kim, you're referring to? Is this the one you sent me right here that you're referring to?
Yes, where the guy was, and the guy is a kind of a race hustler. If it's the
You talking
guy,
about this guy right here? I've seen him before. Who is this guy?
oh,
Philip Scott. You talking about this
okay,
guy?
so yeah, that guy right there. He is a race hustler. All of his videos are geared in that direction. I can't even stomach it. At least the business ones, because there's another video of another lady. She mentions nothing about racism. She breaks it down, what you need to do and focus on. And these are average business problems. What hurts a lot of the African American community is not understanding the clerical licenses and stuff like that, or the renewal stuff. When you go set up shop with any of these vendors, they're you got to have all your paperwork in a row and understand how to file a DBA and how to go to the county. And what people don't understand, you go down to the county building to file your DBA or your articles of incorporation to get your business license. These people are also the same clerks that are taking real estate deeds. They're also filing marriage certificates, death certificates. They're not in the business of telling people, okay, just stand off to the side. Let me take care of these 3 people, and I'm going to show you how to properly file that document, so we can get, that isn't their job, nor are they pleasant about it. When you're dealing with the government just, that isn't their, and if you're in a big city, oh boy, they're going to run you out of town if you try to give them improperly filed paperwork or filled out paperwork. So that is also, and the lady in one of these videos does kind of illustrate that a lot of these people are showing up to the wholesale house, taking her aside because she's an African American beauty supply lady, asking her, do I have the right paperwork that these people need? And she's like flat out saying, no, you need to show up with this, not your DBA. Your DBA they don't need to see your DBA. They need to see your tax. So because there's a lot of Americans, white and black, not just black ones, that just aren't part of small business. So they're showing up to these Sam's Clubs, because, and I'm using Sam's Club as just a proxy example. A lot of gas stations go to Sam's Club to buy their Pepsi, because they don't have the volume to go direct with Pepsi. So they'll go to Kroger's and Sam's Club and buy their stuff. And by going to Sam's Club, you don't have to pay sales tax because you have a wholesaler license. So the reason of mentioning this video that John has pulled up is because the guy's coming at it from a race standpoint, when really it's purely business. The person needs to go back. They need to go to their colleagues that are in the industry and get better advice, because this is a great industry. You just don't throw your hands up and say racism. You go forward, and again, these people do struggle.
John, you got a comment on from Stanley wants you to address. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. Hold on for a second, Master Kim. John, please, you or Master Kim define race hustle. I can come. Okay, sure. Come up, Stanley. Let me put the link in the chat. But Master Kim, he wants to know what a race hustle. Yeah, hold on, Master Kim, because you mentioned to me yesterday about some other hustlers, race hustlers in the gas business. You remember talking about that?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So this is a good start for you to get into the race hustler. Go ahead, Master Kim. Maybe Stanley will show up here.
Okay, so I think what I was trying to mention about the race hustlers is this guy is analyzing the business model of African Americans wanting to break into the beauty supply business. They're dominated like 90% by the Koreans, and they've had their perceived pushback, but the pushback that they're saying isn't they're very vague. They're not detail oriented. They're saying that they're being charged more, but you know, what's your benchmark? They're leaving pieces out? Yes, you will be charged more than the manufacturer because you are not buying direct from the manufacturer, buying from a wholesaler. And on top of that, you're not buying, there's a minimum, and the minimum is a big dollar amount. If you're only showing up buying 300,000, you're going to be charged at that tier, you know? So and I say race hustler because this is a business problem. It isn't race problem. And so when I say when a gentleman like this, a majority of his videos are racism, the white man's bad type of stuff. And in this one, the white man has nothing to do with it. This time he's saying it's the Koreans, and really, because I can go to Jenny Wholesale Supply and take pictures of all the people that are there are African-American employees, African-American shopping Jenny Wholesale. These are beauty supply people that are either owners of beauty supply stores or managers. They're not being kept out, you know. So are they picking and choosing which African-Americans they open the gate and which they don't? And they want to do business. In fact, they're in the wholesale business. The more that they sell, the better. They could care less. The market's flooded. But this is one thing of why the African business owner is going to fail, because the Koreans are better. They've got better access to capital. They will subsidize beauty supplies to put the other person out of business. No different than Wawa gas.
Wait. Explain that message. Explain that message.
So you can sell something to low cost. It's legal. Okay. Americans, white and black, refuse to do that because our cost of capital is higher. We didn't do all of this just to like not make money, right? So it befuddles us, and that's why white people and black people struggle in gas stations, because they will not sell gas below their cost, and they just cycle out of the business, right? It goes against our DNA to sell M&Ms cheaper than what we buy M&Ms candy for example, right?
But what do they call it, Messian? What do they call it? Like a loss leader or something like that?
Yes, it's a loss leader. But in competition, it's called, you know,
dumping.
The competitive marketplace. So don't be shocked if you see a Arab selling cigarillos 2 for $4 because he's trying to put the new Indian out of business. You know, that's just the competitive marketplace. That's just the way it is. So if a Korean person sees a new beauty supply place open up, he doesn't care who they are. They're American or white. He can't wait till they opened up because he knows that they're going to run out of money. And he will artificially take their highest selling Shea Butter or Queen Bee, this or that, and just sell it cheap. He'll take the highest seller and subsidize it. They got money sitting aside for this sale.
Yeah.
He knows that the other person, even if they did step up and go head to head, that they're going to run out of money. And then
hold on. Who's there? Get crack. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So in the big money world, you know, that's what Tesla did, right? They had to cut their prices and stuff like that because the Chinese electric vehicle guys, they started going real aggressive in China and slashed their prices to compete with Tesla. So, you know,
Tesla slashed its prices to compete with BYD.
because that was in response to the Chinese market first, and then after that they had to go into the American market, and that's why the tariff stuff, you know, is right. 100% tariffs Biden wants to do for EVs from China. It was 100%. No, it's Biden, man.
Yeah, but here's the thing: the BYD is the.
He's right.
All right, so backing up a sec, BYD is subsidized by the Chinese government. Their steel industry is subsidized by the Chinese government. So the issue is, it's not like Bethlehem Steel, for example. It's not fair when Bethlehem Steel is making steel, competing with American companies and Chinese companies, when the Chinese company can lose money because they're subsidized by the government. Now, we do have some companies that are subsidized. Our farmers are subsidized and other industries are subsidized to a degree. But, I mean, China, their end game is to subsidize until they dominate a market, and then they put everybody else out of business, and then they charge what they want. So the government subsidies are what hurts the competition. BYD was selling their EVs at $11,000 a piece, dumping essentially. Then they take over and they own it, like they do the whole solar industry, and then they can charge what they want. They can just milk the place. You know, that's my problem. It's not fair competition.
Well, I guess on down into retail level, what Master Kim is talking about is that they're
It's the
basically
same. It's the same thing.
well.
that's why I brought it up. Well,
is that the
Yeah.
same thing? Because on one hand, you have kind of a country. My understanding is that the country of China is saying we're going to dump
Well,
this.
it's a subsidy. Okay, so one is a country, one is just a community, right? I mean, the South Korean government isn't doing it, but if there's a group of Koreans that are banding together in a sense and colluding, and then subsidizing, whether it's a loan or whether it's otherwise,
I think Master Kim is saying they'll
the
do
dump
it.
costs. Nobody else can enter the market. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that would make it very difficult for anyone else to enter the market that didn't have their
Correct.
financial capabilities.
Big
That's what he's saying.
like leader, lost pro level. And then at the
Master
street
Kim,
level, like
Master
the
Kim, your
business
audio's
owners. And when I
cutting
was a
out.
sip-
Oh,
Go ahead, Master Kim.
Yes. So what I was communicating is, it's done at the macro level and then the micro level, obviously with the businesses. And then, so the Koreans wouldn't, they would think nothing about an African-American trying to open the store. In fact, they would shake their head. Remember I said that a bunch of Patels were looking at the African-American account that opened up a brand new gas station. They didn't prevent her. They didn't play or hate her. They couldn't wait till she opened up that store because they knew in 3 years they'd be buying that store at the sheriff's auction out of receivership, So Koreans are looking at the same way. They're shaking their head. They almost feel sorry for the lady putting in brand new counters, brand new store. And, a channel letter sign's like $7,000, right? Because they know that lady's going to fizzle out and they're going to walk in and take over that store for pennies on the dollar. That's almost a sad story of American business owners. And it's not anything bad against Asians or whatnot. They just know that they don't have, whether it be when the rough gets going, they're not going to cash in all of their 401 to get caught up in bills. They're going to let that business go and then go back to fishing on the weekends at their lake house and stuff. So when it comes to the African Americans thinking that Koreans are systematically trying to keep them out, no, not at all. In fact, the Korean warehouses want more people in business, so it boosts their volume. And now at the street level, store owner or beauty salon A versus beauty salon B, generally speaking, the Koreans are, despite his life.
I think you're breaking up.
They're not going to say, they're going to look at you cross-eyed and maybe a spoonful of rice is going to fall out of their mouth, as I'm joking, right? Just trying to stereotype Asian. And mind everyone, I'm Asian as well, right? They understand these businesses solid, and they'll actually subsidize the top sellers in competition. You could be a white company doing the same thing. They'll do the exact same thing in the beauty supplies.
I got a couple questions for Master Kim and one for Ryan, actually, about blue chips. Not a hard question, Ryan. And if it's too uncomfortable for y'all to talk about what a race hustler is, it's kind of a different topic. We can do it another time. But
we're going to show this video of the race hustling, and then Master Kim has some other like real world examples of what he would call. Would you call them race hustlers, Master Kim, or just hustlers?
I definitely want to be included in that video.
All right, Master Kim, should we play the video of the race hustler guy you were speaking of that you sent me?
Just pull up Joy Reid. Just pull up Joy Reid.
At least the first minute, so you can kind of see what angle he's coming from.
Okay,
right,
let me talk about Philip Scott right quick, because I actually know who he is.
Okay, all right.
I don't know him personally, but I know his show. It's been around for quite some time, and he lives in Houston, by the way. He is basically, in my opinion, kind of like a young, like, heir to Roland
Martin.
Roland Martin.
Martin.
He's not a business expert, so people like Roland Martin, Roland Martin especially likes talking business, but it's mostly related to himself, getting ad dollars. Now, Philip Scott is kind of difficult because about 30% of what he says is spot on. The rest of it is kind of fluffy. So
Who's this you're talking about?
Philip Scott.
Philip
This black
Scott.
guy right here.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
What is it? African, I forget his show now. African something media, something like that.
Diaspora or
So,
something. Or whatever.
there are other people that are smart, other black people that are smarter than Philip Scott. I've always had a problem with the term race hustler, and we can follow that up on another show. But I think that term is thrown around too much. But
Not nearly
again,
enough, in my opinion.
well, I don't really care about your opinion. I'm expressing mine.
Well, let's see if this guy's a racist.
That's okay. Somebody else might.
Hey, let's see if this
I
guy's a
don't care.
racist.
I won't care about them either.
Hey,
I do.
I'm an equal opportunity caller of stupidity.
Well, I want to hear what Dennison and you guys think. Because Master Kim, I think, turned him a race hustler. So we're going to see if this guy is a race hustler from your points of view. Let's go.
So there was a report that came out last year about a black beauty supply store. And, the sister from Atlanta, Black Star, went and spoke to this owner. And I want you to hear how the Korean American community, how they try to sabotage and continue to sabotage Black Americans, trying to get into an industry that really we are the consumer. It's not no one else but Black Americans or Black people in general as a consumer. But I want you to hear the predatory tactics and also just a reminder of how Black folks are treated when they go into their establishments. But let's go ahead and roll that clip.
Personally don't feel like they want to do direct business with African Americans because they are intimidated, because they do come into our communities and actually set up shop.
Tequila Fletcher opened a beauty supply store in her Tampa Bay community in August, but she's a needle in a haystack. Typically, Korean Americans own beauty supply stores frequented by African Americans in these urban neighborhoods.
I think that some of us are intimidated.
Hair care is a $1 billion industry, and a 2018 Nielsen report shows that African Americans spent $54 million on ethnic hair and beauty products alone. Yet Fletcher told Atlanta Black Star that she and many other Black beauty supply owners have issues with getting products on their shelves from distributors who don't want to do business with them.
And then I even met a guy who actually has a large store in Georgia where he basically had to find him another face, shall I say, just so he could get the account.
Korean Americans have dominated the Black hair care industry for decades, controlling the manufacturing and the distribution, according to Shop Black.
Very hard because a lot of them, either they wasn't responding or they just refused just to give you the accounts altogether. Some of them were saying that, your application wasn't complete, when I know good well that
her application wasn't complete, Master Kim. Do you think they would turn down a customer and lie to that person and say your application wasn't complete?
Who is that reporter though? That's what the audience. That's what the audience really wants to know.
Facts. Facts.
Yonder, what is he?
Are you ready? Are you ready to ask me if I think this is race hustling?
Well, he hasn't said much yet, so maybe she is the race hustler. Let's see what she's saying.
I did everything that I was supposed to.
Fletcher says one of the hardest products to get is virgin extensions, which also happens to be the moneymaker.
So where is this hair coming from? China. There's only two sources that actually manufactures hair. You got India.
Can you pause it?
And China is buying from India.
Yeah.
Is Master Kim, are you familiar with this business? Is there anybody who does who's in this business on the panel can confirm that there's only two major suppliers?
Yeah, Master Kim told us all about the business. Go ahead, Master Kim.
Yep. So she's actually talked about manufacturers, but when it comes to suppliers, there's like 4 or 5, and one of them is Jenny, which is JINNY, and they've got DCs all over the United States. But no, what she's saying is incorrect. She's, there's more than that, but she's just frustrated, and you could see it. I mean, yeah.
Is there any truth to what she's saying? Can you tell what she's referring to?
Yeah. So the extensions. So there's there's different grades. There is what is it called when it's not touched? There's natural, but there's a name for it.
Is
So
it
my
Yaki or
parents,
Remy?
no, yeah, so Remy, those are name brands. So there's natural, then there's synthetic, then there is
Virgin.
virgin. Yeah, no, yeah. So it was natural, virgin, then synthetic. So what she's talking about is just the biggest money maker. But again, a lot of the times they're not ordering in bulk. They're only, so a Korean store will order $3,000 worth of that product. These people are showing up ordering $150 worth of the stuff. So they're always going to have a problem getting these products. Why do the Koreans order $3,000? Because of the tight supply. Because they're going to run out of that virgin weave. They're just going to run out. The small stores.
What do you guys think? Sorry.
No, go ahead, Dennis.
What do you guys think about what Matthew the King is saying? That suppliers generally will give new customers higher prices and an inferior product. And they kind of save like the best batch for their oldest customers in bulk prices.
Unless they're, I mean, that's not, if you're trying to capture a new customer, a lot of times you will give them better pricing, whereas your older customers you can tend to neglect. Because they're your customers. They're already dealing with you once you have a relationship.
That's my experience as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
A lot of times you'll if you're trying to bring somebody over to your business though as a commercial supplier, you'll lower the price, you'll tank the price to try to win the business. And then once you got it, you slowly inch pricing up. If you can.
So let me see. Did you mind if I add a comment real quick, John?
Sure, go ahead.
So what they don't realize is these companies are actually very big. They've got to go back into their back office software and adjust the price just to cheat you. Or, it's too much work to have all these certain levels of pricing in the, here's a black store owner. Let me just screw her over. They don't understand that that this is a big company. In fact, they're not even thinking about you or your store. They're looking at the macro.
Do you deal with this company? Are you dealing with this company, Master King?
No, back in the day, my family dealt with them. We no longer own beauty supply stores, but back in the day, we did own beauty supply stores in Detroit, Michigan.
So what is there, like 4 or 5 major distribution channels for this? Like in terms of what do they do? $100 million like for this type of thing?
So there's like 21 distribution centers of like just one particular company. So they're all over from Houston to Chicago.
No, but what is the so there's 21 outlets. Is that one company that dominates that?
Yes, Jenny's the one that dominates,
Okay.
but then there are others as well, and they're all competing against each other because it's a very lucrative market. So yes, there are the business problems in this industry, right? But just from a pricing standpoint, there's no benefit if the person's buying such a small amount. It's not even worth their back office software to adjust pricing to screw someone over. These are very big, successful companies. They're trying to do volume. And then also keep in mind, they don't want to flood the market and sell this product on every block because as a distributor, you can't be selling Carrier air conditions to everywhere. You have to have certain areas that you can't. If someone across the street is selling Carrier air conditioning units, you don't want someone else to be selling that.
Yeah, you limit the channel. That's right.
Yeah, the channel. They are cognizant of that. So it's not like Pepsi Cola, where Pepsi could be sold on every corner. They do, to a degree, try to police these somewhat.
Well, and plus, what happens is, if I'm a current customer and I'm doing 10 million with you, and you're Ginny, I'm going to say, listen, don't go set up other people to sell the stuff I'm selling because they're going to undercut me, right? So you're trying to bully them to a degree, right? So
That's a very
somewhat,
good
right?
comment, right? Yeah. So big distributors that they have out there do have more sway because of the volume, So there's certain areas that maybe anyone is excluded, other Koreans to go into because they've already got a distributor in that market taking care of that particular product. And those would be a little bit more on the chemical side, the gels, the cocoa butters, all of that type of stuff. So they do, try to police it somewhat. So these are business problems. Again, it's not racism. These are business problems.
Yeah,
And the reason I say this, and maybe the wrong term was to use race hustlers, but these women could be very successful with some encouragement and proper insight and guidance, business guidance. Racism, because where do you go after accusing racism? You're just gonna throw your hands up and say, now that we're screwed, why even try? It's a business problem and needs to be figured out as a businessman or woman.
Actually, once the race hustler part got defined, I was going to move in that direction. How do we build from there? So I'll wait.
Let's hear what she has to say, because I haven't heard the race angle, but if they're not selling it to her, I guess maybe she has something there. But I wonder, Master Kim, if she had combined with other black business owners and they went and pooled their money and bought, she probably would get some better volume pricing, and she would definitely be able to satisfy whatever minimums that you speak of. But if there are minimums, and this looks to be a small store, she probably doesn't have the capital to go and buy a bunch of Remy or Yaki hair or whatever it is. Let's take a look.
Yeah, as well. And then you got China. So there is no other that I know of that actually is a manufacturing.
Ann Fletcher added that most of these distributors work with Asian-owned beauty supply stores, continuing to close the gap on blacks having the opportunity to get into an industry that has prospered off of the support of black customers.
But they make the ordering process so difficult. And when I want certain products, oh no, we don't have it.
Why do they make, according to her, they make the ordering process difficult? Why do you think that is, Master Kim?
It could simply be, and this deals with all, shipping, the minimums to have it shipped or the minimums to buy. So even if you show up in person, I think it has to do the minimums. And when someone is an existing customer, they're going to say, hey, well, I just only need a case of this. Why do I have to buy the minimum? So it could be that. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. Keep in mind, these people don't want problems. They just want to sell stuff, so there's no gain, because these people are going to pay. There's no gain. These people want to sell, and especially in the competitive marketplace during a recession, they want to sell to anyone and everyone.
Let me turn it back on again.
It's a standard business issue.
When I know you do have it, you just want to give me what you want me to have and not be able to supply me with what's in demand.
But there's history behind the tension. Korean Americans started selling wigs in 1960, first by going door to door, according to Minnesota Public Radio. Soon they moved into storefronts, but blacks that frequented these shops felt unwelcome, often reporting incidents of harassment in PR news.
Oh, this is the best part of the video right here. Sometimes you gotta choke their ass out.
Actually, the most interesting thing is she doesn't sound like a race hustler as much as just like uneducated. There's no reason, at least, well, there are arguments against my position, but there's no reason for her to think that Korean hair suppliers or the industry is against her. There's problems with the way she's reasoning this out, but to a point that was brought up earlier, and I wanted to get into this with Master Kim. I know he's in Georgia. I'm in up in Carroll County. Are you in South Georgia?
Oh yeah, towards Macon. Yeah, South Georgia, correct.
Oh, that's not South Georgia.
Or Middle Georgia.
Not actually. You're about an hour and a half from me. But anyway, it'll be interesting one of these days. Do you ever get out and do outreach? And I know it's really not something you have to do or want to do, but you've always struck me as someone who's sane. Like, hey, you want the best for everyone. That's one of the reasons I love interacting with you. Have you ever, like, somewhere down there has to be someone who understands that this business isn't all about race. The way you're talking with the business, pooling resources, that is something that I don't know that happens a lot in the Black community in Georgia. There's a lot of crabs in the barrel mentality.
Let's play some more and see if we're going to get to what her issue is. I do tend to agree with you, Master Kim. This seems to be a business problem. that she's
I think
layering.
you just said what her issue was. You weren't listening.
Well, let's see.
Points to an incident in North Carolina that involved reports of an
Korea's against us. She literally alluded to that.
Let's see.
Asian store owner on camera choking a customer who was accused of stealing fake lashes. It's one of the many examples where blacks reported feeling that they were being treated unfairly while shopping in Korean-owned stores. Today, more African Americans are seeking black-owned beauty supply stores for their needs.
So for years, we have covered video after video after video of black women being attacked in nail salons and beauty supply stores. There was no executive order for black people with hate crimes, none at all. It was nothing out there saying that black people or black women in particular are being attacked. We not even hearing the guys of black women need to be protected. Why didn't we hear black women need to be protected during that time period where all of these incidents were happening? But if something happens with Tory Lanez and Megan Thee Stallion, now she's all, well, black women need to be protected. We ain't been doing all this. We have not been doing that. And I don't even like that propaganda either about, oh, black men out here attacking sisters. No, they're not. And then the ones who's doing it is freaking the Pookie and Ray Rays that they want to fool with. But continuing. So you have Korean Americans and Chinese as well buying all the things from India and they're selling it. So India and China, which is Asian countries, basically, is sending all the product and they can shut you out. My question is, this is the error, the major error of not connecting with Africa, because on that African continent, you can open up manufacturing and supply businesses like this. Listen, they want you to come there and open it. It's there. This is our problem. You're dependent on other people to supply you instead of saying, you know what, I'm going to connect with my own. I'm going to go to the continent of Africa. I'm going to open up things here in America.
It seems to me that
It takes a lot of capital. It takes
but
so
Africa
much capital.
doesn't. But where would Africa get the Indian hair?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It's still the hair.
And here's the irony, John, because he's trying to make this about race. Black people don't want to buy black people hair.
We're always manufacturing and do this stuff ourselves.
Oh, hold on, I'm sorry.
Now,
Let me stop. I think that's the biggest point that he's missing. You're still going to have to source the hair from Asian countries. That's what the blacks want. Maybe you can manufacture it, clean it up in Africa, but they would just be nothing more than a middleman. They can't create the hair because it grows out of these people's head. They can't go to the lab to create this.
Imagine blaming the Asians for what they charge for the hair that black folks want to put on their head.
Yeah, hey, John.
Yeah.
So for one, Get Cracked for me, he's got to respond to the nail salon angle, but at least at the beauty supply, one thing also, the suggestion he's making is a very lofty, unrealistic suggestion versus these people need to hear these pragmatic things today to evolve their business versus, hey, we just need to move to Africa and create our own, true. But in the meantime, right, what is the solution in the meantime? That's what needs to be provided to this lady versus, it's either black or white or, he's offering a suggestion that is so macro and therefore doesn't offer any solution of, of what the lady's into.
Master Kim, someone commented on her store being somewhat threadbare. When you look at that store, what's your kind of thoughts on the capitalization of this store?
Yeah, so and that's just a new owner, white or black. They just don't load the inventory heavy, and I mean, yeah, the inventory is too low, obviously. Whereas the Asian stores were just loaded. They would just load those stores up as well. Because also
what is the benefit or consequence of loading versus not loading?
Okay, a couple different reasons. One, the no-brainer is they've got the inventory, right? But two, to avoid tax liability, lets physical, when a lot of minorities, if you go to a gas station and you see like 2 pallets of Red Bull, right, or just enormous amount of cigarettes, a lot of store owners will have their inventory so the money's not sitting in the bank, especially towards the end of the year and whatnot. So a lot of them look at that inventory as literally cash on hand, is like a savings account, for lack of a better word. So very heavy inventory. That's one thing. But two, as you just mentioned, or that they've got all the product that the customer needs, and then also they can start have a sub reseller business as well. That Koreans do amongst each other because they don't want to go to Ginny and get the minimums. They'll trade amongst themselves as well, which happens a lot.
I never thought about that.
Yeah,
I never thought about it. So basically, they're selling they have a network that they're selling to each other to keep them having to go to the wholesale for minimums when they're running short.
Yep, or everyone might be out of a particular one, and then so these people definitely need to have allies in the industry. Even other Black business owners would love to help because they realize that they're going to be in a pinch too.
Yeah, but I don't think she's claiming that. She's saying she is a retailer. She's competing with Korean retailers. What she's saying is the distributor, which is a level above her, that's selling to her, and then the competing Koreans is not selling her, is what she's claiming in the news story. So she's saying it's not. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I think she's not seeing something what Master Kim is talking about. She's not seeing the Korean store owners conducting business between each other when they run short, as opposed to going to the supply store and having to place a big order. When she runs out, she's just out. She has no one to go to get, a couple bags of Yaki or Remy.
And then she has to bulk buy, which she's not going to be as competitive. And this is just the nature of being. It's like starting a lumber yard and going up against Home Depot, right? It's good. They've got every competitive advantage in the book. So I think that's what her main issue is she doesn't.
Is race a competitive advantage?
I think in this case it is.
I don't think it's race.
I would agree.
Yeah, I mean, she's getting into an industry that, maybe the Koreans are doing very well, and maybe they're working with each other. That's a big barrier to entry to that industry.
I think Asians in general, culturally, that's how they are, and they mix that with business, which is also part of their culture, and that's why they kick ass in America.
Master Kim has talked about the gay. Dennison, have you heard Master Kim talk about a Korean gay?
No, I haven't.
Are you saying a gay Korean?
Nah. Master Kim, how do you spell this? GAE, right?
Yes. Let me. I'm gonna.
Oh, GAE.
Maybe it's gay.
It's like Duale with the
Can you hear me?
Arabs.
Yeah, we can hear you, Master Kim. So basically, a Korean gay, and I think I spelled it the wrong way. Is basically when they loan money to each other, kind of like a susu in the Caribbean culture. I can look up susu. Caribbean culture, susu. Let me show you this. Susu is an informal loan club that mainly comes out of Caribbean Africa. I've heard Africans talk about it. I've heard Caribbeans talk about it. And so the Koreans have something very similar, and they call it a gay that Master Kim shared with us. So this Black woman would not have access to a gay or any other type of Black loan facility other than a bank. And so that's going to be an extreme disadvantage for her in the business. All right, so that's a gay one. That was a gay. Go ahead, Be Brave. You just joined.
I got two quick questions. Number one, is Phillips Master Kim? I don't know if you take a guess, if you want to take a guess. If Phil Scott's saying that these women are getting attacked, he's implying that they're getting attacked for no reason. What percentage of when you see these videos of shop owners attacking these women for shoplifting, what percentage of those videos do you think are actually about shoplifting? In other words, the woman probably did shoplift. What percent?
I would say all of some level of that, but keep in mind, and I'm not caping that, which is the one that the young people say means I'm lying, right?
Capping.
Community.
We lost him.
Women.
You there, Mr. Kim? Go ahead.
His internet is capping.
It as a maybe last resort until the police get there.
So basically, yeah. So basically, yes or no, since you're cutting out. So basically, the videos, most of them are about actual shoplifting, correct?
I think he would say yes to that.
I don't know. Doggone it.
Master Kim, he faded out again. He didn't drop off. He's still there. We'll play a little bit more of this video while we wait on him.
Anyway, okay, hold on. Anyway, Stanley, Phil Scott implying that all of these poor victims that are being falsely accused, that's why he's a race hustler, Stanley. That's a race hustler in your face. Lying, outright lying.
Brave, lighten it up. Be brave, lighten it up.
Bro, no. Don't lighten up, Brave. Except that's no. you'll listen to this. That's not where I was going with this. So I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you gallop off into like the
I'm
goat.
Sorry. I'm just saying this guy is
You're
lying.
assuming an argument that I wasn't even making.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then I apologize. I'm just saying that this guy is a race hustler. If you're looking for race hustling,
I
this
think
guy is a
earlier,
race hustler.
had you been
Stanley,
listening,
one at a
I
time,
said
please.
about 30%.
Yeah, I know. You can't get a thought
about
out.
30%. No, dude, you started finishing my thoughts. I'm a tad offended.
No, this guy.
He apologized for that and then tried to clarify, and you spoke over him. Yeah, we get you don't care, Stanley. You don't give a fuck about anything, which is why you shouldn't be on a panel, to be honest with you.
My point is this is a race hustler. Now, I got one more question for Master
He's
Ken.
not. No, about
All right.
30% of what he says is on target. 70% is not. Had you been listening, you'd have known my opinion.
Look, I'm just saying, okay, I said if I misunderstood you, thank you, Denizen. If I misunderstood you, I apologize. I'm saying, though, for the record, this is race hustling. This is race hustling. Phil Scott is lying about what you see in your face in the purpose of protecting black people. That's race hustling. But I got one more question. It's a good one for Master Ken.
I did say my argument might not be appropriate for this panel.
You're above us. Yes, we're sorry.
What's your question for Master Ken? Be brave. I want to.
Well, the one thing that's striking me is I needed if Master Kim could give us a range of price differences, because this seems to boil down to, unless the price differences are very dramatic and intense, this seems to boil down to blacks just want to save a few dollars, so they're destroying their own for pennies on the dollar, which is ridiculous as a black person. If
wait a minute, Be Brave. What are you saying? They're destroying their own. What do you mean? I'm confused.
If I was a black shop owner, I would be beside myself if I couldn't compete with the shop down the street on a matter of, like, if somebody buys a weave and they last for what, 6 weeks or something like that. So on a 6-week purchase, if you buy a weave and you save $3, that would piss me off as a shop owner.
She's saying the black retailer should have an advantage because black folks would want to buy from the black retailer versus the Korean retailer. Is that what you're saying, Be Brave?
I'm saying that the black retailer can't save the money from the wholesaler that the others can. That shouldn't stop other blacks from coming in there with the black retailer and spending $3 more than what they would have to down the street.
I got you. Okay, so that's what you're saying.
That they're not doing, because I do it. If I'm a broke ass old man, I don't care. If I'm buying something once in a great while and I got to spend $7 on 100 to get American made, I'm spending the $7. So that's what I'm saying. That blacks are not. If we could get some percentages now. If this is true and the percentages aren't that great of the price differences between the black retailer and the Korean retailer, if it's a real large margin, okay, I'm going to forgive some blacks for going to the Korean. But I'll bet you it's not that large. I'll bet you got black women that are saving $2 on a $100 purchase, and that is the shame of it.
Brave. Hey, hold on, Brave. I think it probably is twofold.
Yeah.
That they're saving on one hand, so the things are a little bit cheaper.
Yeah.
But if we go back and look at this woman's store, and Master Kim has talked about it,
yeah,
that black woman is not going to have everything in the store. I could pull up right now. Let me pull up a Sally Beauty Supply.
Right.
I already have it up, so I don't have. And I want you to look at how stocked this store is.
What she has, the black people should try to give her patronize. Be patrons. I mean, come on, just try.
But Brave, look at this store. Look at this store, Brave.
I got you.
This store, like, and Master Kim is saying that she probably doesn't have the wherewithal to have the inventory, to have all these different nail colors, and all these damn yaki ring.
I got you.
And so the black women,
I understand that. It still doesn't let the black people off the hook for not trying their best to do business with that black woman. I agree. My point is I don't think black women are trying their best to deal with the black retailer. I think they're playing pennies on the dollar, and that is very foul. That's not good. And if I was a black business owner, I'd say, fellow black people, you go straight to hell if you can't come in here and understand what I'm up against and spend $2 more on a $50 bill with me than going down the street. That would piss me off as a black business owner. Is what I'm saying. But I would still like Master Kim, if you could tell us what is, if there's savings, because this is key. If the black retailer is going to sell a weave, same quality, same brand, Korean retailer, same quality, same brand, what's the price difference we're talking about when you talk about the Korean retailer able to sell cheaper? What's the price difference between those two products?
Okay, very good question. And before I answer that, I want to say that majority of the people, when they say that they're being charged more, it isn't that they're hanging out at the wholesale house and looking at, oh, someone dropped their receipt in the parking lot and they pick it up and compare their prices to what they're currently being charged. That isn't what's taking place. They'll go into their competitors or a customer, because customers will say, hey, well, I can get 2 for $50, or I can, so the store owner will go there and see that they're running a sale. The ebb and flows, there's a lot of people, and if they work near Army base, they're paid on the 15th and the 1st of the month. So store owners, doesn't matter what industry you're in, people run sales on hot stuff. Internally, they'll subsidize the price because they want the loss leader. They want the people coming in there because they know that they're going to come get the nails and all the other stuff.
Of course.
So they're seeing, and then plus customers are lying to them too. Why are you selling this? I can go down the road and get it for. So they're taking the bait of other sales that it's being sold at the retail level, and they're assuming that that person selling it at that price, they must be buying it cheaper than what I'm getting it for. So that's what sparks that type of behavior. It isn't at the wholesale level where they're actually buying it and they're talking shop.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so now get back to the black woman walking off the street into the black retailer shop, the black woman walking off the street into the Korean retailer shop. Give us the price difference she's liable to see between the exact same product of a very expensive weave. What's the price?
He just did about half an hour ago.
Oh, did he? I didn't hear it.
Give us a quick. What is it, Master Kim?
We're here.
Go ahead, Master Kim. Answer the question, brave head.
Please, so the price difference between the hair products versus the chemical products in the
no, the price. Exact same hair, weave, everything. Exact same. Korean retailer, exact same hair, weave. Whatever the two items are, the exact same weave, exact high quality, whatever pay. What would be the price difference between the Korean retailer and the black retailer? None.
There would be none. And why this person would argue that is because of when she's out on the street against her competitors, seeing the same product being sold cheaper than what she would sell it for. It isn't that they're selling it below her cost. They're just selling it cheap because people that are experienced they know which gas pedal to step on that stimulates sales. And then the new business owner is not going to compete at that tight margins because there's products that she could make 80% profit margin on. The Koreans are selling it with a 17% markup because it's the holidays or it's on a Friday right when people get paid. There's something behind it. The minority business owners know when Americans get paid. They know it like the science.
Right. So the bottom line is, I'm asking for it, Kim. Come on, buddy. I know I'm asking a good question here. Just an overview, a rough idea. A black woman's going to buy a hair care product for how long does a weave last?
A weave lasts. It depends on how you take care of it and what type of it is. If it's natural, synthetic, or whatnot. If it's got
just the best weave on the market, the best damn weave on the market.
It can last easily 6 months, easy.
Okay,
if
6 months.
Yes.
Okay, 6 months on that weave is going. I'm just asking. You say there's no price difference between that quality weave in her black retail shop, and there's no price difference between the quality weave in the Korean retail shop. You say there's no price difference on the weaves. The price difference comes in others. The savings come in other products. But the actual weave, there's no price difference, you're saying.
That if it's the exact same product, because many times people.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Exact
same
product. So the problem.
Exact same product. So Brave, what he's saying is.
I'm just saying, no, what I'm saying is it's blacks failure. You got to spend a little more money to support your own people. In the beginning, like Ryan stated, if you're going to go up against people, If you're going to go up against Home Depot, you've got to have the loyalty to help you grow against Home Depot. And I'm saying blacks are not doing this, and they're blaming it on everything other than their lack of loyalty to a fellow black person.
Okay, so Koreans controlling the weave market is because blacks. Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say it. I said blacks
That's what I'm
shopping.
asking.
Blacks are not shopping properly, are not showing enough loyalty to their own people.
Blacks don't know how to shop for their own hair care products properly. That's what you're saying.
No.
May I jump in here?
No, hold on. Let me finish this one more answer. Let me give Stanley this one answer. He's not getting it. It's a matter of if you got to spend more money. If you have
He's
to
not going to get it, though, Brave. I mean, to be fair, buddy.
That's why I said I'm going to say this one more time. That's why I said I'm going to say this one more time. No, I did not literally say that. No, I didn't say that.
They don't know what they're
No, I did
shopping
not
for.
say that. I said if they weren't cheap, they could prop up a fellow black business owner by stop being cheap and understand that there's sacrifices to get her business going. Drop it. I've had my say thank you. Good God, Stanley, go away.
The expert. You should stay out of this. Be brave. Master Kim made like astronomically more sense than you do right now.
Well, I think Brave is right in that.
Yeah, hello.
I think Brave is absolutely wrong.
If I said breathe oxygen, I would be wrong.
This is what happens when you hop in the middle of a stream. You don't know how deep it is.
Stanley, I think you would agree that if the blacks retailer of the weaves and the Korean retailers, if their price is within $5 and you're going to wear that weave for 3 months, and if the blacks are choosing to go to the Korean, then they're their own worst enemy. I think that's fair.
Right. That's all I'm
now,
saying.
and
John,
Master Kim is saying,
what I got out of this, it's deeper than that. When Master Kim explained why there is a price difference.
Nobody's worried about
that's what. Let me finish.
It had a thing to do with my statement.
I now understand what's happening before the shopper even gets there.
Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
That was more valuable to me than anything you have said. Be brave.
I know.
Stanley, why is more important?
Stanley, go get therapy.
Knowing the mechanics, knowing
Stanley, go get therapy for your contrarian desires, my friend.
What?
All I said was a simple observation.
Hey, Stanley, are you a narcissist?
Knowing why prices are different is more valuable than picking it up in your argument.
Stanley, are you a narcissist?
At the market
Are
level.
you a narcissist, Stanley?
You know what? Do you really want to do an ad hominem? Because I'll win that one.
It's a question, Stanley. Are you a narcissist?
And what I'm giving you is a warning.
How about an answer? Can you answer instead, buddy?
A warning. See, this is what happens with fools like you. You don't understand an argument, so you're going to pick it apart with your own limited toolbox. You're not.
I can't hear your argument because you're all talking at the same time.
Son, you aren't ready to ask those.
I can't hear your argument because you're all talking over each other.
You don't understand me is more likely.
Can't hear what you're saying because y'all talk over each other. That's why I was wondering if you're a narcissist. See, you're talking right now while I'm talking, so I'm going to turn the volume down so I don't have to scream like you. See, now I can hear myself think, which I can't normally while you're screaming. And it makes the other person seem like they're the one who doesn't know how to have a conversation, but it's always you, actually. This is why I was asking if you were a narcissist, because you don't care if anybody else wants to hear B-Babe's opinion. I get you don't want to hear it, but I do want to hear it. And there's also other people on the panel, and there's other people in the chat who might want to hear it as well.
You need to stay in your slot.
And they might be less interested. They might be less interested in what you have to say about me, since you don't know anything about me, than they are in hearing B Brave's opinion, my opinion, some of the other opinions on the panel. But you have to monopolize the time, Stanley. You literally can't stop talking. I can't hear you, but I can see that you're light is going, your
Stay in
avatar
your
is
lane.
moving this whole time
Stay in
because
your
you
lane,
literally
young
cannot
man.
allow anyone else to
Stay
get a
in
word
your
in
lane.
edgewise.
I won't allow
That's why I
you.
asked you if
No,
you are
I'm
a
gonna
narcissist,
focus
sir.
on
Are
you,
you
and I won't
diagnosed?
allow you, Denizen. I won't allow you. Everyone else can talk now.
Okay, all I'm saying is this, then allow me to talk. If the price differences are vast, I get going down the street. If the price differences are not vast, I'm saying this is a black failure. This has nothing to do with anything other than blacks not understanding good business. It doesn't matter if you got to spend $3 more, go do it, especially over a 6-month use of a product.
Let me respond. I got more value out of Mr. Kim's or Master Kim's telling us why the prices are different than your just aftermarket bullshit.
I'm just pointing out why the
I
blacks are.
now know why there's a three. I now know why there's a $3.
No, he's repeating himself. We
That's
heard this
how
4
you.
times already. Thank you for letting Be Brave finish his
sorry,
thought, though.
were
Now I
you
got to hear it
lonely,
one time
Denizen?
to the 4 times that we got to hear you
Lonely
repeat yourself
and you.
over and over again.
Knowing why something happened, that's how you fix problems. Not placing blame like you tend to
It
do.
wasn't a matter of blame. It's like spend
No,
that $3
when you say
and
it's black people's fault, when you say
I
it's
do.
black people's
I
fault,
said
that
you
is
damn right on this. It could be.
One at a
is
time.
placing
Let him
blame.
finish.
That is
Unless
placing
the price
blame. That's not how you fix problems. Fixing
Unless-
blame is not how you solve
Yes, it is.
problems.
Oh, yes, it is.
Knowing
Yeah, it is. Oh, yes, it is. If you got
Okay,
5
well,
children in your household,
maybe down
and
your
one of
one
them's
lane
acting up,
dirt road
you
it
get
is.
the one, you focus on the one child that's
Hey,
causing
I
the
like
problem.
my one
Let's
lane
have
dirt
Stanley
road.
tell us how to fix problems then without blame.
Yeah, hey, Be Brave.
Dude,
How do you
I
fix
can-
the problem?
Okay, now Master Kim wants to
I
talk
can
to me,
fix
Stanley.
your
Now, come
problem.
on, man.
Know
Master
how
Kim's
I'm going to
pretty
fix your
important. Can he-
problem? By saying everyone else can talk, but
Okay,
you.
yeah, I know. No, I know. And Master Kim, what?
So I will say that, with your earlier comment, and please forgive me, my signal's bad, is that, this is, again, a business problem. It isn't a black problem. Yes, they should patron their own stores and stuff, but as
Even
far
at
as
Master Kim, I'm sorry for interrupting. Even at the cost of spending a little bit more is what I'm saying, Master Kim.
Yes.
Hey,
So that makes it a black problem.
Hold on. We going back and forth round.
Yeah, we are.
And I want to declare.
I don't know if we heard Master Kim's solution yet, though.
He didn't. He didn't.
We're gonna get Master Kim here, and so here's what Master Kim is saying. And if I'm wrong, Master Kim can tie me up. The Koreans are handling business in a way where if they have a loss leader product, if they can harm another business owner by flooding the market with high profit items or highly demand items, they're going to create a market where it makes it very difficult for you to stay in business if you're a new business owner. They're deeply capitalized. So when you go in their stores, they're not only have their store shelf stocked for their customers, but they can wheel and deal in between going back to the supplier to buy things with other suppliers, with other retailers. So if they got a whole bunch of nail supply products that they haven't sold and another store owner needs 10 or whatever bottles, instead of placing a big maximum order at the distributor, they can buy them directly from one of the other Korean stores. The black woman does not have that. All of the advantages of doing business
we got that
the Koreans have, this woman doesn't have. And she's pointing the finger at a lot of it being race. And I don't think race is it. I think it's just business and the way these people are able to handle collectively.
But she used to be pointing the finger back at customers that won't sacrifice a few dollars with her. That's my point.
Well, but I think it's bigger than just a few dollars, Bray. Because
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Hold on, Bray. Because as Master Kim explained, she has to buy a lot of stuff to stock that store. And someone in the chat said the store looks pitiful, looks threadbare. She can't stock up her store. If you go in her store to buy something, you're probably going to have to go down to salads to get everything else that you need. Rubber bands for the hair.
So do that. Do that. Get what you can at the store that's black. Get all you can, and then go down the street and get what she doesn't have.
And Brave. You're talking about poor people. They may not have a whole bunch.
No, no, I know.
Hold on. They
You're
may
right.
not have gas money to go to 2 stores. They may not have time. These people don't plan ahead.
Nice try.
And I'm not making excuses for them, Brady. I'm just saying that telling these people to go shop black when the black store owner isn't going to have everything. Hell, I would go so far as to argue that woman who probably runs the store on a threadbare staff probably can't even stay open 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, like Sally Beauty Supply. So there are all these other things that she's not weighing in what the Koreans or other ethnic groups are able to do.
But what she needs to start doing is start pointing the finger at customers that will not make a bit of a financial sacrifice to help her stay open. That's my point. It's a solid point. There's no denying it. I just want to know. All I wanted to know from Master Kim is is what a woman could save over 6 months. Is it like $150 or is it $10?
Well.
Oh yeah, by shop at the Koreans, she's probably gonna save $20. You know, these are just nominal amounts, or
right.
More,
so that's my point. $20.
What happened to the?
Can she capitalize on this? Can she market to black customers and make it a community thing and try to encourage it?
She could put a guilt trip on them. That's what I do. You black son of a guns. What are you doing to me? I'm trying to be in business here. You're complaining about no blacks being in this business. You come in here and you got to save $3 and that so you're going to penalize me? Oh, I'd be mad as hell if I was a black business owner.
I think it might be more effective if maybe a commercial was something like, pay a little bit more for the quality product and the face-to-face interaction and support local black communities.
I'm coming from the heart. My heart was
This is race hustling. You black son of a bitch. Yep, that's race hustling.
Hey, let's play a little bit more of this video and let's see, because Master Kim asked me to play this. So I want to hear a little bit more of what this guy is. Maybe it'll be clearer if he is or is not a race hustler. Let's go.
Nothing's here, and there's no sound, John.
It's all choppy too.
Hey, John.
I think maybe his computer crashed or something.
Uh-oh. Oh, John.
What's the issue? Something about
must be that race hustler doing technology.
Y'all guys want me to pause? Go ahead.
No, nobody heard anything, John.
Oh, I thought someone was talking. You guys can't hear that?
No, there was no sound.
No.
He was,
shit! I'm so sorry. Let me do that again. Okay. Can you hear that?
No.
Can you hear that?
No.
Negative.
Damn. I am sharing, and I am sharing. Let me stop sharing and then I'll share it again. But you were able to hear what he was saying, right?
A little bit. Yeah.
I mean, early on, right?
Oh,
Did you plug weave into the wall or what?
I don't know what the hell's going on here. Let me. You can see the screen though, right? You can see it.
You can see the screen, yeah.
And the back is there. Okay, all right. Phillips, let's see.
It says African diaspora.
Participating.
Can you hear that?
Yeah. Same thing with white supremacy. White supremacy can be broken too by our economics if we choose to say no more. No more. You gonna treat us this way? No more. If we actually had a code and respect for ourselves to say, okay, you killed George Floyd in Minneapolis. Okay, cool. Well, this is what we're gonna do. We're going to boycott the city of Minneapolis. We're gonna boycott that. We're gonna boycott it until Derek Chauvin and every other cop is convicted and going to jail a long time. We're not gonna buy a drop of gas. We're not gonna buy a morsel of food. We're not gonna do nothing in this city. We're gonna go to the next city over and buy everything on purpose until they're convicted. See, unless y'all willing to take those steps and really take those steps, let me tell you something. During the Montgomery bus boycott, people was catching buses.
I don't want to hear no more.
A lot of people even have them in my car for a year. That's what eventually would happen. All of a sudden, you start seeing these.
All right.
Thanks, John.
I don't want to hear no more about no Montgomery book. But I think honestly, Brave. I think Master Kim is explaining it. You know, years ago.
I know. Let John, please. You know what, John? It's almost like you're. I know. I'm an old loser, but this isn't complicated. I
It's not
understand.
complicated.
Hold on. I understand fully what Master Kim is saying. I'm making a statement outside that is an observation that cannot be denied. Therefore, it applies to nothing Master Kim said on the why. I'm giving the what's going on at the street level is wrong. That's
Let me
what
ask this. Let's see if we can get some clarity from Master Kim. Master Kim,
I'm not your brand of populist. I actually
Hey,
believe in
Master-
solving problems, not
Master
fussing
Kim.
about them or whining about them.
Hey, Master Kim, in that store, we saw one lady working the store. Is that right?
I believe so.
How many people typically work in a beauty supply store?
Normally, it's gonna if it's a traditional Korean beauty supply, there'll be 4 people. So
I was going to say 4.
Yeah, they're gonna have a lot of people because they're busy too. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
So, John, if you don't mind me commenting, I want to say 2 separate things. This is just the problem of inexperienced new business owners. If this lady could weather to year 3.5, you won't be hearing these problems because she would have found other people to buy from and this and that. All this would have been weathered. One more thing too. A lot of these African Americans, they're not going to the hood to open up a store. It's too dangerous for them. The Koreans are in the hood. So these people will open up a store like in kind of the suburban, nicer areas where white and black people live, and their rents are like $16 a square foot. If not, and if it's in a mall, it's going to be $23 a square foot. So their operating costs are very high compared to the Koreans are in the hood where it is very dangerous. So there is a difference. So anyone that's got the ability to be an entrepreneur to build out a store, they're probably, have got the wherewithal to be in the suburbs, but they're actually in the wrong place. I believe.
Wait. So I want to boil this down. We're 2 minutes, 2 hours, but this is very interesting because this is a point that I've been making for a long time. It sounds like what you're saying, and I'm going to put words in your mouth. You tell me if I'm wrong. She should open up a store. The black should open up these beauty supply stores in the hood.
Correct.
Right.
They're not opening up in the hood. They're opening, and I'm going to use Atlanta just as an example. Stockbridge, Georgia is a middle-class black community, right? They'll open up a store there, but not the hood, and they struggle because they're paying a higher rent. And then plus people in the hood or people in Stockbridge are like, hey, I'm going to go to Atlanta's beauty supply. They know where their spots are,
Mexican, let's have a little back and forth for a minute because you and I both, we do business in the hood, so we understand things. If you operate in the hood as opposed to Stockbridge, your margins are a little better, right?
That is correct. And you've got higher volume, a higher velocity of traffic and cash.
But the quality of customer is so low that you can overcharge them, correct? If you buy a blunt in Stockbridge versus buying a blunt wrapper in East Atlanta.
That is absolutely correct.
Everything will be a little bit higher, right? So she probably could make a go of it if her rent was a little bit lower and the quality of her customers was a little bit lower, where they're willing to accept, oh, you ain't got this today? Okay, I'll come back tomorrow. I'll just get this. I get these rubber bands just red instead of blue. That type of thing. Where they could walk back to the store tomorrow when she get her supply. But out here in some suburb area, she's not going to have that kind of rapport. You can tell she's an urban black woman. She's not going to have that kind of rapport in the suburbs with her customers as she would in the hood. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's correct. And all these things make your business a little bit more profitable and give you a better shot. Would you say that's fair, Mr.
Yep, that's very fair.
Very obvious. Very obvious. Duly noted. Nothing complicated.
I
got you. All I'm saying is when a black person opens a store, it's up to other black people to go, well, I'm going to spend a little extra money to make sure this black person stays in business. I know it doesn't sound right, but what I'm saying,
it's not right. That's why.
Hold on, Brady. God damn, I must have missed it again. This black person, what Master Kim is saying, she should have opened up her store in the ghetto.
But she didn't. So all I'm saying is, so what did?
So that's hold on, Brady. So that's that was a business problem that she made.
Right. No, it was to begin with. But in the end, it's still a loyalty problem in the black race.
Brave, she stand out her customers. So even if she got probably all the blacks to come in there and order from her, she doesn't have the scale if she went in the hood where she could charge more. In what she is, the Koreans say, okay, you want to come out here and play ball with us? We're gonna lower our prices on all the profitable things. We're fine. We can handle it. We fully capitalized. We can dump.
That's why I said,
in the hood.
that's why I said, John, if the margins are too vast, then I'm not holding it against the loyalty problem. That's why I ask about the price differences. If it's a huge price difference, you are correct. It doesn't matter. That's too much of a price difference. My point is my money says there's not that much of a price difference going on, and blacks are still going back to the Koreans for a very small savings in many cases. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
You're probably right. We won't belabor the point here. We won't. Let's play a little bit more of this video.
That's all I'm saying, man. That's
Brave, do you live like in a black part of town? Do black people live around you?
No.
Okay, then why the hell do you know so much about a black business?
Hold on, Master Kim, we have a question for you. Yeah, Master Kim, someone says he has a question for you. And then I want to get Crack to come in on this in terms of his choices.
Okay, so if I'm reading it correctly, why try to beat the Koreans at their own game? Or Trump said, why try to beat the Koreans at their own? So
Right.
Why do blacks try to compete with Koreans? Well, I think that the blacks would be more successful, to be honest with you, but they have to weather the new business storm. You know, for every new business, white, black, or green, they got to weather the pitfalls unless they plan again. Because a lot of these African Americans never worked at a beauty supply store. They need to go work at one, learn the tricks of the trade and everything, and then they would do handsomely well and maybe right out the gate be successful. But a lot of them don't.
Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question, Master Kim.
You gave me an idea, Mr. Kim.
Well, let me ask you this question, Master Kim. And I'm good to give you an idea. I want to hear it, Stanley. If a black were to go work in a beauty salon, beauty supply store, do you think they would come away with the thought that, damn, I can't compete with these people and just not even enter the business?
No, they would be energized at how simple it is, and because now they know all the vendors, now they know everything. There's no secrets. They would be energized with to run the business.
Okay, Master Kim. Hold on, Master Kim. A black woman working in a beauty supply store. I've seen them. In the model that you're talking about, you talked about how they'll have a black woman working the floor or the register. And you said that they're big. To get in the business, you got to go to Jennings and drop 30,000. Correct. Right. And so, if the black woman's in the business, she wants to get in the business, she's learning the business. Where's she going to get the 30,000 from?
Okay, so good question. So guess what? These Koreans want to grow another location, and their kids are away at dental school or doing some other shit. They don't want to run no beauty supply store. So many times, the Koreans and the Patels will kind of like adopt that employee. If the employee's been there 6, 7, 8, 10 years, that's like family. It doesn't matter what color you are.
Hold on, Master Kim. I got you, Master Kim. Would Solid Snake be an example of that?
Solid Snake is an excellent example. That is his store. He is like the unsaid owner of that store. He does everything the owner does, except the owner's on the hook for the taxes.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a target too. He lives in the house across the street from the store. He's always got to have a pistol handy and run business.
Mm-hmm. Right. And Solid Snake been there. I think he said they only been robbed 3 times in 27 years.
That's very great. That's an excellent average.
And so you have another question on the screen, Master Kim.
What about
the loss in the hood versus the suburbs?
Well,
I want to ask you this when you're done, Master Kim.
Well, so the population still stays in the hood, you know, and if she's talk about losses like armed robberies and breaking and enterings and stuff like that,
stuff like that, yeah,
that's okay. So the chemicals are on the floor. The chemicals are the tight margin stuff that they already factor that in. They know that for a case of 12, that one's going to be shoplifted or two, it's all factored in. It's behind the counter is that's the GoDaddy, that's the prize jewel right there. Those margins are 300% or more. So people are not stealing the weaves and stuff unless it's internal or armed robbery.
All right, hold on, Miss Kim. So what I want you to do, you ever seen those shows where a guy goes into a restaurant and he just analyzes the restaurant and say, well, this is the problem here. You need to do this, do that. You ever seen those shows, Mr. Kim?
Yes.
All right.
Like
so I want to show you her store. And I want you to look at it with a critical eye towards shrinkage and theft. And tell me if you see any flaws here in her store. Let me guys know if you can see the screen. What would you tell this woman? Damn, I'm not on the right screen. Sorry. Give me 1 second. Master Kim, what would you tell this woman if you were to look at her store and you just to give her an analysis of her store? Give me 1 second. Here it goes. All right. Look at this store. And I want you to give me an idea of what you think she's going to encounter.
He's a needle in a haystack. Typically, Korean Americans own beauty supply stores frequented by African Americans.
You see that store, Master Kim?
Yes.
In these urban neighborhoods.
I think that some of us are intimidated.
Hair care is a $1 billion industry. In a 2018 Nielsen report shows that African Americans spent $54 million on ethnic.
If you were advising her about her store, what would you tell her right now?
So you would put all of the hair bands, all the cheap plasticky stuff, the meaningless stuff towards the front, right? So if they want to grab something on the way out, they're grabbing the cheap stuff, and then higher dollar, all the actual physical chemical stuff that you actually put on the human body, you would keep closest to the back of the store where the cash register is, because those are actual costlier products.
So what you saying? All this plastic looking shit right here needs to be in the
needs
front.
to go towards the front, and then all of anything that's got a cap, a lid, an aerosol spray needs to be towards the back.
Okay, so let me back. Hold on. Let me back up and let's see how her store is.
I think that some of us are intimidated.
Hair care is a.
What do you? Oh, shit. You see, she right here.
Supply stores frequented by African Americans in these urban neighborhoods.
I think that some of.
This is not near the register. Is this something they will steal?
Yes, because those look like actual wigs. Those are no, that's the relaxer.
Cream.
Isn't it hair coloring or something?
Somebody put it in the chat if you can see what her name is. What's her name? What that girl name is?
Tequila.
I just noticed that name. Spell it right. Tequila.
So
Tequila.
The bigger problem, John, isn't people coming in. That is just inherent in the business. So all that stuff can be figured out. She's got help. It's the help that's that unfortunately, unless it's a family business, if it's all family working there, then she's golden. But
do you think she has help, based upon the way it looks in this movie?
Yeah, she would have some help, because it's tough to say, but generally it's the help that run the Americans out of business. Absolutely.
Do you see any help? Black. While we looking through the store, I just want you to identify vulnerabilities that she has. And it's probably due to her not having experience. Would you say that's fair?
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
Of us are intimidated.
Hair care is a $1 billion industry. In a 2018 Nielsen report shows that African Americans spent $54 million on ethnic hair and beauty products alone. Yet Fletcher told Atlanta Black Star that she and many other Black beauty supply owners have issues with getting products on their shelves from distributors who don't want to do business with them.
And then I even met a guy who actually has a large store in Georgia where he basically had.
Would somebody steal this hair right here, Master Kim?
Yes, they will. Yes,
where should she have this hair?
She should have that behind the counter or near the counter.
Okay, and right here where it is, someone could easily just slip up some hair in the bag.
That is correct.
What do these bags of hair cost?
Master Kim, if she don't have a theft problem, does that still apply, you think?
I would say she's going to have a theft problem, whether it be internally or external, because that's the nature of retail, unfortunately. In the hood. If she was in an all suburban area,
I think we decided she was in a suburb, didn't you? Didn't you say she was in a suburb?
So when I say suburb, and I use Stockbridge as an example, that is still like the hood, like the fringe of the hood is suburbs, right? Not the affluent areas like John lives in. No, John lives.
I live in the hood,
but okay, Stanley lives in a very nice area, not in Stanley's neighborhood. They wouldn't. No, those things would go out of business.
Do you think that since she has the nerve to put them products that can be easily stolen out open like that, maybe she does? Maybe she's in an affluent area. Do you think that could be?
Yeah, possibly, and that's where she's going to struggle. One thing I did notice is the gondolas. Right when you walk in, there's the shelf is faced from left to right as you walk in. In my opinion, it needs to go vertical so that there's an aisle to walk directly to the register, so that they can see also from the back of the store all the way to the door.
Let me say this before I jump off here, right quick. I'll make it quick. I swear to God, John.
No, go ahead, Bree.
Okay, this problem right here is so interesting and so telling. You've got black people are the main ones that deal in these products. Okay, this is a classic example of where everything black people do, they got to have some goddamn people holding their hand. This should be a no-brainer. That if you're the ones buying these products, no matter what black entrepreneur opens a shop, you have to give them your loyalty. This is a no-brainer. That somebody thinks that they can complain about this competitiveness or that competitiveness and not point it all up to the fact that their own black people, the ones that solely are responsible for buying most of the product, are not doing it, and they're leaving that out, means that the black people, the black Americans, are the stupidest goddamn people on the fucking planet. I don't care how you add it up. I'm sick of holding their hand. I'm sick of explaining things to them. I'm sick of them complaining about shit that's the problems of their own making. This example, I understand what Master Kim says very clearly and articulately about the difference in buying and wholesaling and all that. The basic fundamental thing here is you got black people that are trying to open businesses, and the people will not sacrifice to make sure that black business stays open, and then they'll piss and moan about racism. I'm telling you, folks, the black Americans in this country are taking us down the goddamn drain, and it's not a good it's not a good sight. But thanks, John, for letting me have my say, old buddy.
Brave, it's always my pleasure. Whenever you want to come on, Brave.
See you later, buddy. All right.
You always get to the stage here, Brave. Hey, Brave, before you go, though, I will at least let you see what her store looks like. This is her store right here, Master Kim. The store is right. It should be right in here, I think.
That's not the hood. That's not the hood, man.
Yeah, I know, right?
I don't know.
I don't look like the hood. That could be.
This is Tampa, Florida, by the way. This is Tampa, Florida. Anyone know where this is in Tampa, Florida? It's North Florida Avenue. Tampa, Florida. I don't know if it ain't. It is. It's a store across. It's a store across the street. Master Kim, can you give us an idea what kind of neighborhood this is, Master Kim?
Oh, that looks a little ghetto right there.
Depends on what's on the outside of the store. What's on the outside of the store?
This is across the street from the store here. Her store is right here, right in here. And this is across the street. You guys, if this looks, like a suburban nice neighborhood, put suburb. If it looks a little hood to you, feel free to put hood. We use car dealership across the street. Not a problem. Apartments for rent.
No fences at the car dealer. Sorry, so come on.
Oh, they got a little fence, right? They got a little fence.
Do they have a fence?
Yeah, they got a chain link fence. Yeah, they got a fence.
No. They don't have a chain link 6-foot fence around them. There's car dealers that got 6-foot fences around them. With
John,
yeah.
I'm very sorry. I've got to get ready for a meeting, but man, what an awesome thing. Big Ray, I don't agree with that stuff that you said.
I know that. I wouldn't expect it in public.
Well,
other than that, who do you think you're shitting, Master Kim? Go ahead. Go ahead, young man.
So this is a block. This is a block away from the store. You got mobile homes. I wouldn't say this is a great neighborhood. It doesn't look just downtrodden.
Yeah,
but this is not. I don't know how you define this neighborhood, but it's not a great neighborhood.
Please, folks, don't think I'm trying to assign my statements to Master Kim. Anybody listening, please don't do that. Please. That was my statements, my sentiments, and I meant every damn syllable of them.
Anyway, let me look in the chat to see some more questions. I think Master Kim may have dropped off here. Hey, we have a new guy, Zatoshi 444. Zato. Thank you for joining. What's up?
What's up, man? I've just been listening to you guys discuss this.
Any comments? We have our charting guy here. I think Get Crack is still Get Crack. Yeah, he's still here. We've lost our business guy here to go and pertain to some matters he had. You have any questions? You want to talk about stocks, black beauty supply stores, business?
Well, as an expert on black beauty supply, I just thought
there you go. You supply your women with cocoa butter from the neighborhood.
No, I used to eat my lunch in the parking lot of a black beauty supply store, if that counts, though.
Oh yeah. Were you in the hood or you in the suburbs?
It was kind of like the hood. Yeah, a lot of crime in that area.
Well, what city or state was this, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't feel comfortable revealing that.
Okay, fair enough. Is it Tusha? What part of the country are you in?
East Coast.
East Coast, me too. Okay, I'm in DC. You close to DC or you further south or north?
I'm equally distant from DC.
Equidistant to what?
That's the answer.
Oh, okay. I'll leave it. Herbie wants to be a dentist. The Arabs gave Diwali. That's a holiday, right?
No,
Diwali.
it's not. No, it's they lend each other money as part of a Diwali system. Meaning,
No, that's an Indian holiday, Diwali. Yeah, that is an
it's
Indian
called
holiday.
something. Awana, Diwali. I don't know these.
Yeah, because
I don't know these foreign words.
Yeah, I think we'll get mixing up with such a thing because every time when I went to work, it was always Diwali. Because we had so many H-1B visa guys, we had to celebrate it.
All I know is it's some type of Arabian lending system that doesn't charge interest to help one another. It's a community thing, right?
Everybody has it except white people.
And black people. Black people don't have
And black people, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's okay.
It's considered un-American, and that's these economic values that both the majority of whites and blacks in America share. You're not supposed to hire people from your family and undermine pricing and things like this, but these other communities, they don't act that way. They take care of each other, and there's a lot of nepotism, and they're going to use it to their advantage to create their own little mini economies and communities wherever they go.
Well, that's what they used to say about Jewish people. They said, they stick together, they take care of their own, they...
Can't blame them.
Yeah, right. I mean...
Used to say. They still do.
Yeah, right?
Kicking ass in case anybody ain't noticed around the world.
Yeah. They make up 4% or less of the population, but they have media and banking and government. They're a very successful culture.
Yeah.
I think they have to,
I
right?
definitely agree with that. Master Kim mentioned, I'm not sure if you guys...
We've called through a lot of them.
I'm not sure if you guys were here, Satoshi. Are you named that after the Bitcoin, by the way?
No. It's Zatoichi. It's about a blind swordsman. They made a series of 30 movies in 1968, 69 about him, and he's like a anti-hero kind of character,
Oh wow, okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if that was kind of a play on Satoshi. Let's see. We have a couple more questions. Then you're a human in my books.
Can you ask a question, John? I came back up to ask a question.
Sure.
Because Stanley keeps commenting on things, and it's... I don't know what it... A lot of this stuff I don't see where... is she accusing the Koreans of racism? And is it the Koreans, or is it an individual that happens to be Korean? Because all I hear is about the primary customer base is black folks. And she's saying that she's being... I don't see where race comes into this, other than the customers happen to be black.
Well, I think her dominant...
Business, you know what I mean?
I think her dominant competitors are Korean. And so she's placing their dominance over her on race, when in reality, it is partly cultural. So I guess that could be race, but I don't think it's racism. Master Kim was talking.
It's racism if it's economics, but she is wrong. She is miseducated.
Well, I do.
She's blaming stuff. She's blaming stuff on a system that she could easily compete in if she would just basically maybe get educated or someone mentor her. And I want to talk about whoever Witchy Bishy is, or whoever the hell this woman is, and be brave too. When you blame the customers for a business failing, that is not capitalism.
Fuck capitalism.
First of all,
Okay,
I'm
well,
not
no,
saying there aren't other.
let me finish.
Well, don't
Don't
assign that to
interject.
me. There's not. I'm not blaming. I'm not
Interject.
blaming the customer only.
No,
Oh, come
you
on here,
Alright.
guys. One at a time.
are.
One at a time,
You
guys. One at a time.
literally
Break like
say the customer should be willing to spend more money to support a business. That's not how capitalism works.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
now
the
can I answer?
business. It
Oh,
is the
hold on.
business that
Stanley,
is supposed to satisfy a market.
Stanley.
Well, he'll never stop.
Hold on, Bray.
The
For us to have
market
a good-
is
hold on,
not
Stanley.
supposed to
Hold on, Stanley,
satisfy a business.
Hold on, guys. Hey, we have a few people on the panel, and we don't want to.
Right, and I'm going to answer it.
Hold on. We don't want to have too long.
Read Adam Smith.
Hold on, guys. We don't want to have too long of a statement because then the response is too long.
Right,
You said a couple things, Stanley. Let's have a back and forth. You said racism is not. You said capitalism is not
blaming the customer.
Okay, and
the customer doesn't. It is not the customer's duty. A business cannot blame the customers for its own failure.
That's correct.
That's what several people in this show have done. That's not how.
Okay, Stanley,
I'm not like Mr. Capitalism.
Stanley, hold on, Stanley. Let Brave respond to the capitalism.
Right, and watch how short I keep this, Stanley. Right. Observe.
I'm gonna have to get a timer on you guys. Go ahead.
You really? I don't blame you.
No, don't go there.
Come on, Stanley. One at a time.
I didn't say that the customer should be the one to blame. I said in circumstances.
Hold on, Stanley. Hold on.
God damn. In circumstances where the customer needs to be flexible, they're not being flexible. That's not blaming them for the entire problem. I'm saying that customer doesn't want to contribute towards the initial launch of a business of a person of their own race. They don't get to blame racism or anything else other than.
Now, how long is this going to go?
Right.
I got the point.
He got the point, Bray. All right, so let me respond to that, and then I'll let you go. The thing is, it ain't even all about price, because as Mr. Kim has talked about, and many blacks complain about, I just showed you a picture where a Korean had a woman in a headlock down on the floor. If the blacks really wanted to compete with anyone, the Koreans, for their own people's business, for black people's business, they could make a better, compelling argument that we offer better customer service. To pay $1 or $2 more, we won't treat you as rudely as those Koreans. Come shop with your own where you get treated with great customer service. But more than likely, she doesn't have the staff to even give out good customer service. We only saw one person in that store. Master Kim said it usually takes about 4. Maybe they were all out of the way while she was filming. Unlikely. The staff is sparsely inventoried. That's another strike against her. And you can tell that she's not in the ghetto. She's probably on the periphery of the ghetto. So her rents are probably a little bit higher than it should be. All these things are strikes against her. Where, again, I've long said, if a black woman wanted to get out here and compete with the Hispanic women cleaning, they probably could clean up. Because I don't have to deal with the language barrier.
Facts.
Trying to, hey, let me send you a text with the code. Because if I tell you the wrong thing, you're calling me and interrupting me while I'm on this show. The English-speaking person has a competitive advantage, but it just may not be on prices. They're probably going to have to compete on service. But go ahead, Stanley.
I'm going to take the race hustling out of this whole point I'm trying to make. I don't have to say black, white, Korean. or indifferent to make the point that the customer, will always will not spend more on the same product just to support a business. It is not the customer's job. It is the business's job to create value for the customer. The customer is always right.
Well, Stanley, in that case,
anything that deviates from that is not good business. And frankly, I'll just snicker at that kind of silliness.
Hey, Stanley, what do you say to the comment by Witchy Bitchy, who says the whole video is about race?
I would agree. It's race hustling.
Fair. I wasn't expecting that answer. Fair enough, Stanley.
Claiming her business is
I mean this video. John's video is race hustling. That's what I meant.
Oh, not the lady saying that the only reason she's not successful is because she's black. Not that one.
Not that one.
This guy's a joke.
I'm telling you, man. There's no.
Hey, I think Stanley come over here just get a ride.
He's a troll.
He is.
I'm not being a troll. I didn't have to. See, I didn't have to mention black or the race of the customer to make my point.
But she did.
Yeah, Stanley's point is about.
I'm gonna get off here again. Let me mention black. This issue proves black American culture shot to hell. If you can't understand loyalty to an initial business opening and the importance of that and the helping of that, and if people can't get that first and foremost, you got brain problems. And I've always said black Americans got a lot of brain problems going on right now. Thanks, John.
Oh, my pleasure, B. Bray. I miss you on Sunday. Next Sunday, I'll make sure I have you tuned in.
Hold on a second. Highlight Notelos's comment. She's not saying that. 9:41 a.m. Zoltan, buddy. That's exactly what she's saying. She's saying she's at a competitive disadvantage with inventory because she's black. That's what she's saying.
Yeah.
So that's the question of the.
She's saying she doesn't get the same prices or the same inventory because of the color of her skin. Sorry, Ryan.
Right.
Yeah, that's the question. Is it a racial issue? Is it a small business versus big business issue? I know that, she's probably undercapitalized versus the Korean competitor. Is she going up against 20 branches? Because I'm going to tell you right now, if Sephora shows up next to the Korean competitor, they're going to win out, right? Sephora is a massive corporation that has 1,000 locations probably, right? So is it a big business, small business issue, or is it, hey, these Koreans, because of the color of my skin, are not,
it is not. It is not color of skin.
Right. What I think.
We don't know that. There's not enough
information. I'm actually convinced by Master Kim's argument.
Well, I agree with you on that. It's not color of skin that's causing her the issues, but I think that simplistically, she's looking at it as a racism issue because she only sees one other group involved, and that's the Koreans, and she is blaming those people for her failures. When in reality, Master Kim is showing you that you have to be very well capitalized. The Koreans have those Korean gays where they can go borrow. Where they can go borrow $20,000-$30,000 at the drop of a hat. She doesn't have that. She probably doesn't have the requisite staff in her store, things like that. Those are really her business problems. But she's looking at it like, well, I don't have $30,000 to go to Jennings because they require so much. And she's blaming it on racism. It's really a business problem. It really is business. And I don't think she would be blaming another race of people if it were other blacks that were dominating the hair industry. But it's the Koreans dominating, and so the simplest common denominator is race.
Okay, the simplest common denominator is race. Here is my deal. If you fail because you're stupid enough to fall for the simplest common denominator instead of thinking your way out of a paper bag, I'm okay with that.
Well, Stanley, the thing is,
I don't.
Let me explain something to you. Let me see if I can explain something to you from a business standpoint, because I know you say you're not much of a business guy.
No.
Oftentimes, you can have a profitable business, but you can have cash flow problems.
Mm-hmm.
Master Kim has explained that. I can go into detail about that.
Liquidity.
And right, he had liquidity. There are other times where, let's say, to get the best products for something, you need to buy $10,000 worth of particular good, right? And so she probably doesn't have $10,000 to go to Jenny's. Master Kim is showing us the Jenny's supply store, and he told us that they have limits. You come in, you need to buy X amount of money. I'm sorry.
So she fails. I mean,
but again, she's hold on, Master Kim. If she just failed, no problem. But she blames her failure not on the business environment and the requirements to stay in business. She's saying, I can't get the supplies and things like that. But if she had the money, no one's going to turn her down and not sell her the products. Master Kim has told you that. Just in business, they're going to sell it to her. And Master Kim said, hell, if she go out of business, they'll end up buying it for pennies on the dollar from her anyway.
She may be black, but her money's green.
Right. And so
the bottom line is she failed or will fail.
Okay, but and that's okay to fail. But what do you learn from failing if you attribute it all to someone else's doing and you don't look internally? And I think that is her problem.
I'm going to sound horrible when I say this. You're either smart enough to learn from your mistakes or you're not. I do not think being black is an impediment to learning from your mistakes. You seem to think that sometimes.
Well, here's what I say to that, is that a lot of black people believe that don't do business with friends and family. Well, you're getting into an industry where it's all friends and family. It's all tribal in that hair care business. If you want to get in there with the mindset of, I'm going to do it totally opposite from the people who dominate the industry, you better be right. You better hope that you don't need friends and family, because they have friends and family. I've shown you pictures of children working in bodegas in New York. That's family.
You don't have to convince me.
Right. And so if she doesn't have the family, the friends, and the money network they're in, and yet she's going into business with people with all of those, it's not race. It's not race. Even if they sold her the products at dirt dog prices, she still wouldn't be able to compete, because she wouldn't be able to buy enough. She'd be running out and shit. Her store wouldn't be stocked. Master Kim just showed you her store is not set up properly, which would prevent some theft. These are the things that she probably never worked in a beauty supply store, and if she did, she would learn. I put my Yaki and my Remy hair right up front when someone can just snatch it and run. Put the bumper curl.
We agree that her failure is not about race, correct?
Yeah. But I don't think she agrees.
Let me tell you what is race. Somebody like Be Brave, and I know he's not here to defend himself, so I won't go on long, blaming the customer because they're black is racism. It's racist, and it's race hustling.
Not fair enough. I can't argue with that. I can't argue with that. Let's see. Instead of flipping your mind,
mission is accomplished.
But instead of you're flipping in your mind where the cart is coming before the horse and putting her in the position of being the problem, or her perspective is just black people whining, it's flipped. I'm not sure what Not Laws is saying here. And again, I am blaming her.
Anyway. And Stanley's making a point of Adam Smith saying that, price, he's talking about price points and really supply and demand. Like, he's absolutely right. So the customer shouldn't have to pay more. They shouldn't, right? So Stanley's right about it. The customer shouldn't have to pay more.
Well, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this.
A value add.
Right. And that's
lady could offer a value add, because she can say, hey, customer, I can relate because I have very similar hair. Right?
Yeah.
There's a value add there. So you know what I mean?
I speak English. I'm in the hood. I'm close to you. There are things that she could do. Yeah. There are things that she could do probably to mitigate her supply issue, possibly. But there is no solution in blaming another group of people. And that's what I'm saying. Her issue really is primarily with her, and she's conflating the issue because the race of the people aren't like her. What would she say if the other people were black? Would she be talking about racism with the African diaspora?
The thing about it is, John, is
she'd probably be doing colorism.
Retail is a very difficult business. It's a terrible business to get into this, just sell products, right, without offering a service. Because you can go on the internet now, right? You can shop anything, and it's all economies of scale with retail. So if you've got 100 stores, you're getting better. You're getting better supply chains. It's all about how big you are in retail now, unless you offer some additional services. So it's a terrible business to even get into. That's why there's one Walmart, one Target, one Amazon. I mean, selling products themselves imported from other countries it's tough to make it, really is, unless it's very, very, very specialized. So that's my thought on it. But so shit, did I time out?
No, no.
Oh, okay. No one
And
responded.
the weirdest thing, Ryan, years ago, well, like, I don't know, probably now about almost 20 years ago, I used to work in logistics and distribution. Walmart, Disney, they get their stuff like way cheaper than mom and pop operations. And if you send them a box that's even a little bit dented, not only will they send it back to you, they will charge you for it. Like, you have their fulfillment rates and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So volume, what Master Kim said was dead on target. And now, and it's a
look, it's
separate
beyond
show.
that now. Like, it could be, if you have that much sway with a manufacturer, you can tell the manufacturer, listen, you're going to stock my shelves for me consigned. I'm not paying you until it sells off my shelf. That's what Home Depot does. That's what Lowe's does. All the major hitters.
Walmart.
They don't even tie up the capital, because and then if it gets damaged, the manufacturer's got to immediately take it back and replace it, right? So I mean, it is a money making operation when you have a Walmart with 1 million products sitting there, and they haven't paid a penny for it, right?
Yeah,
it's consigned, right?
Yeah, that's
it's
very
crazy.
true. Yeah.
And then
But
you're
let
out
me
there
ask
trying to
a
open
quick
up a store and
question to the
compete.
panel.
Sure.
Why would anyone want to start a beauty hair kind of business?
I can. Who wants to answer first? I'll answer after someone.
I mean, if you do your research, assuming you've done your research, why would you even?
Well, the thing is, Stanley, it's a very profitable business. You heard the numbers there. You don't have to create the market. The market's already there. It's growing every day that people have babies and want to do their hair. So
Well,
it's a
the
very
market's not the problem; it's the competition.
Well, I don't think it's the competition
Getting into the market that's the problem.
I don't think that's the issue either, Stanley. To be quite honest with you, if you listen closely to what Master Kim said, Master Kim says you probably can get in there, $30,000-$40,000, have your store fully stocked. With 40,000, probably even less than that. And he didn't give a number, and if he comes back, we can ask him. The bigger problem is the staffing of the store. It takes 4 people to run it. Yeah, and that's what he'll tell you. It takes 4 people to run this store. Typically, they have a black woman, working the floor, and then they have people roaming around. If you ever go in one, it's the same format almost everywhere you go. And things are a lot behind the counters. The cheap stuff is out on the floor where you can snatch it and steal it. It's a very profitable business, but you have to know how to run it, and you have to be somewhat capitalized. That's any business, but a business like that, you have to be a little bit more capitalized, because you got to go in and buy a whole bunch of stuff at one time and stock it and store it. But as Master Kim says, that the Koreans, flush with cash, will flood their store, and late in the month, if another store needs it, there's a resale market, business to business. This black woman,
my
woman.
Question is based on that young lady in Phil Scott's video, and I'm assuming that's a fairly recent video.
Yeah.
Why did you think she could even be successful?
Well, I think the reason why she thought she could be successful is because out of ignorance. And as Master Kim said, if she had worked in the store, got to know the vendors, got to know what it took to open that business, she may not have opened it until she got her money right. But she opened it without her money right, and without the ability to go in and buy sufficient quality, quantities of inventory. But even beyond that, I don't think that she, unless she has family that we didn't see, friends and family that are willing to help her and keep that show open. When she's sick, she can't come to work, whatever, baby's sick, she's going to have a hard way to go. And as you can see, Master Kim, just from this short video, was giving us insight on how she can keep her business open and more profitable by moving the more profitable items further back from the front of the store or behind the counter. As it stands right now, you could run in her store and snatch all of her most valuable items right off the shelf and run out. There's
Yeah, but
nothing
that, John, that's assuming she's in a low rent area. She's in a middle
Well,
rent
we looked
area.
at the neighborhood. We looked at the neighborhood. It's
You
Tampa,
know,
Florida.
like,
That doesn't look like a
she
high
can-
rent area.
I mean, she can take it a different direction by going, okay, we're going to, you know, like her staff, she brings in 2 people that are more geared to consulting on hair, right? Kind of make it a little bit more higher end or mid, you know, not just undercut everything. She could do okay. I mean, you'd have to analyze that, right? But you have different tier levels. You got like the cheapest guy, you got the mid guy, you got the top guy, right? So,
But I think we can all agree here that she wouldn't be on video complaining if she were doing well, right?
Right.
She wouldn't be, right. So she's here complaining. So
she's
clearly,
losing money.
right? So clearly there is some issues that I saw as soon as I saw the video. I'm like, man, people just run here and steal everything. But don't take my word for it. Let the men in the Korean hair business tell you for itself. That's why I say critique this show. Look at it. Tell me what you see wrong with the setup of her store. And Master Kim kept saying, you need to work in these stores and learn the business before you just open one up, just because you do hair yourself. And I think she does hair because her name is TressaHolic or something like that. So she probably does hair. She thought she could just get into the hair business without even a rudimentary understanding of how to even effectively stop the store to keep people from stealing. You have to know these things. I talk all the time about how long it took me to learn how to properly stage a room.
Yeah.
Right? And I probably lost a lot of money, a lot of damage, a lot of repairs. Luckily, I was able to do it, much of it myself. But we talking about 5-10 years learning, taking your lumps. She's not capitalized well enough to take those kind of lumps. And that's why she's complaining right there. And
but they will spend a lot of money. There's a place I was involved in a construction for where women go in and get their hair blow dried. That's it. They just go in. It's called hot blow dry or something, right? They go in and just get their hair blown. They just get it blow dried, right? I'm like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. These people, I figured no one would do it. It's going to fail. It's still there. I mean, I don't understand it. I don't know what is the point, but they just go in and get their hair blown out. What is that about?
I think it's the level of heat. Most people aren't able to apply that level of heat to their house. They may not have a product.
It, man.
Hey,
I mean, what are they charging for this? $25? $50?
Yeah, I think the Dominicans are very good at that. And from what I understand, it's just more or less a heat, applying heat to the hair very high. And someone says it's the way your hair looks after. Yeah, but what makes it look that way after? Is it the heat, the high heat of the curling iron or something? That's what.
Hey, John. How old was that news clip?
You know,
and then someone said you should call her up if she's still in business. Why don't you call her live on the live stream if she's still? And just real quick, the only reason really why I came up here is I want to see who that reporter was on that video.
And you call her. That's the one we call.
Facts.
You want to call this big fat woman out of business? How about the pretty woman?
John, before you end your stream, can you put that report up there at some point?
Yeah, I will. You want me to call this? Should I call this woman?
I think so. Why not? If she's still in business.
What do you guys think in the chat? Should I call her or not? Put yes in the chat or put a caller in the chat, and let's see what the chat says.
One in the chat if we should call this lady, try to offer her some business advice.
Should I do that? Should I do that?
No, just leave that.
Listen.
2 in the chat if you just want to see that reporter with the curls again.
Hey, listen. If I call her I'm going to tell her that we just analyzed her store with a Korean businessman. And I'm going to tell her that he has some advice on how you should reorganize your store. And how many of you in the chat think she'll be receptive to what we're telling her from a Korean businessman, a man who knows the business? How many people in the chat? If you think she'll be receptive, put an R or receptive or something to the information that we're about to give her. We're going to call her. And we're going to see what she says. I don't think she'll be very receptive to our advice.
I think she might be downright hostile, John. She's going to be.
Who thinks she'll be hostile? Does anyone?
I think. Oh yeah.
Who said that?
In my experience, most people are hostile when you try to give them advice.
Anyone believes she's going to be hostile?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Stanley, will she be hostile? Will she be hostile? Will she be hostile?
No, as long as Be Brave doesn't talk to her.
It's 1 o'clock on the East Coast. Do you think the store is even open right now?
I hope.
1 o'clock on a Monday. Come on a Monday. Let's see. 1 o'clock on a Monday. This Monday. Let's see if she's open. Can y'all hear this? Are y'all able to hear?
I don't hear it, no.
All right, let's see.
Telephone number 813-570-8588. Can't take your call now.
No, she can't. No, she can't.
She got her phone turned off, or that's busy signal?
Maybe. Let me call her back again. Then maybe. Monday.
She's on the phone with vendors. She's chewing on some vendors.
She arguing with the Koreans.
Hi, is this TressaHolics? Damn. Did they hey, this is a good service here. I think we're seeing why this business is not doing very well. Let me make sure she's able to hear me though. You know, maybe she couldn't hear me. Let me see if I can paste that number one more time. We're gonna give him one more time. Otherwise, I'm gonna call
TressaHolics.
She probably thinks you're a telemarketer or something, John. You got to kind of slow walk her, like, "Hey, how's it going? Do you guys do this and this and this?"
Yeah, John's never done cold calls, apparently.
No, because he has skills.
No, he's never done cold calls.
Yes.
I've done.
Hello. Damn, y'all gotta be quiet.
Oh man, bro. This is not gonna work. This is not gonna work.
Let me call her cell phone here. Shit. Because I'm really curious to know now.
Do you even know the owner's name?
Let me see.
You know her name, right?
Yeah, Tressa. But that may not be her answering. Hold on for 1 second.
No, her name's Tequila. That's the name of the shop.
That's right.
Her name's Tequila, yeah.
Go on mute. Go on mute for 1
Tequila.
second. I'm going to call her right now on speaker on my phone.
Oh, dear.
Hi, yes. My name is John Galt, and we just saw a video. I just saw a video about your store on YouTube. Hello? Yes, and I was interested to know if you'd be willing to discuss the video with us about your store.
I can barely understand.
Give me a second. So I just saw a video on your store, and I was calling to see if we could talk to Tressa. Is Tressa the owner? Oh, I'm sorry, Tequila. So we had a Korean business owner that took a look at your video, and he had some feedback about the setup of your store and everything. And he's in the beauty care business, beauty supply business. And so he just in looking at the video, he had some ideas about how you could better do some things better in terms of the layout, the setup of your store as one example, and just some general business advice from his years and years of experience in the Korean business and Korean hair business. So would you like to hear some of the feedback? Would you like to join our panel? We have a live panel right now, and he may be able to join and give you some feedback one-on-one right now. Okay. I'm going to send you. Can I text you at this number right here? Are you guys able to hear, by the way?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yep. I'm on mute right now. I'm going back off mute. Hello? Hello? I'm still on mute, by the way, just waiting here. Hopefully we can get her to come on and we can kind of do a critique. I'll cut the volume down. Yes, Tequila. Can we would you like to join the panel and you could listen to some of the things he said, or sure. Can I text you? What's your number? I can text you the link to join. Okay, hold on for 1 second. Let me get the link for you, and then I'm going to send it to you because I think it's some very interesting feedback. We're talking about Black businesses and stuff like that, and so this is a Korean guy who has kind of an affinity for Black people, he's done a lot of business with Black people. So what's your number? 813 390 8497, and I'm texting you the link right now. We'll give you the floor. You don't have to come on with your camera if you don't want. It'll be great though. You nice looking on camera. So if you jump on, we'll give you some of the feedback that the Korean business owner had, and I think it'll be beneficial. And we have an audience of about 20-some people here that are interested in hearing as well. So I just sent you the link there. All right, and we'll be waiting on you to join. Thank you. So she's about to join. Look at her. Look at her.
Man, you got it, man. This is great. You are going some places in YouTube, my boy.
Call up Master Kim and see if Master Kim can join. The N-word or all that race hustling stuff can be avoided.
Yeah, let's try. Let's try to be respectful. We got to get
up. Man. We'll behave, Stanley. We'll behave.
I think she's clearly.
I'm not trying to be a parent.
Right,
no. I'm just joking, Stanley. I'm just joking. Hey, don't worry.
You want to be on your best behavior because this is this is kind of why I started my channel. To be honest, she's not a listener, but I think the feedback for her will be she's not going to get this anywhere else.
Yeah, exactly.
John, you're not seeing the bigger issue, John. We had no Koreans here.
Yeah, can you get Master Kim back here?
Oh yeah. Let me call Master Kim right now.
Business or Korean, right?
Right. Maybe I should replay the clip of Master Kim.
Yeah, you can replay the clip. Yes, you can just replay the clips. Yeah.
Somebody get that clip for me, and I can replay it. I'm calling Master Kim.
You can just play the stream and just go back. Yeah. I mean, rewind it. Yeah.
I'm calling Master Kim right now, and maybe he would join. He would join again. I'm hoping this lady joins. We're gonna see. I'm calling Master Kim now.
We got no Koreans and nobody in the business of
well, yeah, we'll have to rewind it back and then just get her feedback on that.
Your call has been forwarded.
Master Kim, he may be busy, he may be still in meetings. I'm hoping this lady
Hey,
joins.
so hey, John, just yeah, I gotta go a bit soon. So can you show the chart with the BYD company? So I've been eyeing that company for a while. Ryan brought it up, so might as well show the chart. And it's a good time to buy it.
Okay,
What's
you
the
got
price? What's the
Get
price?
Crack is
If you
giving
go,
you.
no, pull up the chart that because I have it in the back chat. Just click the link. Yeah.
Oh, let me
They're
let me make sure you can see this. What is BYD, by the way? Get Crack.
So it's a publicly listed Chinese manufacturing conglomerate. So one of their things is EV. So you see in the 2020s, you see all those big candles move up, and it's been in a range. I've been following a lot of these Chinese EV companies. No chart looks this good because after it went up in COVID-19 when they got pumped up.
Wait. Hold on, Get Crack. For the people that may not understand, this is the stock price here, right?
Yeah, and each candle is a monthly candle. Okay, this is long term. So whatever I teach you in charts, you can apply it to day trading, whatever, because all it is just candles. I'm looking at monthly chart, so I'm an investor. I'm looking to buy this thing. Where would I buy it? I would buy it when it hits that bottom of the range with the two orange lines. I would hit at the lower orange line, right? Yellow orange line at around $21 a share. So it's been bouncing up and down for about a couple years now. That means it has a big base. Someone's accumulating this stock. Someone's not letting this stock drop below $21. They're eating it up every time it gets to that lower bound. So by the next time it's going to 35, it's probably going to break out. And we'll discuss what price target, how do you know what price to expect after it breaks out. We can go to the next level.
Yeah, but
and
how do you know they're not just taking profits at that?
They are taking profits. The traders are, but the big guy is somehow supporting it at that lower
So you
level.
think he's just propping it up? Okay.
Yeah. So that's why the dumb guys they're scalping up in.
Hold on, guys. We have Tequila joining. I'm going to take this off.
Okay.
Of the
All right.
Hey, Get Crack, don't leave now.
Oh, I got. Oh well, I only a few minutes, man.
Hello, Tequila. Hi, Tequila. My name is John Galt. I run a business channel here. We have some great contributors. Get Craig, Denizen, Stanley, Cube, Ryan. Ryan is in construction. He's outside Baltimore. Get Craig is a professional trader. Is that fair to say? Denizen, I don't know much about Denizen, but he's a very good contributor on this site and others. And so I think that, and we have about 22 people in the panel. So I want you to ignore the comments because it gets a little wild in here, but everyone's going to be respectful. So let me see if I can show you. Does anyone want to put a link in the panel so we can kind of replay it, or should I just go back to the front of the screen, the front of the video? I think I can just go back to the video, right? Yeah, I can do that. So I'm going to go back to the video, Tequila, and I'm going to give you, well, Tequila, before I get into giving you a critique, why don't you give us an idea of how you got into business, so on and so forth?
I actually got into business because I had always been interested in the beauty supply industry because I have a hair salon and I've been in business for about 20 years with that. And it kind of started off small inside of my salon because one of the things that I realized was that a lot of our customers and clients were still going to the beauty supply stores to purchase items. So for me, I'm just one of those people who feel like, leave no money on the table. So that's pretty much how I got started.
So you kind of vertically integrated into the business
Correct.
supply. Okay, all right. And so how long have you been doing hair?
About 20, almost 25 years.
And so is it that you do lots, because your
I do
business?
everything.
Okay,
We do everything.
But you specialize in lots and stuff like that?
Not really specializing. I just do everything. I just don't have one thing that I specialize in, if that makes sense.
Okay, I was trying to call the Korean business owner. He had to step away because I'd rather you hear his feedback as opposed to regurgitating it to you. Let me see. the lady is on. Okay. All right. So we'll go through the video, and if he joins, that'll be great. Otherwise, here's some of the things that he was saying about your store. Now this is a guy who's he's been in the business. He's Korean. You know, it's kind of his jig, his family. You know, they all do this thing. And so are you familiar with Jenny's?
Yes,
I hadn't heard of Jenny's before. Do you shop at Jenny's?
I do.
And do they have? So he was telling us that they have like minimum orders or something. Is that fair?
Yes.
And what are the? If you don't mind us asking, what are the minimum orders? We like fact checking.
I want to say maybe 500, or I don't know if they raised it since then, but most of the minimums with most distributors are around $500. That's if you're dealing directly with the distributors only. If you're dealing directly with the company itself, the minimums can go anywhere from 3,000 to 20,000.
So if you're dealing with, you said 3,000, 20,000, if for the distributor or the manufacturer?
Manufacturer.
And do you deal with the manufacturer at all?
Some I do. Some I can't get the accounts.
Now, what do you mean when you say you can't get the accounts? Why can't
So
you get
when at the time that video, I did the interview, like it was actually a rough time, because this was like around like when the pandemic was happening. So even like the bigger stores, they barely could get things in. It's like even one of the warehouses that I deal with in Atlanta, it almost looked like someone robbed it. Like it was so bare. So for one, it was hard getting inventory. Two, once that interview actually went viral, I started having conversations with some of the manufacturers. And what I learned was that there are guidelines that all stores or companies or beauty supply owners have to meet in order to even qualify to get the account with them. And one of them was Square Radius.
Hold on. So say that one more time. You say you learned that when?
So for instance, so when at the beginning of me opening my stores, it was very hard for me to get direct accounts with manufacturers. One, it was because they wasn't kind of letting me through the door. Two, some of them kept saying that my application was incomplete. But once the video actually went viral, I think I believe it was a panic, honestly, because it was just kind of like one of those things where that they started just sending their reps to my store. And then when I had a conversation with them over at Sensational Hair, and he explained to me that the reason why that it's hard to get accounts sometimes with them is because that you have to be I think it's like 2 miles away from another store in order to receive the account. Now, if I would have known all of this information and before, like no one would ever really talk to me to give me any like guidance on like how this works, like getting supplies like your relaxers, combs, brushes, things like that were very easy. But when it came down to getting like braiding hair and pack hair and stuff like that, that's where the problem came in.
You mean like the more are those the more profitable items?
Hair extensions is the most profitable. Like I've been selling virgin hair bundles for like close to like over 15 years. So I've never had issues directly with manufacturers in China. As a matter of fact, I'll be flying to China in a few weeks. So I've never had issues with them on that. It's just getting the accounts here in the US had always been my issue.
And so you had some concerns about the Koreans, is that right?
Correct.
And so tell us about that.
Simply just not getting the proper information or what was needed to open the accounts. Like you go to their websites and so forth, and they have the applications there. You fill out everything. Sometimes you don't get a reply, or some of them will open the accounts for you, but they make it so difficult just to even order from them. So it was just a combination of things actually. And I'm still kind of dealing with that now. I mean, that interview was done almost like 3 years ago, so things has turned around a lot since then.
And what is your relationship with the Koreans now?
I've never had issues with them. I mean, as far as like the US based ones or with China.
No, just we just because You're not the first person that I've
I
heard.
don't honestly, I don't have any problems with the Koreans. And I'm just saying, I'm just one of those people that I deal with people on an individual basis, not as a race of a people. Do I agree with how some of them have handled some of us, patronizing their stores? No, I don't agree with it. But they have dealt with that on their end as well, from my understanding, just from the conversations I've had with some of them. Now, some of them does amazing business. Like I have absolutely no issues with them. But like I say, everything for me has been on an individual base, not as a collective.
Mm-hmm. You know, the Korean guy, he comes on our show most weekdays, Monday through Friday, and he talks about like some of the things that gives us like inside baseball, how they do business. Right. And so we were showing him your story. Then I showed him a Sally's Beauty Supply, and one of the things he said was that the Koreans will stock up their stores deep, like just 12 items per row, whatever, how you stocking items. And he says when they need items and they don't want to go to the distributor and pay, have to buy 20,000 or 3,000, whatever the minimum is, they trade amongst each other like on the secondary market. Have you ever heard about that?
Yes.
And have you ever heard of a Korean gay? Probably never heard of that.
Korean gay? No.
Have you ever heard of a susu?
Yeah, I know what a susu is.
Mm. So Koreans apparently have the same thing, where they can go and borrow money from each other and at better rates, it's very quick.
I mean, honestly, I applaud them. Like when I was even doing a couple of podcasts and having these conversations with other platforms, even after the interview, one of the things that I always told them was, if y'all gonna get me on here and think I'm gonna bash these people, I won't. I said, now if you want me to name a company individually, I will, but I won't, because like I said, I've been doing business with China for a very long time, and I haven't had any issues with them, overseas. Like I say, it's just the U.S. companies that has, that's been the issues. But like I say, since the interview had aired and I started having these conversations with some of them, like I had a better understanding on how all of this works.
Let me ask you this question. Who do you have working for you in your beauty supply store? I
have employees.
Are they like friends, family, people from the neighborhood? What?
I have a couple of part-times and a couple of full-time. So some of them are not family. I have one that is family.
How is it family versus non-family as an employee?
Everybody respects my business, so I don't have any issues with either.
Have you ever had a problem with theft at all?
No.
From employees or customers?
No.
Really? That's pretty amazing. What do you attribute that to? Because most store owners, they have a real serious problem with theft. What do you attribute?
I think fairness. I don't know. I just think fairness, just the respect of me, I guess. Which is the reason why I haven't dealt with that. I mean, have someone could have stolen, probably. I mean, was it something noticeably stolen? No.
Yeah.
I haven't had any issues, like I say, as far as like family members or even.
Yo, hold on for 1 second. I have Master Kim. I have Master Kim on the phone.
Let's go.
Kim. Master Kim. Master Kim. He must have bad service wherever he is here.
Oh man! Please, Master Kim, please.
Yeah, Master Kim. We have the lady from the store, TressaHolic. Is that? I think it's the name, right? And so we were giving her like the critique. We wanted to give her the critique of the store. I've been holding off because I was hoping that you could join, and you could we'll play the video again. Then you could just walk through the store and kind of give her your insight from a Korean business owner. What do you think?
Oh, come on. Okay, yeah. Let me get on the stream right now.
All right. We're waiting on you, Master Kim.
Yep.
Now, Master Kim, man, like if I can give you my own judgment about him, he has a very high affinity for black people and black business and things like that. He grew up around blacks in Detroit. You don't mind me saying blacks, dude, black people, whatever it is. I don't want to offend anyone. So that's kind of Master Kim, and so he's a very straightforward guy, but he'll give you some inside baseball in terms of running Korean business stores like no one else would be willing to give you for free. And if you would like to reach out to him afterwards, if he's okay with it, I'll send you his number. And he's in Georgia, so it's kind of midway between kind of what y'all probably not too far away from each other. You can at least talk to him. So as soon as he joins the panel, we're gonna let him do the.
He's around. Excuse me. He's around Macon.
Macon, Georgia, but he travels extensively throughout the South, so you may have an opportunity to. Oh, here's Master Kim. Master Kim.
Hey, what's up, guys?
All right, the lady to your, I guess that would be to your right, is the lady the beauty supply store that we critique.
Yes.
So what I wanted to do is replay the video, right? And I want you to critique her store from the standpoint of a Korean business owner. But before you do that, I want just you to give an introduction to her and kind of, you don't have to validate yourself to us, but to her, she may want to know who she's listening to.
Yes, ma'am. So I watched the one video, and my only comments were not necessarily about you, but about the commentator saying that there's alienation and stuff. My comments were that this is more of a business problem and a vendor problem, not race, because there are many people. Infinity Beauty Supplies up in Atlanta is a perfect example. Watching her videos, she breaks it down, which vendors to go to, yada yada yada. And there's many success stories of African American beauty supplies people that are thriving. It's that they got to get beyond that 2-year hump, and then they seem to make it, just like any business, whether cake business, flower business, or even the gas station business, getting past that hump. So my only comment was the gentleman that was the commentator, that he's saying that it's race and Koreans don't want to do this or that, or they're not buying right or whatever. And I said that this is a business problem that requires a business solution, not boycotting or trying to do some other different things that could be done. But to fix the problem at hand is the perception of being charged more that could be alleviated. And then I was explaining earlier on the show that many store owners will do deals or sales, or will straight up try to put someone else out of business and sell stuff cheap. That doesn't mean that they're getting any cheaper. That's just part of the predatory type of pricing and business mechanism to compete with someone else and put them out of business.
Have you seen that? Have you seen that in your marketplace, Tequila?
As far as, I'm sorry?
Predatory pricing in that what Master Kim is saying. Say it again for her, Master Kim. Master Kim.
No, I think I understand what he's saying. I mean, pricing has always been an issue, and I agree 100% as far as that he's saying that it is a business issue and not a race thing. I mean, that's just what their whole platform is about. And it's like I could understand his the way he feels, just because of sometimes the way that some of these owners do treat Blacks that do come into their store. Now, have I been profiled before going into a beauty supply store? Yes, but like I say, I don't hold the whole race collectively, to be the problem. It's just I just don't deal with that particular store ever. I mean, I have my own store now, so there's no need for me to go on to any of these establishments. But yes, pricing has always been an issue, and that's because they have dominated the market, and as I told others on other platforms, is you can't get mad at a group of people who got it right. And I stand on that. But I understand like the business logistics of it. I mean, if you got the bigger accounts, your pricing could be lower, and that's just always just kind of just been an issue in a whole, even before, I even decided to open up my store myself. I knew that my profits margins couldn't compete with some of the larger stores in the area, but I knew that going in. So for me, it was about the convenience, of the people of my clients and the people that are in my neighborhood.
Okay, let us share this video. And Master Kim, you tell me to stop whenever you want me to stop, or Tequila, you tell me stop whenever you want the video to stop. You guys can go
You
some
can just
back
play
and
it
forth.
through. I mean, he could just let it play through, and then he can just, give me whatever
Yeah, well,
feedback or information that he wants to give.
okay, cool. All right. You guys can see the. No, you can't see it yet. Let's go, Master Kim. Let's go, Tequila.
But I want you to hear the predatory tactics, and also just a reminder of how Black folks are treated when they go into their establishments. Let's go ahead and roll that clip.
Personally don't feel like they want to do direct business with African Americans because they are intimidated, because they do come into our communities and actually set up shop.
Tequila Fletcher opened a beauty supply store in her Tampa Bay community in August, but she's a needle in a haystack. Typically, Korean Americans own beauty supply stores frequented by African Americans in these urban neighborhoods.
I think that some of us are intimidated.
Hair care is a $1 billion industry, and a 2018 Nielsen report shows that African Americans spent $54 million on ethnic hair and beauty products alone. Yet Fletcher told Atlanta Black Star that she and many other Black beauty supply owners have issues with getting products on their shelves from distributors who don't want to do business with them.
And then I even met a guy who actually has a large store in Georgia where he basically had to find him another face, shall I say, just so he could get.
I was curious about that. Tell us
Yes,
about
yes,
that.
and that was true. So here's my take on it. Like, from the beginning going in, yes, like, I do feel like personally, like, if I had the funding to be able to open up a, as massive as some of these stores is and have the direct accounts as some of them, could I compete better with them? Absolutely, yes. Some of these same companies, and I'm not going to even say not only just the Koreans, Blacks. I had to literally just turn down accounts from people that, I knew I did everything right, and I told them, and I knew, and it only was because of this video went viral, which is the reason why that they decided to give me these accounts. And I would just, bother about it and didn't accept them. So this is why I said that, they do come into our communities and they do set up shop. Now, did they get it right? Yes, they did get it right. Did some of them block me from getting accounts? Yes, they did.
Okay,
But because
okay.
it is such an issue.
Hold on, let me stop you for 1 second. How did they stop you from getting the accounts? People probably want to know.
Listen, once I realized what the parameters were as far as like the mile radius, there is no reason why you shouldn't have given me the account. I submitted everything you asked. I provided the information, whatever that they wanted, I sent it. Why wasn't I given the account? I kept record of every single company that I reached out to, what the responses were, whether or not they gave me the accounts or whether or not they didn't. And when this video went viral, they all sent the rep to my store, every single one of them. Some of them, like some of the Black-owned ones, I just denied. I told them I didn't even want the accounts. Some of the Korean ones, like I say, they started just flooding them. Some of them had even made the exception because I was so close to, I think I'm close to about 4 stores, but they were still even willing to give me the account only because that they felt like it was already this whole big thing about, Blacks boycotting these stores because of the way that we're being treated, yada, yada, yada. And we're the ones, our dollars is what's keeping them open. So of course they don't want no smoke. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't want no smoke.
Tequila, someone has a question for you.
Yes.
You want me to read it or can you read it?
I mean,
I don't know if you can see the screen. That's why I asked. Her time is valuable. She has a business to run. Ask her if the SBA is helping her, please. Someone wants to know if no SBA. Okay, so that's that question. All right, let me get back to the video here because everyone's time is valuable. And I'm sure you want to hear this from Master Kent. Someone needs to go on mute. I think there's Pauline Mercer. Hello, Pauline. I'm going to put you on mute for 1 second. Let me get back to this video. Where did I put it? Damn, I hope I didn't lose the video. Oh, no, here it is. All right. Let me make sure I have the screen showing. There we go. All right, let's go.
Korean Americans have dominated the Black hair care
Ashanti Ford, for you guys that want to know, you can Google her because you've been asking about her.
industry for decades, controlling the manufacturing and the distribution, according to Shop Black.
Very hard because a lot of them either they wasn't responding or they just refused just to give you the accounts altogether. Some of them were saying that, your application was incomplete, when I know good well that I did everything that I was supposed to.
Fletcher says one of the hardest products to get is virgin extensions, which also happens to be the moneymaker.
So where is this hair coming from? China.
I got a question here. Why is the hair so hard to get?
Well, she actually got the interview wrong. She was saying that I was having a hard time with get virgin extensions. I'm like, I never, she just kind of messed that up.
Yeah.
I never have any trouble getting virgin extensions. Like I say, I've been getting virgin hair for over 15 years out of China and both India. So that has never been an issue for me. The hardest part was getting, we call it pack hair in the beauty supply industry. Pack hair and braiding hair, crochet hair, things like that. That was the hardest to get the direct accounts with. Like we had a local company that was a distributor for a lot of these people, but he closed down. So now I currently deal with a distributor out of Miami.
Okay. All right. Let me finish playing.
China. There's only two sources that actually manufactures hair. You got India, and China is buying from India as well. And then you got China. So there is no other that I know of that actually is manufacturing.
And Fletcher added that most of these distributors work with Asian-owned beauty supply stores, continuing to close the gap on Blacks having the opportunity to get into an industry that has prospered off of the support of Black customers.
But they make the ordering process so difficult. And when I want certain products, oh no, we don't have it. When I know you do have it, you just want to give me what you want me to have and not be able to supply me with what's in demand.
But there's history behind the tension. Korean Americans started selling wigs in 1960, first by going door to door, according to Minnesota Public Radio.
Had to find my cursor. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
No, so what I did find out, because there was a shortage, or even sometimes too, like you'll have, like, it's all about like the relationships, honestly. Because if you're already been doing business with some of these, I'll just say like Sensational Hair or like Shake and Go. If you've already been doing business with them, you get first dibs on everything that actually comes into the door. So what happens is that they've already have relationships with their reps, and so they say, okay, this is new coming in, that's new, so I won't get the newest catalog until after the fact. So that means that when I go in to try to order, nothing is available, nothing is in stock, and I'm constantly getting like leftovers. And I still deal with that now. It's just, it's just one of those things. It's like, if I can get it, I get it. If I can't, I can't. And that's because Shake and Go won't give me an account. Janet Collection, they did, but they make it so hard. Sensational, I can get a direct account with, like Sensational. So it's like certain ones, like the good ones, some of them still won't to this day let me in the door.
I had a question. Damn, I lost it. Damn, I forgot the question. Master Kim, you got anything before I start up the video?
Yeah, one thing I guess I wanted to add, if there's any way that you could kind of comment that when you say you can't get the account, many times it's because of where your location is, that there's another account nearby and they don't want that product to, they don't want to devalue the product by having it too readily available at every location. And that's some reason why they don't issue locations, is because the way that the distribution business model is set up sometimes.
Right,
would you say that's a fair comment? Like if you had a store in a completely different location, they could probably set up an account for you there for that, because you wouldn't be, a lot of times it does depend on where your location is.
Shake and Go wouldn't even give me the account directly. They wanted me to try to go through a distributor, and it's like, okay, well, who has a Shake and Go hair that I can get? So I can agree, yes. 100% yes, I do agree with you, because that's what was told for me by several people. But there are some that still be like, well, go through them. So even if I moved, outside of Hillsborough County, it was just go to these people. And I'm just like, okay, no problem. I just won't carry it.
All right, let's play a little bit more. Then we'll let Master Kim get that critique in.
Soon they moved into storefronts, but blacks that frequented these shops felt unwelcomed, often reporting incidents of harassment. NPR News points to an incident in North Carolina that involved reports of an Asian store owner on camera choking a customer who was accused of stealing fake lashes. It's one of the many examples where blacks reported feeling that they were being treated unfairly while shopping in Korean-owned stores. Today, more African Americans are seeking black-owned beauty supply stores for their needs.
So for years, we have covered video after video after video of black women being attacked in nail salons and beauty supply stores. There was no executive order for black people with hate crimes, none at all. It was nothing out there saying that black people or black women in particular are being attacked during that time and making the Korean. It's there.
I think this is it, Master Kim.
Help open up
enough, right?
To say, okay.
I think you got
y'all know that really we are the consumer. It's not
intimidated because they do come.
So what were you saying about like the layout of her store?
So, and again, this was just speaking briefly, because, never been to your store, and what I could vaguely see, I thought there was one of the gondola aisles that there was a front, the end cap as you walk in, but I think I'm wrong. That was an end cap that was open. And I was suggesting that she needs to have that open so you can see from the front to the back of the store. And I was wrong, because as he played the video again, she's got it right. And that's it. I mean, you know how it is when someone says, hey, what do you, I say, well, maybe the light bulbs need to be brighter, something very minor, minuscule. You got a beautiful store. And I just simply said the rule of thumb is some stores you want to keep the cheap plasticky stuff towards the front of the store. So if they do grab something on the way out, it's just a cheap barrettes or cheap stuff. And then the higher end chemical stuff that people are likely to steal just closer to the back of the store where the cashier would be. That's all I suggested. But you obviously are a very successful businesswoman. And I look more, I mean, obviously we've learned so much more since you've been on the podcast and whatnot. Just man, very great insight to help put things in perspective as well.
Yeah, you know, Master Kim talks about how difficult it is for black people to get in business. And so Master Kim, I asked her some of the questions, like who are her employees, theft, things like that. Why don't you guys have a little back and forth there, Master Kim and Tequila, for a few seconds.
Yep, Tequila, one thing I did mention is that, employee theft is very high unless she has all family working there. She's going to have a system just to control theft, unfortunately. And that's what happens to all business owners, no matter what color you are. And that does doom a lot of Americans is they don't, average Americans, don't want to necessarily work a family business. There's so many other options. They speak perfect English and go, work a corporate job. So do you have all family working there, or do you have a good people in the community?
Well, I have a little of both, and personally, I haven't had any issues. And it's funny because I have two kind of different sets of cameras in there. So I have one that I could literally talk through. So if, like, for instance, I have like it's getting crowded and maybe there's only one person. I mean, because my store isn't big at all. But if it's a situation like she can't watch everything that's going on, my phone will alert as people are coming through the door, and I will actually speak through it. So even if a person was even thinking about taking anything, they're so spooked because first of all, they have no idea where the voice is coming from and who's physically watching them. So I think that's kind of may have the reason why it might have slowed down like a little bit, but I mean, we've been open now roughly 3 years or so, and I haven't, like I say, had any issues.
Hey, now can we get down a little nuts and bolts here? What? Go ahead, Master Kim. I'm sorry. I was going to ask, what is the profitability like? It seemed to be very high margin stuff. How would you describe from your perspective, the wig, weave, hair product business?
Because of my price points, it's kind of different for me because I do what's called partnerships. So I've created like a program with other stylists in the area. So it really just depends. So like for instance, I have braiders who buy cases from me. So my profits is a lot lower, but at the same time, because they do so much braiding and stuff like that. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense on like the volume side of it. And that was the one thing that I've learned from the Koreans. It's like, price low, volume high. So I have a program with that. But then just like my day to day is, maybe 100%. You know, it's not much. You know, but on my hair
Wait. You
extension,
said 100% profit?
well, you know, it's well in my head the way I do my calculations is
Mhm.
that you know it's 1, 2, 3. So it's either you're going you know double what you're buying. If you bought it for 3, you're gonna sell it for 6, or you bought it for 3, you're gonna sell it for 9. You bought it for 3, you're gonna sell it for 12. So I say 100, 200, 300. That's just the systematic in my head.
All
Everybody
right,
else
let me ask you a
may
question.
see it differently.
Let me ask you a question. That pack of weave to your right here, right? Which is pre-stretched or whatever it's called, right there. You see it?
Right.
What is that pack? What do you pay for that, and what do you sell it for? Like, what is the market?
Averagely, it just depends. So I can get it for anywhere from 275 a pack to up to 325 per pack. So it just depends on what I bought it for at the time that I purchased it. Because for my distributors, they may say, okay, if you buy this many pieces, you get it for this, or you buy this many cases, or if it was a sale. But I'm gonna just say average point of like 325. I retail it for $7.99 a pack.
Wow, it is basically a double, right?
Right. Yeah. So
Ooh,
that's what. So when I
that's
say
the profit margin.
100%, that means that I've actually, not
Damn,
really double, but half. Right. So
that's
like I
that's a
say,
double.
some could be more, some could be less. Like sometimes I do what's called I call it retail baiting, where if I see something on sale from like a company, I may buy a lot of it and just resell it at the cost that I bought it in, just to kind of just to bait the people in. So it just really just depends. Now on my hair extensions, on my bundles, that's different, because I deal directly with the manufacturer. I don't deal with the middleman. So my profit margins are high.
So is that the that's pre-stretched is bundle hair?
No, that's braiding hair.
Oh, that's great. Okay. So tell us about the bundle hair then. What are the profit margins like on that? Does it come in a pack like this?
So it's I don't know, like if you move through the video, I guess
To
when
our
I get closer
communities
to the
and
part
actually
where there's hair, like in like the clear plastic and it's
Tell
hanging
me when
on
to
the
stop.
wall,
All
those
right,
are
tell me.
considered like virgin bundles.
All right, tell me when to stop.
Set up shop. Tequila Fletcher opened a beauty supply store in her Tampa Bay community in August, but she's a needle in a haystack. Typically, Korean Americans own beauty supply stores frequented by African Americans in these urban neighborhoods.
I think that some of us are intimidated.
Hair care is a $1 billion industry, and a 2018 Nielsen report shows that African Americans spent $54 million on ethnic hair and beauty products alone. Yet Fletcher told Atlanta Black Star that she and many other Black beauty supply owners have issues with getting products on their shelves from distributors
And
who
we've
don't want
actually
to do
flipped
business
the
with them.
room since then. So to the very, very front where the TV is, the hair that's hanging there, those are what's considered like virgin bundles. So that's unprocessed, untouched hair. So
Mm.
that's kind of always just been big business since whenever.
So what? So the hair is the most profitable. Like we didn't get a chance to see it. What is the markup on that hair? The most expensive hair you talk about, the bundles.
Because of the price that I get it for, you
Mhm.
talking about 3 times the amount that I paid for it.
Damn. So what do you pay for a bundle, and how much do you sell it
It
for?
just depends. I can get it
Give us
as
an average.
low. The average is about I want to say maybe. I mean, I can get it sometimes at $15 for like let's say like the short is about 10 out. I mean like 10 inches. But the hair goes into grades. So and that's just on like the lower end. It's like the highest quality. It just depends. Because I buy hair out of China and I buy hair out of India.
All right.
So
So
it
let
just
me
it
go ahead.
and so like
Like
I say, it honestly just depends.
what are these women? I almost said black women, but you know what they are. These are mostly black women, correct?
Well, personally, I deal with all races, honestly. When it comes to the virgin extensions, they all wear it.
Really?
Black, purple, orange, blue, yes. Oh yes.
What's your makeup of customers then?
Like now, don't get me wrong, the majority are black. I actually have some Asian customers. I have white, I have Spanish. They all wear extensions
I'm
from
going to
the
bring
west.
everyone else.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, it just all it's just big. It's just big business. Period. Like I say, I brought in the other stuff only just because I knew that that's what my clients wanted it. But like I say, on the virgin extensions, I've been selling that stuff like forever.
Does anyone have any questions for Tequila? We should show her some appreciation. Do you have a YouTube channel?
Yeah, Tequila.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Master Kim.
What I was going to ask is, or actually more of a comment. Did y'all remember earlier I said if the new business owner can make it past 2.5 years, it's golden. And here we are, perfect example. Look at her. She sounds like she's been doing this 10 to 20 years. She's got all the contacts, and then just like you said, and I'm glad that these people got fronted on maybe some belligerent behavior and turned things around. And then you had mentioned earlier that there's one vendor you just don't want to deal with anyways, despite they want your business now, because look at you now, right? You don't want
I've actually had companies like reach out to me literally via email by saying, we just saw your interview and we realized that your application has been sitting with us for a year. I said, yeah, I know. I know. And they wanted me to name names so bad. I said, you know what? I'm not gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to cause no wildfire with nothing. I'm just glad that, people are aware of what's going on from like both sides. I've actually learned a lot from this as well, because there was a lot I didn't know, and there's a lot that I know now, and it's like I'm able to help others that want to get into the business, because people have reached out to me wanting to consult with me on like, well, what did I do to get into it? The ups, the downs, the sideways, and I shared it all. So
What do you attribute it to? Like you mentioned, it sounded like you thought your video was very effective, and once that went viral, it put some pressure. What do you think the opposite side of that coin is? Why do you think you were getting a cold shoulder, so to speak, before your video came out?
the only thing that I can think of is just that they didn't want to. I'm just gonna. They didn't want to do the
Speculate.
door. I just felt that way that they didn't. They're all aren't bad, and like I say, I commend them on how they do business, because I've had a lot of them just over the years help me just with other things, not with the beauty supply thing, but actually there was a beauty supply owner. How I got actually interested in it. There's a big beauty supply store here that called his name Kim, and I was in hair school at the time, and I didn't even know he was the owner. And me and him talked for like almost like 2 hours.
Wait. Why you didn't know he was the owner?
I didn't, because I will always see this guy named Juba. Like no one ever really knows who owns these stores.
Master Kim, can you talk about that, Master Kim? You talk about this a lot, man. Hey, can you explain to her why she didn't know?
Yeah, and a lot of it is that a lot of owners try to be discreet about it, so he could be the guy sweeping up the parking lot and stuff like that. And just, they try not to floss. And one reason is for safety, right? If you never know who the owner is, you don't know who to jam up. So for safety reasons, they try to live low key, be low key around the businesses. Plus, if they're driving a big old beastie Navigator, they just, it doesn't look good trying to crush it down your employees' throats or customers' throats. So they try to, not all, especially the younger generation, try to floss, but generally speaking, the owners try to be very unassuming. But a lot of it's for safety reasons as well.
Oh yeah, I can understand it. We just started talking, and he just started sharing. He told me so much that day. I went straight to Google, and I was just like, I wonder if there are any black owned. And then I think I ended up finding there was a store. I think it's in like an article or something on an interview maybe that was done like some years ago, whatever. But it was with a store in, I believe, New York, and that was one of the things that she talked about was pricing. Was like, it's not that she wasn't able to get certain things, it was just that maybe she had to have charged $2 more for something versus going down the sidewalk and it was $2 less. So I kind of always knew just from my doing my investigating years ago, like I kind of knew that was going to be a problem. So then it was the thing, okay, well, how do you get these direct accounts? Now, even when it comes down to like the product itself, like say like your hair greases, relaxers, and things like that, those people will most definitely won't even let you in. They've told me straight up, like we're not even opening new accounts. If you can't get it from one of our distributors, then that's it. So it's like we have no choice but to deal with them. No choice.
So to you, it's just good old fashioned competitiveness. They just
That's it.
yeah.
That's it.
Now, out of all fairness, and I'm going to use Red Bull as just an example. Red Bull dominates. They've been around for 30 years, right? And the product is such demand, they don't need a new distributor. They've got their existing distributor network.
Exactly.
So they get contacted all the time. It's not racism. It's not player hating you. It's they've got a mature, established distributor network, and you have to go through them, unfortunately.
Right. And like and like I say, I had to change my mindset just a little bit too, because like I say, at the time of the interview, that was one thing. A year or so after, it's another. But as far as business is concerned, I was never upset about it. As a matter of fact, I remember telling somebody on a platform, we need to be more like them. And people can take it how they want to take it. And I told them exactly how I'm telling y'all. Business is business. I say anytime that you're going into business, it doesn't matter what it is. You're trying to figure out who your customer is. And there's word black people. It made no sense for them to take this big old beauty supply store that's geared towards blacks and drop it off in, I'm sorry if any whites are, in a white, in a prestige neighborhood. Makes no sense. So that's why when I say they got it right, they got it right. I say, do I agree with everything? I don't, but it's just business. It's no different than me figuring out how to deal directly with the factories in China versus dealing with their reps or what have you that kind of work with them. So it was just a lot of trial and error. Once I figure out the loophole, I just say, you know what, wash hands, move on, and just go do what I got to do. So
let me ask you one more question.
Yep.
And I want Master Kim, he'll probably have some comments here. Do you think your ability that you are more or less vertically integrating as opposed to just starting out? Do you think that was really what helped you, what allowed you to kind of weather the storms as well, that you had another business that kind of fed this other business in a way?
Yes. And that's what my motto of my story is: you don't have to have everything, you just got to have what works. And because I am a hairstylist, I'm a seasoned hairstylist, and I used to be a product tester, that I understand product. So half of the time when people come into my store, they're looking for a solution. Those other stores can't give them that. That's why I can, and that's why I've done so well thus far. It's
Nice.
because of that. So even when I started comparing like these bigger beauty supply stores to your, let's say, Sally's beauty supply stores, the one thing that I noticed was a square footage to the kind of products who were shopping in there, and the fact that they only had 2 feet of hair extensions in those stores. And then I started to research, well, how were they able to survive in this market without having all of this? Because like I say, all I knew was the Kim's beauty supply stores and the Ebony beauty supply stores where products from wall to wall, hair is from the ceiling to the floor, out the door. And then what I came up with was the demographic and the people who were shopping. So for me, even if I had the ability to open up a store as large as that, I still wouldn't, because half of the time it's not needed. Like I've gone into beauty supply stores that have shut down, and products have sat on those shelves for years and they're expired. For me, I don't want, for one, I can't afford to let products get expire. So that's why for me, half of the time, like I be telling people, like the majority of the things that are on my shelf I have used. I worked with several textures for so many years that I can tell you what it's going to do. So that's why my store works.
I think this has been a great.
Can I
Go
ask you a
ahead.
question?
Hold on. Anyone else have questions for her?
Yeah, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Hey, how you doing, Tequila? This is Q Talk. Hey, thanks for coming on. I had a question. It actually came up earlier in the panel. There was a discussion about how Black business owners aren't willing to open up businesses in quote unquote the hood or the ghetto or lower income areas, and they were kind of looking at your store location via like Google Maps and stuff, and trying to determine like or get your feedback, or I kind of guess from the horse's mouth. What kind of area is your store in, and do you kind of agree with that maybe more Black business owners should open in lower income areas?
Well, it just depends on the business. I mean, honestly, myself, knowing what I know now, I would not have opened my store here. And I only opened it out of convenience
Hold on. Why not?
because I was too close in proximity of these other stores. I would have never done it. I would have
And
went
you would
further
just
down
have
the street.
right.
I just wouldn't have opened it here. Not saying that my area is bad. So I wouldn't. So mine is considered half and half. So it's not really the hood, but it's not, like some kind of upper class neighborhood too. But mine is on the bus line, which means that there's a lot of people in this area who don't have cars, which is why my location works. I don't feel like it really just, like I say, it really just depends on what kind of business it is, that whether or not I feel like it will fit in AKA Black neighborhoods. Like if that's who your audience is, if that's who your customer is, then yes, drop it there. Because
Do
it
you
only
think
makes sense to do so.
Do you think there's a lot of opportunity for other Black businesses like yours in your in Black neighborhoods?
Yes. Well, beauty supply, probably not.
What else?
Probably
Not
not.
beauty supply, but other stores.
It just depends on what it is, honestly. It
Mhm.
rather because the biggest thing what I always have to explain to people is you have to look at things through the lens as the consumer. And why I say that is because, like, when you go into those neighborhoods, what do you see? You have to know what they're spending their money on, which will make sense to even put certain businesses in those neighborhoods. Sometimes it just absolutely makes no sense to. And it's sad to say it, but as they said, you're gonna have the liquor store, the funeral home, the bodega, and that's just a legit. You're gonna have like a little store here and there, maybe like a flea market here and there, but that's about it. Because that's literally what we spend our money on. You can't go dropping a gym off in the middle of the hood. What's the likelihood of us actually going to that gym? The majority of us die. So which is
Yeah.
why you don't see those in those kind of neighborhoods. And it is what it is.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
Yeah, Tequila. Can I ask a question, John? Tequila.
Sure.
Yeah.
Anybody
So,
can ask a question. Go right ahead.
Tequila. Okay, so and John and I, or John jokes around on his panel, like dopers, they got to re-up, right? In small business, the biggest problem is trying to control that cash, to re-up and buy inventory. How did you control the tiger? That's a huge problem. Doesn't matter what color you are with small business. You are obviously a master at controlling that cash flow from theft to make sure you can re-up. What was your secret of cash control?
Well, I actually do one-on-ones with people on how to. I'm just a simplified version, y'all. I don't use big words. I'm just hopefully y'all can just follow along with how I strategize and how I do what I do. So
Hey,
for me,
business
everything is all it's right. So it's all broken down to me because I'm a numbers person. So for me, it's always separating every dollar. So if I buy a product, and I'm gonna just say something of like $10, and I sell it for 20, I'm gonna put that 10 back, and I'm gonna take that 10 and I'm gonna break that $10 down. And see, for me, like going in, like I explain to people, like when you're trying to open up a store, the first thing that I ask people is, how much money do you have? From there, then it's broken down into, okay, what is this overhead going to cost you? What is this employment payroll is going to cost you, and so forth. But for me, it has always just been
constantly putting things or putting inventory and things into place that is only going to make sense, that's going to constantly keep selling. I know everything from what sells fast to what doesn't sell fast. So it's just about, making sure the more profitable the more profitable items stay in stock, so therefore the profits can constantly keep coming in, and for the ones that don't, you kind of roll them out. But I keep cash flow because I have multiple businesses going on. Because I do have a storefront and I am into the retail and reselling business, it's easier for me to constantly put multiple things inside of my store. So
Hey,
I'm
hold
not
on,
just
hold on, hold on,
selling.
Tequila, you got to come in here. You want to respond to that?
I'm sorry.
You have a
Trump
comment.
says she works like crazy. That's how she's successful. 10, 11, 12 at night doing hair and selling supplies. That's how she did it.
Were you doing 11, 12 hours, 10, 11, 12 at night? Have you ever done that before?
No, I believe in I have. One thing about it, I never took a loan to open up nothing that I've done. Like, I grew up around nothing but hustlers. So for me, it has always been, for every year, whatever profits that I take another percentage of that and I open up another business. So
So you
I
never
don't
had
physically.
hold on. So you never had any long hours doing hair early on?
I mean,
Like,
early on, yes,
yeah.
but
That's what
these
I think that's
days,
what he's talking
no.
about.
Oh
No, I
yeah,
think that's
early on, of
what he's talking about,
course.
right? You
Of
chilling now, but early
course.
on you had to grind, right? You had
Heck
to do what you had
yeah.
to do.
Like I tell people, heck
That's what
yeah.
he's
Like,
talking
you
about.
can't. Yes, long hours, honey. Long hours, long days, no days
Long
off. And that's what.
long hours early allowed you to be on this stream with us right now, chilling.
Right. I
People
still
always ask
got
me
work
all
to
the time.
do, but I got a little downtown between times. So, but
People always ask me, Tequila, the same thing. I'm a landlord. I've been doing it for so long. They see me drinking beer, smoking a joint on the stream, and they be like, yeah, he lazy as hell, but they never see 10, 11, 12 hours that you were doing 15 years ago. We have any
right.
more questions? Because I have a question for her. I want to end it with her on this question, whatever we're done. Listen, BS, when she started, she did hair. Yeah, I do believe that Trump said is probably right. And she just admitted it. When you first got started, you grinding to get that first business, to get that first salon. Is that fair?
You say
You
what?
weren't
I'm
doing
sorry.
when you first started, you were grinding to get that first salon. You were really hustling, doing a lot of hair to get that salon, right? You weren't just chilling, doing a hair or two a day.
No.
You getting it.
Oh,
That's right.
no. Absolutely not.
Yeah, that's what he's
No,
saying. I think that's the
absolutely
message.
not.
I think that's the message that, a lot of the people in the chat, people in the panel, maybe the people that will see this later, is that early on, you really got to do it yourself. You got to really get out here and hustle, learn the business, learn the trade.
Oh,
And then,
absolutely. There was a lot of late night Googling and a lot of testing
yeah.
this and doing that. Yeah. So I didn't wake up and it just started flowing the way that it did. I think even opening up the beauty supply store was easier for me to maneuver and bring the customers in because I'm known here. So that was easy. I think it's harder for somebody who knows absolutely nothing about the industry and it has, some money that can invest in something and they decide to open it. So it does make it harder, I
Hold
say, for some.
on for 1 second, Tequila. We got a guy here. Not a porn bomber or anything. You're not a porn bomber, are you?
No, I'm not a porn bomber.
All right.
Of any
Perfect.
sort.
All right. All right. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Tequila. We have to vet these people here sometime. Go right ahead. But Tequila, I don't know if you were done. If you aren't, feel free to interrupt me.
No,
This was very spontaneous, us bringing you up on the show. And I'll be honest with you. Initially, we probably were a little bit critical of you because the segmenter came off kind of like a race hustler or something. And I think he portrayed the segment portrayed you in a negative light relative to what you're demonstrating here today.
It was inaccurate. Yeah, they did not portray you.
Well, actually, it was funny. I didn't even, because I had no idea that they even picked it up. I started just getting calls out of the yin yang at my store. Like, I saw you on YouTube. I'm like, I haven't done YouTube in years. Like, what are you talking about? And so I was like, after about the 10th call, I'm like, let me get online and let me see what's going on. So I did a Google search on the YouTube, and that's when I found this.
And that's why I started having these conversations just to get on other platforms, just to kind of clear things up. Like, I mean, that's his opinion about how he feel about it. But I think they kind of spent what I was saying on the interview. Not saying that I disagree with some of the things that he was saying, like the mistreatment. Yes, that is a problem. But what I did find out is that, when these things are happening in their community, they're saying, hey, y'all got to stop this mess. Like, because y'all going to mess the money up for everybody. Because if the right person gets, make a play, it's going to be like an issue. You know what I mean? So it's like, I didn't agree with it, because I did have people that wanted me to go on and just throw this whole race thing around. I told them I wasn't doing that. You know what I mean? And so
Wait. Who would want you to do that?
So I've had like people reach out to me. Like, I don't know much about the Black Israelites or whatever, but they're just so pro-Black, so this, or whatever. And it's just like they just wanted me to get on there and just like really bash these people. I said, hold up. I said, I refuse to. I'm not doing no interviews, and I always start that out with anybody who decided to want me to come on and have a conversation. I'm not doing it.
Can you tell me what a Black Israelite is?
Hold on. Yeah,
I don't know.
Hold on. Because what I want to get here is she just said something that's very interesting. And for a lot of people who don't know how these race hustles work, I think you're getting a picture here. Somewhere reached out to her and told her, hey, go throw these people under the bus. And she said, I ain't doing that. But how many people would have? That's the question. She said, I ain't doing it. But go ahead.
Yeah.
Tequila, Biden or Trump? Biden or Trump, Tequila?
Yeah, the question still remains, though, what is a Black Israelite? I don't know what that is.
Listen, I didn't, from my understanding, and I can be wrong, you can Google it and you can see these folks for yourself. They're just like so pro-Black, this Jesus was Black and that's it, and forget the other races of people. So in my opinion, no, I'm not going to even say what I was going to say. I'm going to just leave that alone. But you can Google them for yourself. And just from my perspective of who these people are, because they actually wanted to get my permission to use a clip or even do like a small interview with them so they can include it into like some kind of documentary that they were doing. And I told them no.
Yeah, Tequila?
I told them no.
I think you just gained a lot of respect on this panel, Tequila. I think a lot of people are liking you here.
True.
Because I'm not, because at the end of the day, business is not black and white, it's green for me. And
Word.
So I don't get mad at, like I say, I've never gotten mad at a group of people who got it right. That's just like not only with the Koreans, you talk about the Arabs too. A lot of them guys have come into the neighborhood and have done the exact same thing as we have, but like I say, it's not like
I'm
they're
just
not willing
confused
to
about
work
how
with
their
me.
skin color, like, I don't understand
Listen,
what
sir,
shade
I
of
have
skin.
no.
I don't understand.
Hold on. He may have a question. He's new to the panel. What do you have? What's his name? MC Nemesis.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand. You keep mentioning like eras, Black Israelites. Like, I'm not like what distinction? I don't know what that means. Like,
okay. I got you. He doesn't know what a Black Israelite is.
Okay, so that's why I say for him to go to Google and put it in, and
let me play this.
I know. I don't know what Black, like, what is Black? What does Arab, like, is that so your nationality or the religion?
These are, so it's kind of
Israel is Judaism, the religion.
Hold on, Tequila. MC Nemesis, where are you from? Because this is Black Israelite is like an East Coast thing, from my understanding. I could be wrong. Are you
from Hickory, North Carolina?
Okay. So that may be. So here in the inner cities, DC, New York, probably Philadelphia as well, you have these groups of Blacks who you'll see them here on the screen. They'll get out on the street corners, like I think this is Times Square, but they do it, say, in Chinatown, DC, which is a very popular area, and they'll spout very racist things. So I'll play it just to give you.
No. I understand that part.
Okay.
I'm trying to ask the panel a question. Yes,
Okay.
I know that they think that they are special.
Okay.
I know that they think they say they're Black Israelites. Okay, so the word.
So
Black,
you know what they are.
the black does not mean anything. White, Arab, like that's just like a shade of your skin. So for them to, if you start off on a logical fallacy, you're just going to have question after question. The right question is why you would ask the group, why do you call yourselves black? And then if they can't answer that with a logic and reason, then you need to disregard anything they say after that.
Well, you know, I agree with you, but you know, hey,
Well,
man,
we're just trying to find out about Miss Tiffany or Miss Tequila's successful business. We could care about the color. I mean, Miss Tiffany, if you don't, or
Exactly.
The only reason why I brought them up was really because they was one of the ones that they wanted to be like the publication people who actually picked up the interview to do it on YouTube. It was more so about bashing them more so than about anything. So that's why, you know, like the whole, I guess the whole idea of whatever behind the interview was like, why aren't blacks being able to like penetrate the market? And it was just because like the backlash was because they don't want us here. So they made it about a really, really race thing. I personally felt like it a little bit, it was about the race thing, but like I say, I don't bash the race of people. It's just I deal with the company itself. So you have like 100 companies, maybe 5 of them won't do business with me. I may talk trash about the 5, not about the other 95. Does that make sense? And so the Black Israelites, they wanted to take small segment, and they thought that I was one of those people that was gonna be, you know, saying all these negative things about the Koreans or the Asians or what have you, and I refused to. So no, I didn't give them access to any of my things. No, and I wouldn't do any interviews with them because that's just always just been my thing. Like I'm not gonna do that because I do business with them, and some of them are very good people. So
them being white people you talking about, right?
White, Koreans,
Right.
you know, whomever, you know. But since we're talking about the Koreans, you know, like I say, you know, they were some of the ones besides this other, what's this, the African diaspora.
Tequila, are you comfortable saying Biden or Trump?
I'm sorry?
Are you comfortable saying who you want, Biden or Trump?
No comment.
Fair enough.
I definitely like her now.
She owns a business. She can't tell you that. she be vulnerable. We'll most of these people are probably Trump.
The Americans should get into the beauty supply business because they would be wildly successful. Would you say that's a fair comment? Because and the reason why is Koreans are not very likable. I'm Korean, by the way, because of the lack of English, the lack of finessing. You know, because you could tell people bad news, but as an American, we have to add the niceties to it. You just don't say, no, we're out of it, right?
I agree with that. I definitely don't like Korean people. Yeah.
Well, I'm simply saying in business, so I felt that African Americans in the beauty supply business would thrive more because, you know, they're American. And just like you said, you understand hair care,
bigger
products,
lips, you know,
chemical.
They sell more product. They naturally have bigger lips. They just sell more product. She's successful.
Yeah, John. No race hustling here.
No. I think that's what is great about her.
It's literal like facts. It's just.
Oh yeah, what's the percentage more?
Think about it, dude. Like if you got smaller lips, you're gonna.
Hey, hold on. We got another guy up here. We just want to make sure he's not porn bombing here. Alan. You want to come up? You're not a porn bomber, are you?
No. I'm Alan from London. Hiya, fellas.
All right. We break up. All right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, brother.
So, look, we're gonna let her get back to her business. So we're gonna end with anyone have questions or comments to her, and then we'll let her get back to her business. I'll look through the chat while you guys ask questions.
I have a question for the panel for all the business people here. I've owned and operated a few businesses, but I was not successful. I'm not really a businessman. I'm a speculator. But for the people who do run businesses, correct me, check my logic here. Do y'all really care who's in the White House? Does it really make that big of a deal? Or if you're a successful business owner, don't you kind of adapt to whatever environment it is and exploit that to your advantage? And then therefore, what is more important to the business owner is the status quo or stability, predictability in the marketplace rather than having change for the so-called better. Am I wrong about that?
Right.
Anyone want to come in?
Hey, Denzel, this is Cube. Yeah, I think that's a great question. I dabble in business, so I don't know if I'm the best person to answer, but just from my mindset, hell no, it doesn't matter who the hell's in the White House. I think stability, more on like a personal, individual level. I think I appreciate not this macroeconomic level, but yeah, to answer your question, no, I don't think it matters.
Anyone else want to chime in on that? Tequila?
No, I don't feel like in my industry it's a no. Because even when the pandemic happened, folks were still running out here trying to figure out how they're going to get their hair done, where can they buy a product, where can they get their nails done, and everything else with absolutely nowhere to go. They just want to sit in their house.
Hey, did you guys know that viruses aren't actually real?
Hey, MC Nemesis. I'm with you on that. If you want to do a show about that, send me an email. You come on, we'll talk about it.
Like the COVID virus. That's not real.
Hey, we'll talk about it all because again, I was a biology major. I've worked in labs.
Don't get John started. You got John started now. No. This is not the show for this.
Hey,
if you think it's real, all you have to do is show me the isolate.
Hey, hold on. We'll talk about it later. You guys put in the chat if you want to do a COVID chat.
Real quick, my chat wants to know if they can patronize Tequila's establishment even if they don't live there. Does she do mail orders?
Yeah. Tequila, we can put your Cash App up before you go if you don't mind, and we can also put your YouTube channel if you have one up, or your business, whatever you'd like us to share. But what do you have? You have a Cash App?
I put up the link to her shop. So anything else?
Yeah, Tequila, you want to put up your
you have some type of e-commerce? Can you order
while
from
you're
your
at it, hit up the
website?
link to my music, MC Nemesis on Amazon Music.
We'll do that when we'll do that when we let Tequila go. But Tequila, you have a Cash App, anything you want to put up on the page, or if you have a website or something you want us to show, your YouTube stream, we can do that right now. Tequila, you still there? She may have left us already. Got tired of you guys talking back and forth over her.
Speak up.
But anyway, let me put up her website, and she may have her Cash App or something like that up there. Let me share this screen. This is her website. Give me 1 second. This is her website and everything. If you want to contribute, you can. Give me 1 second. Tequila, if you're still there, this is her website here. Shop TressaHolic. Let me copy that in case you guys will see it. Copy. And that here.
Hey, John, I can't
now
see
that
that
you've given me that address, I know exactly where to go.
Hey, you're going to get you a weave or something, MC. Let's see, share this.
Hey, I might want some beauty care for real, or my wife. I have a wife that would be interested in it.
This is their website. Here's TressaHolic, shop TressaHolic.com. I'll put that in the link. Anyway, it was great having her on, somewhat spontaneous there, very spontaneous actually. I'm going to put her link. I'm sorry, say that again.
That was a great job. I hope you can do something like this again with another business. It was actually excellent.
Man, we're going to end up with that. I'm going to tell you guys what we have coming up next. If I can just put this in the comment here. Oh, someone already put it in. Okay, so what we're going to have next coming up is two people recommended to me by Master Kim. And the first person is going to be, well, not the first person, but one of the people is going to be, who was it?
I think Ken Watson.
Ken Watson, yeah, that's correct. I can't cut my camera back on him. Ken Watson. He's an Atlanta businessman, corporate. Master Kim, you give us a.
So Ken Watson is a commercial realtor broker in the Atlanta market. He's never missed any deals, even his interest rates are high and all that stuff. So he's a go-getter guy, very successful African-American gentleman, very successful, and it would also provide perspective. And one of the perspectives is he's race blind. He just doesn't get into all that stuff, which I think is highly successful, but he's also, you know, experienced too. And I think with what happens when you get older, you just tune all that stuff out and just focus on the stuff that at the end of the day will, you know, push you and your family forward. So yeah, I highly recommend you guys speak with him.
So I reached out to him and giving him our here. So we're going to have him up on the panel at some point. Let me just see his resume. This is a very serious guy here, very serious. He's a pilot too, right, Kim?
Your mic's breaking out.
He's a pilot too, right, Mexican? The guy's a pilot, owns his own plane.
Yep,
I mean, he's
absolutely.
a very serious guy. A very serious
gas
guy.
station, small, exactly.
Your
Yes,
mic.
indeed.
And Mexican, how many languages does he speak? He speaks Hindi or something? I think I really speaks Chinese too.
Yeah, does he? Yeah, he may. He's he graduated from.
You better quit worrying about that. Worry about your mic.
Hey,
We're talking about these little one-liners. Just
I put him backstage. Oh, I'm sorry, Mexican. I put the wrong person.
He got derailed, man.
yeah,
Go ahead, Mexican.
I hope he does show up to that beauty supply store, get his ass whooped.
Yeah, that might not be the neighborhood to go there talking to. And so then, Mexican, we're also going to have your cousin with the
Gabriel
Bitcoin
for the
success,
Bitcoin,
right?
yep, and the crypto, correct.
Right, we're going to bring him up. He's $400,000
Oh,
up on
John,
Bitcoin.
you're doing great work here. You're doing community service, man. I don't know how you deal with this. This is too much for me.
Is Tequila? Did she make it back or not? Did Tequila?
No,
drop?
I'm still
okay.
here listening. But what I was explaining about the website was to don't put the link up there because that one is active, but we actually supposed to have to take that one down as well. So no, nothing is up. Nothing is up right now.
Someone has a question. Can they mail order from you?
Yeah, if it's something that they want, hopefully we'll be back up within the next 30 days. But yes, I do have people who kind of know what they want, and we do send things out.
Would you be willing to put your Cash App up for the people that want to contribute out of appreciation for you? Okay, let me see how we should do this. Let's put it in a banner. So it can scroll across the screen. What's your Cash App? What does it begin with? a $, right?
Yeah, it's $ TressaHolic. I much is appreciated.
TressaHolic.
Yes.
Damn,
Tequila, is it possible that you can visit John again here on the panel? When can we get you back?
Absolutely. I mean, whenever. Whenever. I enjoyed it. So I'm glad that you guys reached out to me.
Oh, thank God. I thought you got scared with these people. This is insanity out here.
I've heard worse. So, it's all fun. So, you just kind of let people say what they want to say and ignore it.
Yeah, let me see.
Tequila, would you admit that most people fail in business because they run out of money and you're able to keep it? And that's why I was making such a big deal. Like, you know how to control that tiger. What did you do? How do you do it? And just by the way you explained it, you clearly look at that money as the lifeblood of the business. So a lot of people can't do that. They look at that money in cash flow and they use it to take the family to vacation and go buy a fresh new grip.
Well,
and then they can't buy inventory.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, people go in it wrong as well. You know what I mean? I personally look at it like, personally myself, like everything that I had as far as like what my overhead expenses where it comes to, my lights, my so forth, and what my employee payroll was going to cost me. I did the numbers. I timed that by a few years. So I didn't have to depend on what profits came in through the door because I already had a nestling sitting. So it was always for me was thinking ahead and not worrying about really what was coming in. And so just, keeping account of what's coming in, going out, whatever products that's being sold, not being sold, and just how to maneuver everything is kind of what's important. So I don't know much about other industries, but as far as like the retail side of it, that part of it, I do know because I've lived it. So.
All right, Cash App Tequila at TressaHolics. Look like we have another person. He may have a question for you. And Alan, do you have any questions since you just joined?
No, not really. I just thought I'd jump in to find out what was going on, and I'd just like to say good luck to your business, and keep up the good work, and everything will be fine, I think. And I mean, you sound like a woman that's a lady or is determined, and over there it's sort of difficult for me to comment on anything really because I'm in England, so. But I do appreciate that you're fighting, and good luck to you in the future. And that's all I like to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I appreciate
that's a great
it.
comment there, Alan. Anyone else have comments before?
I've got a comment, John.
Hold on. Hey, hold on, Imperius. Tequila.
Yes.
I don't know what Imperius is gonna say. You somewhat bombastic. So brace yourself. Go ahead, Imperius.
Oh, I wasn't going to talk to her. I'll get to her next. I just wanted to tell Master Kim he's a dirty, slant-eyed gook, and I hate him.
Oh, what a wonderful contribution to the show, Imperius.
All right.
No, I just wanted to put that in there. I'm just trying to,
Hey, I'm the slant-eyed gook here.
Hold on. We're not going to waste your time with this bullshit. Hey.
As a lady boy, he paid me for
Hey,
it.
we're not going to waste your time with this bullshit. Imperius, do you have any questions for her?
No, I caught it in the middle. Why did your page get dropped? Or why can't you be up for 30 days? I didn't hear why. I was just wondering about that.
Maintenance. We're actually tearing it down and redoing it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well, John will help you with that. He'll do it for free.
Hey, Tequila, Imperius has got a lot of money ready to invest in beauty supplies. So
I've got more money. I've probably got more. I've probably got more money in cologne than she has in her whole shop, dude.
Hey,
oh my God!
Imperius, where are you in Florida, by the way? Where are you in Imperius?
Like Destin, like Okaloosa County area.
All right. Any other questions for Tequila? You guys hit her cash app. This is how we keep the show going. And we really appreciate her for coming. I have one or two questions before we let her get out of here. Any other questions?
I had a question for her. Does she think that she would ever get with Mr. Kim? I know he's ugly, but he needs some help.
Right. All right. That's not
right. My God.
Here's my question. Here's my question to you. It's a very serious question. You seem like a very determined woman, as the other guy says. And why do you think? And you may have a counter to this. No. But where are the black men to be doing these types of things? She may be busy. I want to ask her about the black men and why aren't there more black men showing this level of grit in industry like she is in terms of entrepreneurship. So I'm glad she's busy with someone at the register or a customer, but maybe we can ask her that question before she goes. Where is the grit from the young black men to do something similar? Why aren't they opening up the liquor stores? Right.
So this is Q talking. I think someone alluded to this not too long ago.
One at a time. Go ahead.
But I think someone alluded to this not too long ago. I think it was Master Kim, and I think people like the glitz and the glamour, right? They want to, do glitz and glamour. Make a rap song or what have you, and cutting the grass and cleaning and doing those non glamorous things don't really attract them. That's what I think. But it would be interesting to get a female perspective on that.
Hey, Tequila, we don't have many females up here. I'm not sure if you may be busy with customers, which is a good thing. Can you tell us why more black men don't do the things that she's busy, I think?
Well, I think that's because they don't really understand the industry. I mean, you have had some that kind of wanted to get into selling like hair extensions, and I just only think because they felt like at the time that it was in demand. So I think everybody was kind of trying to put their hands into the pot, men and women. Like I've had people would reach out to me because they could never offload their inventory. So I think some have tried. I just think that I just feel like they don't know enough about it to have decided to get into it.
Do black men own like the liquor stores in your community?
No.
How about the gas stations?
Yes. No.
Corner stores?
Yes. A few.
Oh, really? Okay. There you go.
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's just a start. That's a start. All right, Tequila. Anything else you wanna say before you get out of here, Tequila?
No, I just want to thank you for reaching out to me, and thank you to everybody for the feedback, the comments, the questions. All is appreciated. I enjoyed everybody. So
Hey, Tequila, can you do me a favor before you leave? Can you tell Get Cracked that he's a fish face?
no, that's not nice.
Hey, she's down with the Asians. Even
Man, I gotta cam up one of these days, man. I ain't no fish
Listen,
face.
I'm down with the Asians. End of
Hey,
story.
Tequila, I sent
Yes.
you a Cash App with Tequila already.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate it.
See, he's trying to get with the black girl. See, I'm telling you, these Asians, they go up
black
everywhere. I'm
girls
telling
love
you,
me, man.
you let
Hey,
these Asians
the
in,
black
and they
girls
spread
love
like
my
weeds.
ass.
They spread like weeds, man. I'm telling you. Go to East LA. Go to I'm telling you. Look at the San Gabriel Valley, and look at Irvine. I mean, Irvine by my house, it used to be all white people. Now it's the Asians.
Oh.
This has been great, Tequila. We're gonna let you get out of here before these guys start
Okay.
kicking you out.
Okay. Well, hit me up anytime. You got my contact information.
Hey, hit the subscribe button. Hit the
Thank
like.
you, Tequila.
Okay, you're welcome.
Yeah,
Thank you,
share
guys.
share this interview with your friends and family, and tell them to hit the like and subscribe button.
Okay, we'll do.
Thank you.
If my mods
All
can
right.
put her link for her business in the chat.
Do it one more time and give her a round of applause as she's on her way out the door. Thank you.
Thanks
guys.
for putting up with all the Asians, Tequila. We appreciate it. They do. Tequila. Do you ever go to the gym with them though? They do smell kind of sour, right?
She's gone.
Oh, she left.
I was gonna tell her to stick around as long as she likes it.
Hey, John,
You know.
I think
What's
Imperius
up?
looks like Graham Stephan, that fucking faggot on TV investor. Do you look like Imperius?
No, I look more like a mix of Channing Tatum and kind of maybe a little bit of, what would I say?
Oh, Channing Tatum.
Yeah. And probably a mix of
OC. This guy
maybe,
from the OC, man.
maybe a mix of him and Gerard Butler or something, I'd say.
Imperius.
Hey, I want to have
weaker.
I want to have a little feedback on this interview. I thought this was great. What did you guys think?
That was
good. What a great guess. She kind of blows the cover on the fallacies, but also there's legit shit goes on. That's the world we live in. Nothing's like Disneyland, you know?
Well, I want to ask John a question. Have you changed your mind any?
Changed my mind about what?
I don't know. That
she did acknowledge that there was some legit hater racism, but it was low level. And if you look at, you're gonna find it. She did. I agree with that.
No,
she found it.
Well, what I meant is that black people can't run a business.
Oh yeah, she was a great example. So we need to tell Be Brave. Be Brave needs to watch this shit. Because I told Be Brave that's not true. Look
Who said she couldn't run a business?
Be Brave could watch this and his mind will never change.
No, I think Be Brave would be cheering her on, honestly.
Yeah, he could hook up with her. He's a dirty old man.
This is cute. But I just wanted to shout out whoever in the chat made that suggestion to call her. I don't know if it was Dirty Dog or someone else. I'm not sure. But yeah, shout out to them. That was good. That was good job.
Yeah, that was pretty good right there. I think Be Brave would find her inspiring. I think one of the things Be Brave will probably point out, and what I pointed out, is that I think she's in a woman's field, so it kind of makes sense. That she vertically integrated. She's in
business.
No. What I'm saying.
You know what? No, I'm sorry. She's not in a woman's field. She's in business. I guarantee you, she could be running another business probably as well.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is
she's in business, not a women's business.
Stanley is correct. You're very technical, Stanley. She sells a woman product. Okay,
no.
We got you, Stanley.
Well,
and she also alluded to that. She also says she has multiple businesses.
don't make me mute you guys. But what she said was she started out doing hair, and she saw a lot of her stylists, her customers needing hair products. So she said, "Shit, I'll just vertically integrate into that business, and now I'll sell them the dope and put the dope in their hair." That's what she said. So it makes sense that she would integrate.
What?
It was basically, I'm using dope man terms, but basically she'll sell them the dope, the hair, and then she'll put the hair in their head, right? And that is smart because she's vertically integrating. She's not going to open up a chicken wing store that has no relation to what she's doing here.
Nice.
Yeah, I thought she was a very, very intelligent woman. I forgot to ask her if she went to college or not. I know she said she went to hospitality school, cosmetology school, but she doesn't seem like a woman filled with nonsense in her head like you see a lot of these educated black people. She didn't come on here telling us about when jazz was found in New Orleans or anything like that. She was talking about numbers. And at one point she said, all I can talk to you in a very rudimentary way. 1, 2, 3. You know, she's selling is a very rudimentary business. You deal with it in a very rudimentary way. And I think a lot of people want to complicate things, and she made it very simple. And
with her markup, you're right.
Hey John, can I say something real quick? You're absolutely 100% right, and I just want to say this out loud for this that might have went over the heads of a lot of people. She was talking about beauty supply store, right? Like, you're all gonna listen. This doesn't apply to me. Like, oh, beauty supply, weed. You guys got to look past it. She was talking about business. Like, it could have been anything. She could have been talking about power tools, right? She taking a flight to China in a couple weeks. Like, don't let the fact that she was selling hair and makeup or whatever cloud the conversation, which that could be applied to anything. So I just wanted to say that out loud.
Yeah, health and beauty is not just a woman's field. I mean, one of my cologne bottles costs $600. So it's. I mean, go buy some Creed and come back to me. Tell me how much you spend. So I don't know. You know?
Hey, intellectual frat boy, have you ever? You're probably too young to remember Richie Rich cartoons or comic books.
Of course I do. I remember the movie.
Stanley, no, don't do this.
Oh, I might.
Well, hey, before we finish up today, guys, any suggested topics? I've told you 2 of the things we have coming up.
John, bring up the article right now where the woman fucking wrote about how Trump will get closer to the black population now that he's shot.
I don't see it in Piers. Did you put it in the back chat?
I'll post it for you. Hold on.
I don't believe that, by the way. I don't think that's true.
Hey, John, can you put up the? So I put in the back chat like my trade from last week to this week. So I sold that one. So Be Brave always wanted me to give numbers. So I'll give an example, right? I screenshotted my portfolio, my trading account here.
Hey, get crack. Just a real quick it's off base, so I apologize. I got random questions. Get crack. You know how everyone always posts their gains? Like, how much of that is like kind of BS and like the losses?
It's really BS because you have to post your losers too. And when I go start talking about things, what I'm trying to tell you is that you can't guarantee any trade you make, but I'm trying to increase your probability that you'll make these type of trades. You see? So I want you to make a killing, I want you to focus on high quality trades. Like, don't just shoot your shot. Like, don't just like go randomly pick up a girl here and there. Like, optimize your time, optimize your abilities. Just a lot of people in trading, they just impatient. They just want to do something. Trading is boring. Trading is really boring because you just wait for the right price and the right time to hit, and you're going like, okay, it's worth it for me to enter. So that's what I'm showing you. So that's from 1 week worth of trade, right? For just 2 positions right there.
You just described a baby daddy or so.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
that's really how it is. That's really how it is.
My suggestion, and hopefully you don't get a loser, but can you post your next loser?
Yeah, I'll post losers. Yep.
Appreciate you.
Oh, you can just post Master Kim, dude.
Hold on for a second. Crack, can you explain this? What everyone's seeing? case you don't
Well,
understand.
I just bought pure shares. You know, if you did options, you would have made a lot more. But when I do Bitcoin, I usually just do futures. Okay, so I think Clue Channel will probably do a better job explaining futures than I would. So I kind of said, like, I think that guy would have a better day trading advice for you if you do futures. So when you do short term, this is more of a weekly trade. So when I saw Bitcoin going down, I used these Bitcoin miners as a proxy for Bitcoin. So Bitcoin only went up some certain percent, but these, look at these, went up like 20, 16% for me, right? And I could list a whole bunch of other stocks we should watch. And yeah, so I'm just telling you, there's different ways to skin a cat, you know? And I hope more people will come in that have different takes on trading, because somebody would be more into futures, commodities, and they would give you more inside baseball on the tactics. I'm just giving you overall strategy. I hope I can give you knowledge that applies anywhere, and then you can take what I give you and add it on with whatever your life circumstance is. You're an investor, we can show you that. And if you're a day trader, we'll show you that. You know, I hope we can grow it that way. We can get more people on board to teach.
So explain each column and each row for everyone.
So the first one is just the last price. That's just the share price itself, and then you have the today's gain, which is what happened today, and the total gain. So I was basically waiting. I bought at the right price last week, and I'm just like sitting there waiting, hoping something would happen to make it move up, because I look at the chart and I'm going like, well, there's gonna be something that will trigger it, and it was Trump getting shot at, and that's what happened today, and this is the result, right? If I bought like Donald Trump's media, like DJT, that's a ticker, that's up 60% pre-market, that was up 60, 70. So if you were really a risk taker and you really believe something was going to happen to Trump, you had some insider information, somebody made a killing on DJT from Friday into, like, look up that ticker, John.
Give me 1 second.
So didn't someone say?
John, look at the link I posted, John, about that fucking article.
All right, Nancy Pelosi invest in that. DJT.
Yeah, look at the 5-day chart. Yeah, you can just like, yep. See?
Wow, damn.
There you go. If you did pre-market, you would have been a killing, because it was up 70% pre-market.
And it's 34%, bro. Damn.
34% when it opened. It was already coming down after pre-market. But if you bought that sucker last, yeah, and you knew it.
Wait a minute, this was July 12th. 15. So this is, yeah, okay, so this is pre-market. I see. Oh,
no, there's no pre-market on the chart for the Google chart. You have to like open up Yahoo and then open up that.
But I'm saying, like, this is where it closed. This is where it closed on July 12th.
Yeah, and that's where it opened. But the opening's way lower, because it was going up over 50. So that was 70%.
Right. So this is the pre-market jump right here, basically. Right. This is the pre-market jump. Right. Well, okay. Damn, I didn't even know. And what is that on him surviving? That would be
I mean, hey, this is just a meme stock, dude. Just like GameStop and all those others. They just trade on event news. That's it.
So this would be based on him surviving. I mean, where would the stock be if he had died? Right? It'll be down.
Yep, exactly.
So that's very interesting. All right, let me go ahead.
But like Gate Crack just said, he said it's a meme. So like, who the hell knows? Like,
well, DJT's going to go up again today because he's going to do his VP pick today, so the stock will go up again.
Him getting shot is a bad thing, yet it went up. So like, you explain that to me.
Yeah, because it's increased his voting odds of winning. So if you go to real bets, like casino betting on who's going to win on, like, yeah. So if you do Vegas bets right now, you'll see that he went up 7% in the Vegas odds of him winning the election, so that probably juiced it up. And dude, well, it's
not just that, but it's marketing. He was all over the news all weekend.
Yeah, so I mean, the whole thing is like you can skin a cat so many ways. The market, everything. You can be a fundamental guy, you can be a technical guy, but I'm telling you, just figure out the way you want to play it, your life circumstance, and where you
Your
are.
personality.
And like, yeah, your personality. And Clue was basically saying like he wished he was in the stock market game earlier, because if he did trading earlier, he could have bought his houses today instead of now doing trading and waiting months, years down the line to buy a house, right? And it's like, I just want to teach this stuff now because I feel like the investing game was more my generation and before. And I think the younger people, to beat inflation, to beat this, you have to be a little bit more aggressive. And if you're aggressive, you're taking a lot more risk. And I want to teach you things to avoid getting rug pulled and screwed over by the bigger guys that have quant firms, Sam Bankman-Fried types, because you don't need to beat them, but you at least know there's danger, and you at least know, oh shit, this is gonna fucking tank.
Well, not just that, but crack. There's ways. The best way to invest is to follow and invest the way the politicians are investing. And
that's
there are
too
sites.
slow, dude. That's too slow. Hey, they give those reports too late, dude. The report I gave FINRA data today. FINRA data is 1 month delayed data. And
there are tracking sites. No, there are tracking sites that hold on.
SEC. No, SEC. Stop. I ain't fucking playing anymore, Imperious, because SEC gives those results. That's quarterly. You think I'm gonna wait 3 months? After the fact that Nancy Pelosi bought some options 3 months later? It's too late. You bought too late.
SEC Securities, dude, they have websites and they have trackers on this. No.
Every day.
Yes, they do.
God.
Whenever a trade is made, because they're yes, because they yes.
Go back to buy cologne, you fucking retard.
Hold on. Let me explain to Imperious why they don't, because it's not sufficient to explain to him to just say no they don't or yes they do. The reason why they don't, let's say if you're Elon Musk and you want to move 20 million shares of Tesla, you have to do that quietly in chunks. You can't just drop 20 million shares of Tesla in the market. You're going to depress the price. So he has to quietly sell those things, and those things aren't going to be disclosed real time because people will pick up on
capitaltrades.com. They're disclosed real time. All the politicians' stocks are traded real time, guys.
Imperious, I guarantee you that
you're gonna trust us.
Go to the site. You can track it any time, just like you can track people's planes, just like you can track anything. What are you talking about?
Even the plane tracking, the plane tracking is time late.
No, it's real time, my friend.
No, you don't understand how dude, there are a lot of things you think you know that you actually don't.
And Imperious, it is seriously, even if you're tracking planes, I guarantee you it's not real time. It's not down to the millisecond that the down to the 1/8 of a second or whatever the hell that would be. And as it relates to trading data, any data that's not timely, and when I'm talking about timely, we're talking about down to milliseconds, because they have servers loaded with AI computer algorithms that can read and trade ahead of things or trade directly behind things. And that is, even if they do know everything they reported, the retail investor is still going to be disadvantaged because he can't trade as timely as an institutional investor with timely information. The institutional investors just want to get a little bit back.
That's how Robinhood exists.
Yeah.
Again, exactly. I just posted the link. They have it live. They have it live whenever they sell their stock because they have to report it. Stop.
Report it every quarter. Oh my God, that's an SEC
they have to report. No, they have to report it immediately within the same fucking 48 hours.
Oh my God! Oh man, John, this is
This dude doesn't even listen to what he says.
Calm down, man. Calm down. Jeez.
Hey, Piers, do you know what?
I posted the link to the site. John, bring the site up. Post the link to the site. Bring it up, John. John, bring the site up. John, bring the site up. A white man's going to have to conquer the Asians again. Put up the site.
And you know what? And you know what?
Let me ask you
Chart, bro, bar chart.
Hold on.
I was just about to go with the race hustle. A white man has to do what now?
They have to conquer the Asians again.
And Pierce, I was going to ask you if you know where. Do you know where front running?
You are a race hustler.
No, that would be me asking and begging for another race for something. That's you.
No, don't, dude. I see.
Yeah,
through
you're
your
asking the white man for your freedom.
bullshit.
Kiss our feet for freedom. You can't do it
not
yourself.
Superior. As a matter of fact,
We are superior. That's why you have to beg to us, to our moral standards, to give you something.
Bottle of cologne.
You have to. Yes. I have excess capital, Stanley. Yes, I do. Yes, I have lots of excess capital.
Like you're the only one with excess capital. Well,
Do you have that much, Stanley?
You should take that excess capital and get an education and maybe a law degree.
I've already gone through the education, Stanley.
I don't think you have. Not from what I'm hearing.
Again, I'm still waiting to hear anybody that can refute that the stocks are not updated immediately. I just freaking I just posted the site that you can follow their live actions.
And Pierce, respond to this. 78 members of Congress have violated a law designed to prevent insider trading and stop conflicts of interest. Like, how do you?
Yeah, it doesn't mean that their stocks tratings are not reported online by other people.
Okay, but
that doesn't mean that at all. Not just that, but again, there are. Let me explain something to you, John. Congress people violate laws all the time. Did you know Congress has a fund, an illegal fund that they use as payments for sexual assault allegations during each session of Congress?
No, I didn't
That's
know that.
relevant.
It is relevant because they break laws all the time.
Are they trading sexual assaults or what exactly?
Well, those sexual assaults are still reported, just like the trading of stocks, Stanley.
Like a debt that can be traded.
Hey, John.
No, it's that they know they're going to have so many lawsuits each year because they rape everybody that they have a fund ready.
Yeah, hold on, Pierce. Don't make me mute you. Hold on. And Pierce, I think you kind of over your skis here. I think like this is really
the Pajeets, man. Oh my God.
And Pierce, I think that like seriously, like there may be all kind of regulation and laws, and I do agree with you on that. But I think that these people are very corruptible or corrupt, and Wall Street and big businesses figured out ways to get around all of these reporting laws. And here's one example. I just mentioned the eighth of a second, things like that. Trading share in milliseconds. Let me know in the chat if you can screen this here. You guys know.
John, your audio is going to shit.
Too many tabs, bro.
This Imperious. Give me 1 second. I'll pull it up. Difficult denizen. I was looking for your stream because I wanted to share it with people since you say you show your trading portfolio stocks and losses, gains. But Imperious, this is what I want to say to you, man. Like, you probably heard of high frequency trading. Get crack, you've heard of that, right?
Yes. Isn't that more commodities though? Usually.
No, it's everywhere, bro. Right. Everywhere.
And so you'll see this article, trading shares in milliseconds. And I remember reading an article about 10, 12 years ago about how companies in New Jersey were locating firms in New Jersey directly across from the New York Stock Exchange.
Hey, John, yeah, you got to close tabs, man, because this
man.
something is sucking your resources right now.
Oh, wow. Okay, let me see if I can close down some of these tabs here. But I remember reading an article in the New York Times, I think it was New York Times, years ago, and it was about how companies were locating very close to the stock exchange in New Jersey. And in doing so, they were able to take advantage of milliseconds in stock data flow. So as the data flowed from the stock exchange downtown New York out on the network, it would hit Jersey first, and I'm talking about milliseconds. And these people were trading ahead of stock orders by way of milliseconds. They had computers, and this probably is an article about that. Today's stock market has become a world of automated transactions executed at lightning speed. high frequency trading to make financial system more efficient, but it could also turn small mistakes into catastrophes. This was written in 2009, but basically, it's about more or less how trades can be easily front run by virtue of where your data center is located. You guys can look at the article I put in the chat if you're interested in reading it. But so Imperius,
Yeah, so John, so I posted in the chat. So you go
They
to
have
his
Nank and Cruise, dude. The ETFs for each of the parties. It's fine, dude.
Hey, hold up. Okay, so if you go to Imperius's website, let's go here. And all U.S. congressmen, senators, blah, 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 politicians have to disclose any security trades within 45 days. They can wait until the very last minute to post their trade. 45 days? I ain't fucking trusting that data. That's fucking old news. That's fucking old news.
No, see, the ETFs monitor their stocks.
Oh my God! Shut up with the ETFs. I know there's a lot of ETFs that track Republican and Democrat.
Do Cruise and Nank not 98% of
John,
is Cruise and Ank not 98% effective? Shut up, Agent Rip. Dude, you little fuck, I'll drop kick the shit out of you. Shut the fuck up, you little Chinese fuck, I'll throw you to the fucking wall.
Hey, shut up, you little bitch. Shut up, you little bitch. So I'm gonna give a better website than you right here. Hey, John, pull up this website. If you want to look at insider trades for Congress, I have a better website for you. Go to unusualwhales.com/politics. I put in the back chat.
Hey, Impervious, do you still do handshake deals too?
Yes. Unusual Whales is just part of a subversive. It's subversive trading. It's fine. That's what I'm saying. The ETF track all that.
Subversive trading online makes sense to me.
Oh, hold on, Stanley. What I want to show Imperius is this right here. This is what Get Crack is saying, Imperius. Let me maximize the screen. If you guys can see this in the chat, and I'm asking you this for YouTube analytics purpose, just being full disclosure. But if you can see this in the chat, I need you to say yes or no. But basically, this is what Get Crack is talking about, Imperius. The politicians have to disclose any securities trades within 45 days of the transaction, which means you're not allowed to front run them because you don't even know when they're placing these trades. At the end of 45 days, they report their position. The position could have been put into place 30 days ago. And so you're following them, but they've already placed their trade 20, 30 days ahead of you. And that, I think, is what Get Crack is saying. Correct me if I'm wrong, Get Crack. Is that,
That's not the point. The point is you look at the 45-day cycle by what they're doing and what large investment funds they're going into. You diversify what they're diversifying in, and you follow them real time with ETFs. It's not a single game.
ETFs don't follow retime.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Cruise and Nank do. Cruise and Nank do. Cruise and Nank do.
Too late.
Hey, we'll do a show on this. Actually, this sounds like a very good topic. We'll do a show on. I guess the topic would be, can you track politicians' portfolios?
Cruise is CRUZ is literally Unusual Whales, what they follow for their Republican ETFs. You need to learn the actual fucking databases. It's called Cruise.
Hey, before we get out of here, guys, a couple things I want to say. We should subscribe to. It looks like Difficult Dennison is here. Dennison, what's your stream? I'm gonna pull you up while I have you here.
I'm Denizen-X on YouTube.
All right,
I also posted my Discord link in the chat. The best way to keep in contact with me is follow me on Discord. And I have a free and a premium trading group there. Sorry, go ahead.
All right, let's see if we can get you some subscribers here. You have 509 right here. You guys subscribe to Denizen-X. I'm going to put it in the chat right here. And that's Dennison right there. Dirty Dog says, great job calling Tequila. I think that was very good, honestly. I think, we highlighted the business owner. That's really what I want to do on this channel, give out advice,
John, I have a question. Why would you believe another person against the race that creates money and defines what money is?
It's not that I believe, but it's that.
Because
Hey John, put up. Hey, last
because
stream you put like how many millionaires Vietnamese like were like 93%, like the increase in millionaires. Why did you put that up while I was on like the last stream? Were you trying to like? Were you trying to pump me up or something? Were you trying to pump me up? You were like, hey, look at this! How many millionaires in the global market?
No, but
Like, how many more
John, I
millionaires?
I posted Cruz's link, John. Bring that site up and just look through it with everyone real quick. Bring up Cruz's site real quick. I just posted it, John. You can bring up and monitor everything.
I'll pull it up.
Hey, Impervious.
You guys take a look.
I look forward to America's new Asian. America's new
Man, thank you, Stanley. Yeah, thank you, Stanley. I'll make sure you're quite comfortable. Whatever food you want, man, doesn't matter. I'll make sure it's delivered to you on your doorstep.
All I want is a $600 bottle of cologne.
Oh man, what do you want? Okay, let's see.
It sucks, Stanley. I'm sorry you can't afford it.
Hey, only fops wear cologne.
You can't afford a John Lobb shoe either, I'm sure. You can't afford Jimmy Choo's. You can't afford anything.
Hey,
Jimmy Choo's, no!
Impervious, you're a dandy, aren't you?
No, I just like nice things in life, Stanley. I can afford it.
Spats in a 3-piece suit? Dude,
What did you say, Stanley? I can't hear you.
1888 is looking for a missing dandy.
Yeah, that's fine, Stanley. My wardrobe's looking for a new $20,000 suit too.
Talk about your wardrobe? Why are you telling me about
You are
your
literally
wardrobe?
talking about his wardrobe, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, because you're literally talking about it, Stanley. You're talking about my colognes and stuff. That's my wardrobe,
You are
Stanley.
literally a dandy.
No, I just have a lot of nice things because I can afford it.
Dude, you're a
Stanley, would you say that my $20,000 Stanley, would you say that my $20,000 fucking 300 Win Mag is a dandy, Stanley? Stanley, would you say that my 300 Stanley, would you say that my Barrett MRAD Stanley, would you say that my Barrett MRAD with a tangent theta scope is also a dandy?
You have no idea what I'm talking about. What the fuck?
No, Stanley, I just like nice things of all things. I like nice cars, nice houses, nice weapons, nice clothes, nice things, Stanley. I can afford them.
Imperious, what kind of car? You know, I'm curious. What kind of car are you driving?
A Plaid.
A what? I'm sorry. I'm not in the car.
Model S. Model S.
A what?
Model S what? Surfboard, right?
The ludicrous version, the Plaid, the fucking the 2021.
I don't know anything about cars, Imperious.
With the fucking yoke steering wheel and all that. They're going to go 0-60 in 1.9. That's what I have.
He drives
a Tesla.
He drives a Brome, like a horse-drawn carriage.
So I drive 0-60 in 1.9 is a carriage. I also have a truck too.
Well,
is this a Plaid? Is this a Plaid?
Stop messing about with each other. Leave the poor dude alone, man. Leave him alone.
How many footmen do you have? Massa Impervious?
I like that you call me Massa. That's good. That's good. I like that.
That looks nice. I like that.
Met with as much contempt as I can put into a phone.
What's he supposed to do? I mean,
Imperious, is this
What's
a Plaid?
wrong with Axe body spray?
Yeah, no, that has a body kit and stuff. I don't have all that shit. I just have the stock one.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
oh, look at.
I didn't even know what Plaid was.
Hey, I bet it's a white one.
That
isn't
looks
it?
a nice car, man. What's the matter? That's cool.
But
Looks
it's white.
They're hating on it because they can't afford it. Remember, the more people that you have hating on you, the better you're doing. So I enjoy it.
Dude, you spend that car.
Yeah, I spent Stanley. I spent $5,000. Stanley, I spent $5,000 on Saturday on shoes. What the fuck do you think I care, Stanley?
Dude, you know what? Spend it on a child. It'll be better spent.
Stanley, I already spent it on you.
Why the fuck would you spend money on me, you idiot?
Because you're my child, Stanley. I fucked your mom. Get it together.
Oh man, no, come on.
Oh, see,
All right. Hey,
That's not right.
I think it's a good time. We probably
this is the
we're running out.
lawyer who might
Hold on, we're running
litigate
out
a
of
case
steam here.
for you.
Hold
Well,
on,
Your
hold on.
Honor.
Hey,
Your
hold on.
Honor, I thought your mom.
Hey, hold on. We're running out of steam here. I want to give Denizen the last words here because he's been quiet most of the day. Get Crack, I'll start off with you. Well, matter of fact, I'm going to let you in right after Denizen. Stanley, I'll start off with you. Any
You
last
know
words?
what? I think I've said enough. Impervious. Be a man.
Stanley, what did you think about the interview with the lady? With Tequila.
John, you know what? I can't give you enough compliments.
That shit was great. Right? That was great. It surprised me, honestly. I think we did a great service here.
Everything all right?
Excellent.
Left you.
Salute.
One at a time here, Alan. You're up next, Alan. What's up?
Oh yeah, I'm just saying, have we all cooled down? It's got a bit heated there, but it was very knowledgeable. I don't do bitcoins or stock market, but I would like to say something now. What I've learned, I just use the FTSE 100 as a sort of a guide. This is the top 100.
Yeah, that's the
companies.
London Stock Exchange, like FTSE,
Hey,
FTSE.
I hate to do this. Trump just picked JD, whatever his name is.
Hold on 1 second.
As
Did he
vice
just
president.
you say he just picked JD
Yeah,
Vance?
JD Vance.
Oh shit, we may go 30 more minutes here. So wait a minute.
Oh no!
JD Vance.
Hold on. Shit, we got questions here.
What a terrible pick.
Good pick. Now he's unassailable now. He can't be assassinated. Now JD Vance will be worse for them.
My question.
Ah, I see. Yeah, that's a good point.
We're trying to get out of here, and we want to answer some questions here. And one of the things someone just asked is, who is Tequila? So you guys can answer who is Tequila. For I'm the
She's some girl from like the early 2000s that got freaking famous for being a MySpace person, isn't she?
No, Tequila was the business owner that came on to the show today.
I thought you said in the chat it's a Tequila.
Nah, I'm trying to see if here's Tequila.
So difficult. And when I want certain products, oh no, we don't have it. When I know you do have it, you just want to give me what you want me to have and not be able to supply me with
We had Master Kim critique her store, and she, since Master Kim is in the the Korean hair business, so he critiqued her store. We had a little back and forth with her. I think it was a beautiful thing. I think most people really liked that interview. So that's Tequila. Stanley, I think have you had your last words? Are you done, Stanley?
I have. I was gonna play that music.
What cologne are we gonna buy this weekend?
Well, again, I mean, I know you can't afford to get crack, but I mean, I could get any of them.
My girls just buy me the cologne, so I don't even bother with that.
Yeah, they have bad taste, dude. Women have horrible taste.
Oh, well, that's fine with them, then it's fine with me.
I'm sorry, moving you guys. All right, hey, so Imperious, go ahead. What do you got to say? Last words.
No, I mean, I love the hate. Again, I'll take the admonishment and all that. It's just more reinforcement that I'm better. It makes me so fucking. It makes me so happy.
It is White History Month. So.
It is White History Month. We have to, we have to acknowledge.
White boy summer in effect.
Yep,
exactly. We have to acknowledge the way the world. Anyways, he picked JD Vance, and I think that's a pretty good pick, honestly, because he's so far ahead. He doesn't need to be safe with like a pick to pick a woman this time or anything like that. I think he's far enough ahead now that JD Vance is a good pick because they can't really get rid of him now because it'll be like Kamala for Biden.
I started off doing it. We talked about Palantir a while back, and Gate Crack is a big Peter Thiel guy. Peter Thiel is an FBI informant. Peter Thiel is big on JD Vance. That says to me JD Vance is compromised. That's just my thoughts. But anyway.
You think so? Possibly. Yeah, possibly. Interesting. I mean, honestly, I would rather, dude, where he's at now, he could, with the amount of political capital he has after what happened on Saturday, he could have appointed his kid as the VP. Like, he's going to win this because now he's a cultural icon now.
Yeah,
Politics is downhill from culture.
Yeah, he's Time Magazine right now.
Thank you, John, and thank you to Denison and all the rest of the crew. And it was very interesting. And you're all fine fellas. And may you get lots of money and you're happy. Thank you very much.
Cheers, Alan.
Thanks,
Have a
buddy.
good one,
Have a good
mate.
day, man.
Okay, brothers.
Good day. Good day.
Hey, Alan, make sure you subscribe to the screen. Thank you.
Yeah, Alan, jump back on sometime.
Okay, brother.
All right. Imperius, I think you're wrong here. This is my opinion. I think that JD Vance will be like a Pence. I don't think JD Vance is a wealthy man. So in that sense, I think in this town, he can be easily compromised. The things that, he probably has aspirations for his children, for his family. The heat to be Trump's nominee will make him do things that, like Pence. And I think that he has big money aside of him. And that's going to be like the corrupting influence that they now have inside the White House. That's just my opinion.
I mean, it's possible, yeah, of course. But I mean, who are you going to pick then? Another billionaire like Bill Ackman or something? Who are you going to pick to help be his running mate then? I mean, everyone, essentially, I mean, that's the human condition of original sin. We all have desires. We're all going to be, in some accounts, vulnerable to that.
I think that is the thing, is that if it were my opinion, and it's probably wouldn't have been the best long-term pick, but Trump only has 4 years, and he's going to have to cultivate people in the grassroots to really come along and sustain his movement, the MAGA movement, which I think is bigger than Trump. So I wouldn't want a loyal guy that I know is almost incorruptible. That's me.
Yeah. Same thing. I thought that was. I mean, again, I'm not an expert on JD Vance, but he seemed pretty on message with what Trump wants and what he,
anyone can get on message if the money's right. If someone's telling you get on message, they'll all get on message. But I think I would want a man that was loyal, because he's going to need loyalty more than he's going to need anything else. That's just my opinion. We saw what Pence did, January 6th, all those type of things. I think he's going to need, and you saw what Pence did during COVID. I think he was complicit. I think he went along with it. Trump appointed him to be a COVID advisory, whatever. And he either was incompetent and letting people run his staff, or he went along with it because the people say, hey, you want to stay in this town, get to make money wherever you are, you're probably dirty anyway, we'll put your ass in prison if you don't go along with it. And he went along with it. He went along with January 6th. And I think that JD Vance is a guy who's not very wealthy man, and he's going to go along with the pressures of the powers that be, as Be Brave says. Like, I can't even describe, and Imperius, you probably understand this, the pressure that he's going to be under, his family.
No, I get it. I totally understand. But again, if you're going to make the pick, who else though? If you want to look for a lawyer, because again, I just look at what he's done and what he said and how he's acted while he's voted and he seems pretty online. I mean, unless who are you going to pick? Who would he have picked? That's all I'm saying.
You know who I would have picked to be able to sleep at night. And if I'm so far ahead, it really doesn't matter who I pick, unless I think I'm totally idiot. I would have picked Ben Carson, and I'll explain to you why.
That's a good, Ben Carson would have been a good Ben.
Not because he's black, because some people will say because he's black. But if you look at what he did, he stayed at HUD for 4 years. Most of these people are strivers. They come to an organization and they're using that to springboard to somewhere else. I don't think Ben Carson is a striver in that regard. I think he's a loyal man that doesn't have the desires of getting very, very wealthy. And that's very rare.
He cares about duty.
Well, Ben Carson, though, the thing is about Ben Carson is he's already extremely wealthy. He's got patents. He's a well-known person.
Nancy Pelosi.
No, I get that. No, I know he's not that wealthy, but he's a humble man. Yeah, he's a humble man, and he doesn't want for more.
He was in charge of HUD for 4 years. Are you familiar with Naomi Wolf?
No.
The author?
She may be an author.
I don't know.
Me with Naomi Wolf. Naomi Wolf was a liberal, and I think she was like assistant director of HUD or something like that. And COVID really turned her, and she talked about how like she wanted to examine the fraud within HUD, and she, if I'm maybe wrong here, paraphrasing here, but she thought that there were more mortgages than there were actual houses. And she wanted to do an audit on that. And when she wanted to do that, they pushed her out the door. And then she later became kind of a COVID, person's truth speaker, as they say. And she talked about how one time she went to write a tweet, and I think her account was banned before she could even send the tweet. And so she was talking about how, like, the surveillance from a software perspective of Twitter to enforce the COVID narratives. And you guys should Google her. Her name is Naomi.
Well, yeah, the people that get like ostracized from the system when they're in it and get expelled from the
Did we lose Imperius here? I'm gonna put
audio.
I'm gonna show Naomi Wolf, and you guys, if you're interested in kind of her COVID journey and things like that, you can take a look at her. If anyone has heard of Naomi Wolf, feel free to chime in the chat. But here's Naomi Wolf, and we're gonna get out of here with this.
Hey, John. So when are we gonna do a COVID show then? Because I'm really interested to hear your opinions.
Oh man, y'all guys don't want to know. You really don't.
Because you mentioned on Grace's channel, you said like the viruses couldn't be transmitted like through the air. I wanted more clarity. You remember Mackenzie? Mackenzie, man, I fucking last night I just went off on her last night because I want her to come on like to your channel. And I want her to like roast because she just wants your biology creds. She was like so mad. She's so mad at you, man.
Hey, Dennis, you got to put your Cash App in the link so that people probably aren't going to look you up. People are lazy, man. If you want people to hit you on Cash App, you got to be aggressive about putting your Cash App out there. So, put your Cash App out there.
Here, I'll put it in my avatar.
No, put it in the chat. Well, okay, do that too. But if you put it
I'll
in the
do
chat,
both.
Screen, yeah. Hey, you guys donate to TressaHolic. I think you really made this show today. And any other topics you guys would like to cover, we can definitely do that. I'll do a little research, whatever you suggest.
No, we gotta do a COVID show, man. We gotta clear this out.
Who wants to do a COVID show? Anyone want to do a COVID show? If you're vaccinated, put yes in the COVID show. Put yes in the chat. If not, put no. And then if you want to do a show, you say, yeah, do a show or something like that. But yeah, I would love to do it, man. I ain't afraid to do it either. If you want to do it, I can tell you all about my thoughts on COVID. Listen, look, I never wore a mask one day in my life. Never. Right? Never. Hell, I got on airplanes without a mask on. They put me on. They either let me on or they put me off. And I got vaccinated. I mean, I didn't say I get vaccinated. I just read something. I never got vaccinated. Hell no. I was willing to risk it all. But I ain't have to risk anything because shit, I own my own shit. But I do have a lot of thoughts about COVID. Let me put Dennis's Cash App up here. You guys Cash App Dennis, and he's been great on the panel. But yeah, I have a lot of thoughts about COVID. If you're interested. What else? Anyone have any questions here? Cash App Tressa. You can PayPal Denizen. He also has a Discord. I don't know why your Discord has these funny letters. Do they not allow you to change the what's this after the / here? Denizen, you should be able to change this to anything, right?
That's a good question. I should look into that.
Someone says, "Were you threatened by family if you didn't get vaccinated?" Let me see if I can show you. You guys want to see a photo? Let me see. Let me see if I can show you guys a photo. Let me see if I can show you a photo. To answer your question, let's see. if I can show you guys a photo. I may or may not have it. I'm gonna show you guys. Man, we can walk down memory lane for a minute. This is me right here. Oh, where is Kimmy Cakes? Is Kimmy Cakes in the chat here? Look at me right there. Now, I don't play any games right there. Yeah, listen. And you know what's so serious right here? Hold on. I'm gonna cut my camera. Well, in a minute, I'm gonna cut my camera off. But look at it. You guys don't know. You guys don't know who this is, right? Like, and I'm gonna explain to you. I wish Kimmy Cakes was there. Everyone know who Kimmy Cakes is in the chat, right? I told you she's my friend from Brooklyn. During COVID, she was like, we used to go out drinking and smoke. Well, I'd be smoking. She smoked a little bit, but I'd be smoking and drinking the town down. And this was a bar owner, that nigger in the mask. Somebody said Spike Lee. No, that's a. I'm gonna promote the bar for you guys. Mind. Let's see. Evan, I'm gonna promote the bar. You guys get to find out where I used to hang out and drink and stuff like that. Let's see. This is the bar right here. Let me see if I can squeeze it in. I'll show you the owner and everything. I used to go here all the time. I tell you, I like craft cocktails, and they let you smoke right here. So I used to go here and drink and smoke. Right.
Oh,
and so,
black owned.
And it was black owned too. Oh, I didn't even notice that. You put that in the title.
What are you doing? You're not researching, John.
Franklin Avenue. So if you're ever in Brooklyn, you go there and you tell them Don Galt sent you. The guy never wore a mask. He know exactly what you're talking about. So this is a bar I used to go to all the time. Kimmy Cake.
Man, we gotta hang out, John. I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna buy him Pierce's like $600 cologne. Be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get all the bitches now. Yeah.
So let me show you. So here's a guy right here. Clearly, you can see me. This is deep in the middle of COVID, and I used to tell this clown, bro, why the hell are you wearing a mask, bro? You better open your business.
Wow.
And so look, if you think listen, when I tell you I ain't wearing a mask, I'm in his business. This nigger got a mask on. I said, bro, I ain't wearing no mask. You want my money, bro? I ain't wearing no mask, period.
Man.
I'm in his restaurant, in his business, his establishment. And look who following the rules and look who ain't. Look who got the mask on. Who got the mask on, who don't? Like, I keep trying to tell people, like,
is he just an owner? Is he a chef too?
No, man, there was no food really being served, just mostly drink. And then they were.
Oh, I got you.
Let me show you guys another photo. You probably seen this before. If we do this COVID show, man, like it'll probably be the last show. I end up getting banned here. If we do it, let me show you. Now, this is I'll explain. Let me see. This is a police officer. You see that nigger got police.
Oh my god.
This is in Whole Foods, right by Howard University. You see that motherfucker?
Now, see, that'll actually reduce your risk, but he's not wearing goggles though. Oops.
Yeah, look at
right.
Look
Exactly.
Look at me, and look at you.
Open and free.
Look at this clown, huh? The clown, police officer.
And the funny thing is they banned using those masks though, because the explanation was that you don't get the virus, but you're giving the virus. So they didn't want people to wear those kind of masks. It was getting so insane with the rules. I had those painting masks on. Yeah.
You guys aren't going to be able to see this, but this is probably the best picture I can show you. How defiant and how bullshit COVID was. I probably just got suspended here by saying that. All right,
they changed the TOS. You're okay. You're okay to talk about it.
Hey, but you can't read this. You probably can't read this. Let me see if you can see the screen.
Whoa, here.
So,
no way.
So I want you to pay close attention, and I may have to zoom in so you guys can see better, right? So this was in DC. Can you see what's written right here? Can you see that?
Yeah, John Doe.
John Doe, right? John Doe. John Doe. Can everyone see that? If you can see it in the chat, put I can see, yes, or something like that. Just so I know.
Yeah, John Doe.
Yeah. We could do a whole show on that, right? Because I had a lot of tenants, and I got some stories to tell about them tenants. That felt like they were forced to take that vaccine. So I could tell you some stories about that, and I will. And I've dropped it. I've mentioned it over the time. So anyway, if you look at this right here, I went to a restaurant called Cafe Royale. I think that's the name of it. It was in Washington, D.C. on Florida Avenue. On Florida, you see it. And so I ordered something, and the guy says, now I ordered it, and I ain't go in the restaurant. I said, look, just give it to me on the street, man. They had a table set up outside. Right? And so I said, man, just look, I'm not putting a mask on. I've already paid for it. Just give me what I ordered. Or cancel the order. It's up to you. Don't matter. He said, but we just cooked it. We can't cancel. I said, well, give it to me then. I paid for it. I ordered it online. Just give it to me, man. Just extend one hand out and give it to me. We're on the street. We're outside. He would not give it to me. So I said, well, you're going to have to call the police, sir. And he said, well, okay. I called the police then. And someone said, John, almost got arrested. They couldn't arrest me for what? And I'm about to show you now how it was all bullshit. And I knew it from day one. And I don't know if you can see the date on this. I can't see the date on this. This is 8/2/21. It looks like 8/2/2. That's deep in the heart of COVID. And so he said, well, give me your ID because I'm going to write you a ticket for not wearing a mask. I said, nigga, I ain't showing you no ID. Well, and I swear to you, you can Google on the day that it was 21 people shot. I think it was 20-something people shot in D.C. on this date right here, 8/2/21.
And he's policing masks.
And one of the people shot was a police officer at a party.
Jesus.
Violating all the COVID rules. On the same day, listen, they sent 10 police officers. There were 10 police officers to write me this one ticket.
10?
You want to know why?
I believe it.
You want to know why it was 10?
God.
You want to know why it was 10?
Because John refused to just capitulate.
He was black. He was black. That's why.
Hey, I'm the one. Hey, I like to take credit for the 20 niggas got shot. Because while they were pranking me.
Oh man, we're gonna get terminated. YouTube, hey, forgive John. John has done good work today. YouTube, please don't take away his karma points.
Hey, I dropped 20 niggas just by.
Oh man,
just by not wearing a mask.
Man, oh my god, dude.
Let's get into
That's probably better than COVID.
Hey, come on. Hey, we want to grow your channel, bro. We can't have this.
Look at, so look, check this. Of defender's name, you guys can see it clearly. What is it? John Doe. Because I ain't have to show him ID. I ain't breaking the law.
I like what he put for address too. He was gonna say green shirt, gray pants.
Man, you are one. Oh,
that's
man.
gangsta.
You are.
Hey, that's why I kept it. Because
Hey, shout out to Major Facepalm for the Cash App. Thank you, my brother.
I wanted to prove to people it was all bullshit from day one. I never, ever believed it. I've done PCR testing in labs, man, all summer. That's all I did all day. You can't diagnose a damn virus with a PCR test. What is it, Alan? You want to talk about COVID? And look at this male, black, birthplace day. I ain't have to answer any question.
That's awesome.
All they had was what they could realize. And someone said, well, why did it take 10 police officers? You want to know why it took 10 police officers? Because police officers don't ride around with ticket books. Think about it. Police don't ride around with ticket books. It took
not beat cops.
I could have left. I could have said, man, fuck you. And police after police showed up, and them niggas didn't have the ticket book. And they lazy, so they just hung around. And police after police came until one finally got a ticket booked, but then he couldn't write the ticket to anybody. Isn't that shit amazing? And you think about the people like scaling across. Nigga, I got VAX cards. Listen, if I got VAX cards, if I wanted VAX cards, I could show you a stack of VAX cards. I give you one. You can fill your name in, whatever you want to put on there, right? It was all bullshit. I think honestly, it was a measure of IQ. If you took the water mask, you real stupid. If you wear it today, you real stupid. It's identified. You can tell who's
So what was the ticket for? What, I mean, I've only just jumped back in. So what was this? What was this? A road traffic thing or walking down the street? I don't know.
So I ordered some food at a restaurant, and so I ordered it online. And so they had a little table set up outside to give you your food. So the guy says, I can't give it to you without a mask on. I said, bro, I'm outside. Just just hand it to me. So he said, no, you got to put a mask on. I said, well, I'm not doing that. I said, you can either give it to me, give me a refund. It's up to you. So he refused to give me a refund because, you know, the businesses were struggling this time. He said, yo, we already cooked the food, bro. Just put a mask on and just take the food. I said, nah. I ain't playing that game with you. You're going to give me the food or give me a refund. But I'm not complying with this bullshit. And so he said, well, I'm going to call the police. I said, call him. He said, I'm going to call the police. I said, call him. And this fool did. And all the police can say, look, sir, you got to give him the food or give him a refund. At this point, what the hell, I want some old cold breakfast food. So now you got to give me a refund. But he basically hung up 10 police officers just to give me a ticket to say what? John Doe. And that same day, 21 people were shot in DC. I'm going to pull it up for you. 20 people shot DC.
I mean,
let's see if I can find it.
Just, you know, it looks like you sort of screwed it up and put it in the bin. I thought, oh, fuck this. But you should frame it, mate. You should frame that.
I should. You're probably right. I'm trying to look and see if I can find the article.
Yeah, he's not tossing it to the bin, man. There's no rubbish bin right here. This is gold.
I'm trying to see if I can find the article. 2021, I think it was 2021. I think it was 20 people shot that day at a party or something. I'm looking to see if I can look it up before we get out of here. Let's see. Where would it be? Oh, look at that. Oh man, the shit. Did I find it that easy? It's Washington Post. Washington Post. But it's another article. Let's see what we got.
Archive, man. Logos to check it on archive.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, copy the link and let's go to archive. Yeah.
Let's go to archive. We're gonna take a look at this. Archives. All right. And we're gonna get out of here on that note. Or at least I said we are. Share this tab instead.
Yeah, there we go. See? Yeah.
These 20 people shot, one fatally, at a party attended by hundreds in South. This is right where I am, South. Can you guys see that? You guys can see it. Let's see what the date is on this. Let's see what the date is. Well, will you look at there? August 9th. And what's the date on here? What's the date on that ticket? I swear it's the same day. Let me see. Where's the date on that ticket? I thought it was the same day. I can't remember what it's saying. Let me see. Archive. What in the hell is going on? But anyway, let me look back. Share this tab instead. And this is during the height of COVID, 2020. A 17-year-old and an off-duty police officer killed said at least 20 people shot when the dispute broke out at a cookout during COVID. A police house, DC police house, at a cookout when cookouts were banned. And these same people came and wrote me tickets. Wrote me a ticket while they out here at the party. Having a good time. Anyway, I think it's been
John,
a great...
this is why a person like myself comes on a channel like this, because I don't know nothing what's going on in the real not really in the real world, over there, over here, anywhere. Because what we see on the news is what we see on the news. But I like to track. I'm saying track. What am I talking about? I'm not a fucking. But like I like to listen to other people's point of view, especially the young folk. That makes me more interested in what they're trying to achieve and what they're doing, and it makes me more involved with the community, even though you're fucking 6 hours over the overseas. But I mean, it feels like I'm getting something back from this. And you, John, I mean, I looked at you on that and I thought, man, he presents this is really cool, and that's why I came back again. But the only reason is I find it interesting. The only reason I find it interesting, it gives me a perspective. Is that this is what people do. This is how they lead their lives, and this is how this is interesting. Not in the intrusive way, but interested in the knowledge that I can get from this. And
You think I should?
Alan.
You think? Hey, hold on.
Yes.
You think I should do a COVID? You think I should do a COVID stream, Alan?
No, well, you could do, but I mean, it would be interesting to find that out. But I mean, so the police were over there giving you a ticket, 10, 12 of them, and over the other side of town, there's a mass shooting. Is that what you?
Yeah.
Is that what's going on?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. So they don't. Basically, what I can see from the outside looking in is, I don't want to put the police down, but they're scared of people that will, shoot them. Basically, if you're sort of like a normal citizen in America, you're the target of police. I've seen so much rubbish. Oh, it's just unreal. And it's like you can't even catch criminals. I mean, this is the whole issue is they're paid to go and police and catch criminals, and they know who they are. They know. We don't know. I don't know, but they certainly got an idea who is doing what, to who, where, what. But and that's my 2 bobs worth. And if it's worth anything, I hope I've helped. I don't think I have, but it's worth it. That's my thought.
We're glad to have you here.
I just wanted to ask, like, how did you find the channel?
He's a sub of mine.
Oh, okay.
Al and I go way back.
All right, cool.
This is what I'm on Denison's. It says difficult Denison. That's Dennis. That's him. So this is a channel I've YouTubed on.
Oh, well, thank you for joining. I hope you subscribe to my channel as well. I try to frame it more as a business channel, but oftentimes we get off the rails a little bit.
Business channel, it's just screaming time, man. We have to, when you do educational stuff, you have to give entertainment in the middle to get to the that's the people's attention. You got to go scream and yell. That's why we got to give the people what they want.
Yeah, so that's true. But there's a certain bit, and then like about half an hour ago, a person just stepped over the mark as far as I could see.
I mean, if you give too much serious information, I mean, we give too much serious stuff. People get bored. They start yelling.
He's talking about Imperious.
Where's the yelling at? We want to hear. I'm trying to.
What the abuse that you're giving each other?
Yeah, it's just the way YouTube works now. It's kind of like
far.
Yeah. If we we don't want to get.
No, there's plenty of YouTube that doesn't want to hear or see any of that shit.
Yeah.
When you're a small channel, you get this skewed view of drama, which is you think it's popular because all the drama junkies flood in.
Right.
But the big channels don't have drama.
Yep.
No, I jumped into this because I'm subscribed to Difficult Denizens. So now and again, I come onto his channel, and then like it's all okay, and everyone's shouting each other, calling himself a fuck this and you're a git and you're a cunt and all this old bollocks.
Yeah, right,
That's
right.
fine. But then like you step over, some person said something that just stepped over the mark, in my opinion. All the rest of it's fine. You can do what you like on the rest of it. Shit, you're a wanker. He's a shithead. He don't know what he's fucking talking about. That's cool.
You bloody wanker! You bloody wanker! You want to yell? No. But the thing is like no. But the thing is like yeah. It's you know John that like Grace and OPC Don now have a bet to like grow their channels. Like OPC Don says he'll grow his channel faster. You remember I told you and I asked you about the algorithm and he was like so interested in using the algorithm to help him. So they have a bet right now. So we're gonna see what works. We're gonna see what makes your channel grow the fastest in 1 year. And they bet a gold coin, 1 ounce, 1 troy ounce of gold coin. And Grace right now is trying to sell that shit.
I want to see these dollars. I want to see these dollars flying about. This is the make it a Joe Rogan
This is
show.
crazy. This is crazy, man.
Let's I guess we all had a last word. I want to say this in terms of growing your channel. I think we've grown pretty fast over here, but I think it's been pretty a pretty quality crowd, and I think that I did a show on YouTube analytics, things like that, where I think that the analytics really pushes people to talk about things that in the short term are good. But I think in the long term, it limits them, if you understand what I'm saying.
Right.
And I think that it's far better to grow a quality audience than a quantity of people, because however you're trying to go about monetizing it, you're going to want quality over quantity. And that's what I would say about that. Major Facepalm, thank you for subscribing. We're going to have some really good content going forward. I mentioned who's going to be showing up on the show. We may do the Private Eyes show tonight. That's very interesting. We have a private investigator who talked about some of his cases. The first installation of that was pretty good, pretty well received. You can take a look at those. The first one, we're going to have more of those to come. And if you're up late at night, you might catch Get Crack on there with HB and I doing Gone Trucking. HB is a trucker, and he basically details his traveling across the country with his load. And when he picks up the lot lizards, we're privy to see the lot lizards he picks up, and you get to contribute to the lot lizard of your choice. And then I talk a lot about my Airbnb stuff, so I'm going to be putting out little shorter videos talking about like the weekend review, the pros and cons of renting rooms on Airbnb, things like that. Some of the funny stuff you see when guests check out, stuff like that. Some of it's not even funny. It's just, very straightforward, and you'll see how easy the business is. But if you have any other comments, questions, suggestions, we'll give you a couple minutes to put them in the chat or ask them here, and then we'll close out. Any guys on the panel? You guys have anything?
No, nothing. You're gonna address Cam the King's question there, like
Cam the King. What did he say?
He said about the email. You send him an email or something.
I think I emailed you back. I'll check just to make sure. But yeah, I think I did. Check your email.
Okay.
If I didn't.
Okay.
Anyone else? John Galt sub. Thank you. Great job noticing that the drama is for smaller creators. I mean, we're still small, but we want to grow in quality, not quantity. So I think the drama is for probably the larger audiences where you really have to give them a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, like, it was like, wait, he already like Imperius came on. He already had drama with like Master Kim. I was like, what is going on? It's like, that's like CT sphere stuff, man.
What did you say, Cam the King? Did you get it? Yes, no. If not, I'll respond back to it after this show. John Galt has a please not. I hope not. I hope not, but anything's possible these days. Anything else, you guys? Dennis, you have anything you want to say before we get out of here?
Yeah, just thanks for the content. That was amazing. Great interview. Tequila was amazing. I don't know if she's listening, but you were great. And thanks for having me. And like I said, if anybody wants to follow me or get updates as to what I'm doing, it's join my Discord. It's the best way to keep in touch.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, I'll put your cash app link again. So
there it is.
The
There it is.
Yes, give crack to me. All hail Powell.
Cam the King. That would be interesting if you and DJ MFB, the private investigator, were on the show together. If you have some experience running from a PI and he's the PI, that might be pretty interesting. Yeah, that might be interesting. Plasma Boy says, thanks for the stream. I hope you subscribe. I see you coming here from probably Denizen. Anything else? Talk about a guy who predicted Trump's attempted assassination. Oh, yeah, I saw that. I do have that. Maybe we do that tomorrow, man. We're going pretty long here. We're almost at 6 hours. Anyone else? Any other comments? We give you 1 more minute, 2 minutes. Tequila's cash out. That's true. Let me put that up again. You guys send Tequila a cash app. She'll probably come back. I think she will. I think she was a very good guest. I think the most interesting thing to me was that she was a woman showing that type of determination. I think in the Black community, and Master Kim is talking about
John, I forgot, like Denizen said, like somebody in chat, major face palm. He wanted her digits. I don't know if you're gonna give that to people, man.
It's
gonna be hollering. Somebody keeps hollering, blasting her phone up. Oh man!
I told her website, so you can just go to the website. You see, she answered the phone. She answered it just like that. I'm sure I got it on my phone. The driver ASA. I'm getting off. I probably want to get you on this. Yeah. Me too. Me too. Get him on. Get that person here too. Tequila Bass. Urban Landlord, make sure you guys hit the stream, hit the like. All right. I think we're out of here today. Get crack. Anything else?
I'll just say something.
No,
when I've gone onto YouTube and I've logged into, I'm subscribed to Difficult Denizen's channel, and I've come to your channel, but I don't even know what your channel's called, John.
It's called the Urban Landlord. You see it here, the Urban Landlord.
And I post a link to John's channel in the description and in the chat.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, brother. Sorry, have I ballsed everything up, or was that all right?
I'm sorry, say that one more
you're
time?
good. You're good. You're good.
I said, did I balls everything up, or was that okay? Because I don't want to get out of trouble with fucking anyone.
He's
come on here.
He's just asking if he was an okay guest and he didn't cause any trouble.
Oh, no, you were great. You're great. You know you're welcome back anytime. I never get your. I'm so with the bell. Can't find you.
It's Alan.
Yeah. I heard him. Yeah. Alan, you're welcome anytime. John, I never get your notification. I'm sub with the bell, but I can't find you unless I go in my history every time. I'm not quite sure about that.
That's one way they shadow ban you, dude.
Yeah.
That's what they do. When they start, they don't like your channel. They won't notify people and stuff like that.
They can do. You know,
that's why. Yeah, that's what we got to be careful of. So I don't know. Yeah, you want yelling, screaming, drama, this, that, or I don't know, man. It's tough, right?
You know, I do. I'm working on that an outro there. So we're gonna do another YouTube analytics as soon as I get enough analytics so I can show you more meatier information. So whenever they make that available to me, I'll show you the inside or the backside of YouTube analytics. But anyway, it's been great, guys. Thank you again. No outro, so this is the outro here.
Goodbye.
Peace.
See you.